Welcome. Today is Wednesday, the 13th of April. This is a Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. We have a long agenda today, but we have some fun things to start off with. Janice Voss Cadil, would you please come forward? We've got everything here for you. Janice, it's good to see you here. Yes, deep breath.
Should be calm already.
I know.
I am. I'm like going half the speed I'm accustomed to.
Janice has been retired for barely 13 days, maybe? So, Kelly, would you please? Kelly?
Well, and I know, Amy, you set me up over here, but I'm going to go over here. That's how we do it.
Flowers. All right. This is great because my 13-day-old
Retirement. Okay. Welcome, everyone. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, one of the Pitkin County Commissioners, and Janice is my dear friend, former boss and mentor, and I am so thrilled for you on retirement. And as the board, we are very honored to offer this proclamation to you from the board and the community.
So did everybody have their hand and input on this?
I think so. Yes.
Well, there's more to come.
Okay, so a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Janice Voss Cadil. Whereas not many would argue that Janice Voss Cadil is one of the hardest working public servants in Pitkin County and has proven that time and again as Pitkin County Clerk and Recorder. And whereas Janice Voss Cadil has executed dozens of elections with the highest integrity and over the years has become a role model statewide for accessible and secure elections. And whereas Janice Voss Cadil not only kept pace with changing election laws, voting technology, and election best practices, she has never lost sight of her other responsibilities, including keeper of all records and documents and motor vehicle services. And whereas no, you cannot get a driver's license at the Pitkin County Clerk and Recorder's office, and we cannot count the number of times that question has been asked over the years. Janice Voss Cadil made sure that anyone that visited her cheerful first-floor offices found what they were looking for, including historic recorded documents, vehicle registrations, and marriage licenses, to name some of the more sought-after services. And I believe even on some weekends, you come in and marry some people. Yeah. Whereas Janice Voss Cadil remained nimble during the global pandemic, keeping the doors to the Clerk and Recorder's office open the majority of the time when other offices closed down. She instituted social distancing practices in her offices that the rest of Pitkin County adopted.
There's a caveat to that. We're essential functions, so we had to be here, so we had to be open. So
No optional
No
employees.
option there.
She encouraged and supported her staff to stay healthy while providing many essential services to the community. Now therefore be it proclaimed that Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County thank Janice Voss Cadil for her dedicated service and wish her the best in her retirement.
Thank you.
And then,
You don't do this alone. You do it with your staff and team, and you do it with individuals that you work with that lead also to make sure we're safe. And we got through the last 2 years. So a hand to the entire staff.
ever the team leader. And hold on one moment.
We have one more little.
Sorry, and in recognition of the stellar reputation that Janice has cultivated statewide, the Colorado legislature has also offered a proclamation in Janice's honor, and I would like to go ahead and read that to everybody. So the Senate of the Colorado legislature convened in the second regular session of the 73rd General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Janice Voss Cadil. The members of the Colorado Senate are proud to extend commendation to Janice Voss Cadil for her 17 years of service as the Pitkin County Clerk and Recorder. She has worked diligently over the years to provide essential and necessary resources to her community by advancing programs and systems to make them more accessible to residents. Ms. Voss Cadil's dedication to providing high-quality services to her community helped to establish the state's election processes and garner the gold standard for how elections are run. We extend our gratitude and wish her all the best as she moves on to the next chapter of her life. And this was at the request of our Senator Carrie Donovan, who represents us here. All right, and the fun's not over. So Steve.
I don't know about.
I have to read this off my screen here, so I'm gonna sit down. This is a poem just for you.
Okay.
I didn't write it, but the sentiments are
Make
from.
sure everybody in the room can hear it, because
And
this is.
and you're not
very-
going to share with us who wrote it?
I actually don't know who.
I think it was a-
I think it was a group effort,
Yeah,
actually.
okay.
There once was a girl from Wisconsin who grew up on the family farm. The work ethic there was expected, and BOCC had true grit and charm. Her rise to the top wasn't easy, and her reputation grew from hard working. The next thing you know, she rose to the top and spent nearly 2 decades county clerking. Under her watch, people registered and married. They stood for selfies and smiled. Car titles were claimed, recordings were named, while election laws heaped up in great piles. Janice treated her customers gently, even when the news caused a double take. Like the guy who was registering his Bentley, who thought his high fee was a mistake. Sometimes she could get a bit frazzled when a national election loomed, but Janice's systems and efficiency dazzled when anyone else would be doomed. There were cameras and judges all around. You couldn't do anything bad. But nary an election mistake was ever found, because if Janice found out, they were had. Her elections were pure, the results couldn't be bested. On election night, she would stand demure and was thankfully never arrested. The global pandemic didn't faze her, and she set the bar higher yet. A fair election surrounded by cooties, BOCC was our safest bet. It's this spirit of commitment and working that Janice exemplifies best. That's why it is so easy to praise her as the best county clerk in the West.
And with that, I bid you adieu. Happy trails to you.
So if I might just say one more thing, you might not give driver's licenses from the clerk's office, but I got my first driver's license from the Picken County Sheriff's Office and had my driver's test given by I think the undersheriff was the one who gave me my very first driving test back in about, decades ago, almost 60 years ago. So all the sheriff's deputies in here, just be glad you don't have to be doing all that driver's tests now.
And Janice, I want you to know that we're going to miss you greatly, but we still know where you live.
You know where to find. You know where to find.
And her husband here, and so I hope the two of you have a great retirement together, and I hope we do see you often. Maybe not in the office, but hopefully out and about in the neighborhood, because Janice and I don't live too far away from each other.
On the hill and on the trails. So, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Okay, we have another proclamation here today, kind of a duel. What's that?
I think maybe her husband.
Robin, did you want to say any kind words about your wife?
Now's your chance.
All right, thank you, guys. All right, our next proclamation is a dual proclamation. It is National Telecommunications Week, which is April 10th through the 16th. And we're also going to recognize Linda Kimmel for her 38 years of service at Pitkin County 911 Dispatch. So I don't know if anybody from communications or Linda would like to come forward and have a seat at the table. Linda, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
Did you have a few words to say, sir? After I read this?
Sure.
Okay, I'll read this. And so they were so kind as to provide me with, and of course I can't find it now, a list of what the acronyms I'm going to be saying actually mean. Communications, kind of like the airport, has books of acronyms. So, first of all,
Wanna stand up?
no, because I'm going to sit for the mic and do this so I can be on screen because I can't do all of it. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services. We have representatives from, looks like all of those departments here. Pickens County Regional Emergency Dispatch Center, 911 dispatchers, are the first people in the community to receive these calls from the public in a crisis. And whereas, and we are calling it Pickens County Regional Emergency Dispatch Center, or we say PC Red Sea, are certified and especially trained in emergency medical dispatch. They must deal calmly and efficiently with all emergency situations ranging from horrific medical emergencies to dangerous law enforcement situations. And whereas PC Red Sea 911 dispatchers are the single vital link for law enforcement, EMS, which is an emergency medical system, and firefighters responding to an incident. By monitoring their activities by radio, dispatchers provide first responders with real-time data that can keep them safe as they respond. And whereas our sheriff and our Board of County Commissioners elevated the status of 911 dispatchers in Pickens County to first responders on October 10th, 2019. We were the first in the state of Colorado to gain that recognition for our dispatchers. We're very proud of that. And whereas last year, PC Red Sea Supervisor Liesl Hadfield was awarded the 2021 Supervisor of the Year by our professional organization of APCO, which is APCO, with Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, and NEHA, which is NENA, which is the National Emergency Number Association. Oh, God, that's a mouthful. And the 2021 Pickens County Sheriff's Deputy of the Year Award from Sheriff Joe DeSalvo. And whereas Linda Kimmel, after 38 years as a Pickens County 911 dispatcher, which is historic and monumental, will retire this spring. Linda started in October of 1983 and has dedicated her career to keeping the citizens and first responders of the Roaring Fork Valley safe, for which we are gratefully thankful. Linda has been a steady and calming voice both over the phone and radio for many significant public safety events, as well as helping thousands of 911 callers during the worst day of their life. At the outbreak of the Lake Christine fire, Linda handled over 60 911 calls in the first 20 minutes, while also, that gave me goosebumps, while also helping coordinate responding units and send public alerts. Linda has received recognition several times throughout her career for providing life-saving instructions, including last October when she helped keep a truck driver in cardiac arrest alive and assured until paramedics arrived. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners is proud to honor all of our 911 dispatchers and recognizing April 10th through 16, 2022 as National Telecommunications Week in Pickens County, Colorado. And we are also proud to honor the career of Linda Kimmel, a true hero to Pickens County residents, visitors, and public safety professionals. Thank you, Linda, for service of 38 years. Thank you so much.
Look behind you. Look behind you.
Everybody's standing up.
Look. Just look.
And it appears you're not done yet. Would you like some Kleenex?
I might. So now you see why we use acronyms, right? No, it's truly an honor to recognize Linda and all her hard work to over the years. This profession is one that a lot of people don't choose, and a lot of people don't stay in. Our average, I think nationwide, is about 3 years for most public safety dispatchers. To do 12 times that is amazing, and I'm very fortunate to have worked with you for your last 5. So without further ado, thank you, Linda. There's a couple notes there and cards, and then on behalf of Sheriff DeSalvo, we'd like to present you with this award in recognition of your 38 years.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay, now Linda, probably the hardest question you've ever been asked. Is there anything you'd like to say to the community and all your supporters behind you and in the room?
In 1983, in the summer, I was playing softball. It was the thing I liked to do back then in my free time. And my two coaches, Art Smythe and Jeff Glumston, both talked to me and said, "You really should go apply to be a dispatcher." And I said, "Okay, maybe I'll try that for a while." Never dreaming that 38 and a half years later that it would have been a career choice for me. Brett says not many people choose this career, and it chose me. And it's been fulfilling and quite the journey, and I appreciate all the support that I've gotten along the way. I mean, I couldn't have done it without my law enforcement family, my own family, and raising 3 daughters through this whole time. I thought it was appropriate to choose Mother's Day as my Mother's Day gift of retirement to myself. So thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
So an even bigger question, did you still play softball?
No.
Well, you can now. Okay, is there anybody else in the public or here on the board that would like to say a few words? Other than really our most heartfelt thanks. You've done an amazing, I know the stresses that undergo when you are a first responder, myself personally, and it's not easy. It's always very stressful, and the fact you have survived and helped the rest of this community survive is amazing. And what are we going to do without you?
Survive.
Sure. Yes. You need to come up. We need a microphone though, so maybe we can. We'll bring it as close as possible.
I'm Randy. I'm Linda's husband for going on 40 years now. And I got to say, without her, and to me it's unbelievable watching the stress she goes through with this job, coming home and leaving it there, and then dealing with the stress that I put her under with all my health issues over the years. That it's just, she's managed to do the same thing she did at work, stay even, stay cool, and I love her. What am I going to say?
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, Linda, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
please enjoy.
Thank you.
Yes, you definitely earned it. Okay, that was a tough one.
Good catch.
All right, we are going to move forward here. That's always a good way to start off a meeting, though. We like it when we get to do those nice proclamations. We're just going to give everybody a chance to scoot out. Bye, thank you. Okay, we are moving on to our regular agenda now. Mr. Peacock, I believe you are here with us. And are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
We can't hear John.
John, we can't hear you.
Sometimes there's like a button over there.
Craig, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Now we can hear you.
Well, let's just.
Oh,
We
you
can-
can. Okay, sorry about that. So no additions or deletions to the agenda. Apologize, I'm not in the room today. I actually got plowed in and just got dug out recently.
Okay, so next item on our agenda is public comment. This is a portion of our agenda that is reserved for members of the public who wish to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. We provide 3 minutes for public comment. Is there anybody in the room wishing to present public comment? Seeing none, do we have anybody who's joining us? So if any members, is it, for some reason my screen is very blurry.
Suzanne Raw.
Yeah, Suzanne, did you wish to speak?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I just wanted to put a thought out to the board. Thank you so much for doing all you do for our community. I'm a resident in Aspen Village, and we have had a county ordinance for many years, as you know. It's 165-2000 of no dogs allowed in Aspen Village for the purpose of wildlife migration. However, in Aspen Village, there are over 40 dogs now that are either an ESA, a support animal, or a service animal. It's been quite a while since we've had that rule enforced, and was wondering if the county would consider removing that law and allow homeowners to have dogs in Aspen Village without having to go through the process of going to the county attorney and getting ESA letters. We're finding that it kind of goes both ways. People are able to provide letters in order to get an animal for support for whatever means it is, but we also struggle with homeowners who don't have something that they're able to get a dog for. So we have a lot of homeowners who feel that it's very unfair that they can't get a dog. And while the wildlife migration does in fact go past the dump across the Wheelers' property on the other side, we are the only ones with this ordinance that applies to us. Wildcat does not have that. The Wheelers' property does not have that. Woody Creek does not have that. So I'm asking as a homeowner, maybe if the board would consider down the road removing that ordinance to allow dogs to be allowed in Aspen Village.
Okay, Suzanne, I'm going to, John, I'm looking at the county attorney, there's probably a process that we can advise the homeowners association at Aspen Village to go through?
Well, the first step would be to contact community development because it's a development restriction that was put on the property at the time of the subdivision.
Okay. So Suzanne, you or the homeowners association would have to contact community development and start the process rolling from there. It's not something the board can just randomly release without going through a process. So,
of course, and I will let you know I am on the HOA board.
Perfect.
I'm coming to you as a homeowner. However, there is a process that we do go through with the county attorney for approval for any individual who wishes to have an ESA or support animal.
Right, but to remove that ordinance or that restriction, you'd have to go through community development since it's a land use issue.
And who specifically would we ask there?
Just contact community development and they'll get you in touch with the planner of the day to start the process and conversation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time. I greatly
Okay,
appreciate
great.
it.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. All right, are there any other members of the public wishing to comment? Do we see anyone can raise their hand by star 6? 9. Star 6 unmutes you. Star 9. I have a feeling the rest of these people are waiting for our other items on our agenda. So I'm going to close the public comment part of our meeting today for this open discussion and bring it back to the board to see if the board would like to make commissioner comments. Do I see any members of the board wishing to comment? We're quiet today because we know we have a lot of comments moving forward. Kelly, please.
Let's acknowledge the historic appointment of the first African-American woman to the Supreme Court. And, wish all of them well in their many difficult decisions.
Yes, that was a monumental decision made, and we are happy to see that moving forward. I just want to remind people again, winter is back upon us. I'm not sure what the forecast is for the rest of the week, but we did get some very wet, much-needed moisture yesterday and the day before. So we appreciate that. Just be careful out there. It's still very slippery. As always, we need to be careful. Any other members of the board wishing to speak? Steve, please.
I think a lot about the people in Ukraine and what they are going through right now. And it is amazing the displays of courage that we have seen from the people of that country has been really astonishing. And it breaks my heart that such a war is going on right now, the totally unnecessary war with people being killed and their houses and apartments and everything being destroyed is so senseless. But my heart goes out to them, and I think about them every day. And I hope for a good outcome of that whole situation that's happening there.
Thanks, Steve. Greg, you had comments?
Only briefly, I just want to apologize to everybody who made it in there today. I am on the tail end, hopefully, of a very long health issue with a cold. It's just, I just decided I'd err on the side of keeping you all safe by not coming in today, but I regret it, but I just don't think I'd be an asset in person, but I'm going to do my best to stay focused with you all here remotely. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Greg. Okay. I'm going to move us on to the next item on our agenda. So today we have consent items, single reading. We have minutes of March 15th, 2020 special meeting and a March 23rd, 2022 regular meeting. We also have before us a resolution appointing applicants for our voluntary commissions and boards. We have quite a lengthy list here, and I'm going to let Steve read it because Steve always likes to read the list. But first, I'm going to, Steve, why don't you go ahead and read it, and then we can just pass both of these on consent if the board chooses to do so.
Okay, thank you, Patty. I think these people deserve recognition more than us just passing a consent agenda, because they give their time voluntarily with no pay. They just get the satisfaction of serving on a board that helps us out as commissioners and helps the people of the county out. So I'll read the whole list, and they're the board that they are being appointed or reappointed to. Yasmin DePactor, the Animal Shelter. Christoph Eigelberger, Board of Adjustment. William Argyros, Board of Appeals. Austin Stitt, Library Board. Anna Scott, Library Board. Jay Scherer, Financial Advisory Board. Suzanne Caskey, Planning and Zoning. Jasmine Tiger, Planning and Zoning. Zach Matthews, Planning and Zoning. Kathy Montgomery, Redstone Historic Preservation. Patty Torreblanca, Retirement Board. Daniela Angelova, Retirement Board. Jessica Robeson, Telecommunication Advisory Board. And Ann Mullins, Weed Advisory Board. And thanks to all of them for their service, and thanks for reapplying.
Thank you, Steve. I let Steve do it because he gets the names pronounced correctly. There's no way I could do that. So we also have the minutes. Does the board have any comments on minutes? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to pass on consent these two items.
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a motion and I have a second. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Hi.
Great, thank you.
Aye.
Now we're moving on to consent items, first readings. This is our kind of our new process. We are going to set this for second reading and public hearing on April the 27th. It's an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing individual lease agreement with Ava Hartman and Brett Howley for a Pickens County housing owned unit. And I don't know Jody Smith, but I don't think there's any discussion. Did the board have any questions about this? We will open it again on the 27th for public hearing.
So I would move to approve on first reading this ordinance approving the individual lease agreements.
I'll second.
Great, I have a motion, I have a second. Do I have any further comment? Thank you, Jody, for being here. Jody, did you have something you wish to say?
I actually do. Thank you. These are existing community members that are living in this unit. And if you'll notice on the lease that is attached, they were still in the process of going through the APSHA approvals. That has been set and the rent will be defined in the lease on second reading. Right now it's just highlighted because I didn't have that at the time.
Great, thank you, Jody.
Thank you.
So I still have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, thank you. So now the next item is consent items. These are second readings and public hearings on leases. The first one is for an individual lease agreement with Ricardo Ledesma and Sophia Gonzalez. And one for Rennie Driggs for another housing fund unit. Does the board have any comments or questions? We have Jody here. Jody, did you need to say anything about either of these before I open the public hearing?
I do not, thank
Okay,
you.
so this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on either of these two leases which are on our consent agenda? I see no one in the room. Do we have anybody online there that's raising their hand, which is a *6? I'll give a few minutes. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. I see no other hands for questions. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye.
So now we're reading our individual consideration items. These are first readings set for public hearings on April the 27th. The first is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners regarding accepting development covenants executed by the Community Development Director from January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 in connection with land use development approvals pursuant to ordinance number 032-2017. Do we have Suzanne Wolf here with us? Oh, she's right there in the front row. Hi, Suzanne.
Hello.
Suzanne Wolf, Community Development. This is an item you get to see once a year, which makes everybody's lives easier. We used to come to you with every single covenant for you to accept them. So this is our annual update where you accept the covenants that have been signed by Ryan Ely on behalf of the Attorney's Office and me on behalf of Community Development. These are covenants that run across growth management covenants, TDR covenants, agricultural buildings, all the other kinds of things that come out of development approvals. We sign and record those, and then once a year you're able to accept those as a batch rather than having to accept each one individually when it comes through. So that's what Ordinance 32-2017 set up, that we could do that administratively and then bring them to you. So that's essentially what's in front of you today. This is a first reading. There'll be a second reading on the 27th. 27th? I was like, what's that next day? To finally approve.
Does the board have any questions? I have a question. On the matrix that you gave us, there's 3 listings kind of towards the bottom of the page that just say document type TDR. Was that issuance of TDRs or actually putting those TDRs to use?
That is issuance of a TDR. So right, that's when we record the covenant that restricts the property against future development.
Just for correction. And then there were a couple of dates here that were outside the parameters of the year of 2021. One was
good catch.
And one was at the top for May of 2020, and then there were 2 at the bottom for 22.
Oh, okay.
But just, we're ahead. We've got one we're catching up on.
I'm glad you're looking closely, Patty. Thank you.
I always find this fascinating to see that we've actually followed, everything has come to getting closer to completion on some of these land use items. Kelly, please.
What is an ANSI? It's the document type for the Dennis, Thomas, and Lucy Family Trust.
It is I should know what it essentially provides an exemption. Sorry, I should know. John, do you know what ANSI stands for? I'm like, that's terrible.
I love to stump people early on in the meeting.
Yeah, no, that's, there's a provision in the code for if for some handicapped accessible space in a home that would be exempt. Floor area, and that falls, ANSI is the specific
Acronym
code it falls under, and I'm sorry, I can't spit it off the top of my head.
That's enough.
But yeah, that's essentially what that one.
American National Standards Institute.
Thank you,
and they
Steve.
have safety standards, which.
Right. So it addresses accessibility, basically.
Okay, got it.
Today is the day of acronyms.
I think so.
Okay. All right. So any other questions from the board? Seeing none, I'm going to call for a motion to approve this, moving on to second reading on April 27th.
So moved.
I have a motion
Second?
and a second. Seeing no further comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 The next item on our agenda, and Francie, I forgot to give you a heads up. Again, I'm stepping out. You get to take over. Francie is the vice chairman. This is an ordinance regarding the accepting the ski company's restrictive covenant for the Pandora's area and Richmond Ridge rural and remote properties. I have a conflict of interest, so I will be stepping outside the room. If somebody wants to just, I'll take my phone, call me, and let me know when we're ready to move on to the next item. That would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, well, is there anybody who wants to speak to this ordinance? It
Have
is,
Suzanne introduce it, I think.
yeah, okay, great. That would be great,
Great.
Suzanne.
Thanks, Francie. Yep, I'll give you a quick intro, and then there are other folks here if you have additional questions from the ski company team who can speak to that. As you all know, you went through a long process involving this, so here, Tom Todd, I guess, gets to come to the front and join me. But through your deliberations on the Pandora rezoning and master plan amendment, the Ski Co. made a voluntary offer to restrict the Richmond Ridge properties. So if you remember, there were a couple of properties that would end up with a split zoning. Some would remain rural remote, some would go to ski rec. There was a lot of discussion about that, and the ski company, in order to address some of the concerns raised there, agreed to record a covenant to address that the rural remote properties would remain rural remote and what could and could not happen within those areas. Maybe Tom can speak more directly to that. But so what's in front of you is the covenant was not, it was offered by the ski company. It's not a covenant that is signed by the BOCC. So the covenant itself has been recorded. And that's what's in your packet. It's the recorded copy of that. Staff worked, John and I worked with Tom to make sure that the covenant was essentially in the form that you saw at your last meeting, I think with some very minor maybe changes to a word here or there, but otherwise we reviewed that finally before it was recorded. At this point it has been recorded, and so the action in front of you is just to accept that on behalf of the county. And again, Tom can probably be more eloquent about if you want more specifics about the provisions within the covenant.
Tom, would you like to talk to us about it?
Yes, please, Francie. I'm here on behalf of the Aspen Skiing Company. My name is Tom Todd. I'm a partner with Holland Hart. I also have Rana Dershowitz and David Clark with me in the audience from the ski company legal team. A person who's noticeably absent is David Corbin, our former team leader and senior vice president of the Aspen Skiing Company, who, like a lot of people in the baby boom generation, has retired. And so I've been asked to fill in and answer any questions you all might have today. But really, this covenant is essentially identical to what was in your packages last fall, with the exception of some very careful refinements of the exhibits to make them really pop out once they get recorded in black and white. You may recall we presented color maps last fall that just don't copy once they get recorded in the real property records. So with John and Suzanne's input and blessings, we refine those maps and those exhibits, but the text is essentially the same with the exception of some minor typographical editing. And the way I view this covenant is structural reinforcement of the commitments the Aspen Skiing Company made to you last fall, and it also serves as a non-development covenant for roughly 54 acres of land that was in the rural and remote zone district that was not part of the ski area boundaries. So it's really just full belt and suspenders of what the ski company committed to last fall.
And were you in fact granted a TDR for this?
No, we do have in the covenant the right to apply for that. We're initiating the process, but we haven't completed it yet. It's quite complex. There's all sorts of fascinating title histories on these properties, which I've had the great pleasure and fun of investigating, going back 50, 60 years to some of my firm's earliest ski company files. So that's coming next. But that would probably be the last task for us to perform here. Everything else is proceeding apace, and this is kind of putting the final touches on those commitments from last fall.
Well, thank you. Does anybody on the board have questions for Tom or comments? Steve?
Well, no question, but just a comment. I mean, this was a long process to reach the point where this restrictive covenant was crafted, but I think we did good work in between the ski company and the county in coming up with this, because it really, I think it protects the spirit and intent of the rural and remote zone district, even though the land where Pandora's skiing will no longer be rural and remote, but it kind of protects the spirit of the rural and remote zone district, and I feel really good about it, and I appreciate the ski company put all the work into coming up with this restrictive covenant.
Thank you.
Kelly?
Nice to see you all, and thanks for an awesome ski season this year. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. So I didn't support the rezoning, but I will support this because it just offers additional, I think, commitments and protections for Picken County, and it makes sense to approve it. I'm wondering from John Ely, what is the point of this ordinance, I guess? Like, why do, I know we have to kind of, I guess, accept land commitments, but if it's already recorded, what does a negative vote on this ordinance mean?
Well, a negative vote would mean that we don't accept it, and that would all render the recording simply an event of some paper being in the clerk's office and not signifying anything else. So pursuant to our home rule charter, whenever we obtain, and then through acceptance of a grant or a conveyance or any other type of instrument giving us an interest in property, or we convey out any type of interest in property that we already have or that we already own, we have to do it through an ordinance procedure.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And I'm prepared to support this. Thank you.
Greg, did you want to make any comments?
Thank you. The only comment would be that I understand this is entirely voluntary on the part of the ski company. I just wanted to make sure that was understood. This wasn't something we could have negotiated for or demanded, but if John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, as I recall, this is something that was voluntarily put forth by the ski company, probably as a means of assuring the community that their intentions were clear about what they wanted to do with Pandora expansion. I don't know if Tom wants to say anything about that, or anyone else, if I'm misspeaking here, but thank you.
Did you want to answer that, John or Tom?
No, Greg's not misspeaking at all. It's a voluntary donation from the ski company to the county of this interest in property, which is expressed as a covenant that restricts certain future development.
And I'll just add to that, indeed, that's embedded in the original approval ordinance, that this is a voluntary covenant. And I'd just like to specifically thank you all for your kind cooperation in getting this to the finish line, especially to John and Suzanne. They've been great to work with, so thank you.
I'll just make a couple of comments. As you no doubt painfully recall, I was not in favor of Pandora. But I did feel that it would be disingenuous with this offer from SkiCo to give them a no vote. So it was, as you know, a hard decision for me, but I'm certainly in support of this ordinance. And if there are no further comments, I'll look for a motion to approve the ordinance accepting the covenant for the Pandora area and the Richmond Ridge Rural and Resort and Remote Properties.
I will be glad to make that motion, or to second it.
Okay, so the first from Greg and a second from Steve. Any more comments? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
So the ordinance passes 4-0. And thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
See you, Tom.
I'll text Patty and let her know that we're ready to move on.
Brian's on the video.
Okay, I'm trying to get there. Have to get past all the Ski-Co stuff.
It's page 82.
82. Okay, so the next item on our agenda. There she is.
Only got first page of this read. Okay, moving on. Our next item is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement with the United States Department of Transportation for, how does anybody know how to pronounce this? VOLP? Or VOLP? It's a Transportation System Center for completion of the Maroon Bells Comprehensive Recreation Management Plan. And I think Mr. Pettit, do you know how to pronounce that, Brian?
Yes, it is Volpe.
Volpe, very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, named after John Volpe, who was a governor of Massachusetts and a secretary of transportation in the 60s.
Well, thank you. That clears that right up for me. So Brian, please, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, thank you. And this would allow the county to engage in an IGA in order to complete a comprehensive recreational master plan for the Maroon Bells scenic area. We have a consortium of agencies that are in support of this financially. The board considered a supplemental request the first quarter of this year and approved it. Those agencies are RAFTA, the City of Aspen, ACRA, the Skiing Company, and the U.S. Forest Service. By signing this IGA, the comprehensive recreational master plan would be completed over, we hope, 18 months, but certainly within 2 years for the Maroon Bells scenic area. That area is seeing unprecedented use these days, and we need to reconsider how we're allowing people to access the bells and what they're allowed to do when they're there. That would be the intent of this master plan. There would be extensive public process involved, and Volpe would be taking the lead to facilitate the group. And I've worked with them for about 5 years now. They do a remarkably good job in facilitating master planning efforts. So the IGA just puts it into place, and rather than have all the rest of the governments go through their own process, we'll just go through it once through the county.
Great, thank you. Does the board have questions for Brian?
Yeah, I do.
Francie, please.
Hi, Brian. I have a question about the comments that we've received from residents up Castle Creek. And I'm wondering if we have a way of sort of monitoring what the effect, in fact, will be up Castle Creek, maybe, I don't know, car counters, or do we have anything in place, and where can we go with this?
Yeah, and so we do count cars on all the county roads annually, usually twice annually. I think you might be thinking about the bicycle reservation system that we've talked about. That's where we really heard from the Castle Creek residents who were concerned about bicycles diverting onto Castle Creek Road. That is really separate from this recreational master plan. The recreational master plan really looks at the broad uses of the Maroon Bells scenic area. So
Okay,
those are really two different issues.
Great, thank you.
Okay, good question though, because we did have a lot of comments that came forward. Greg, please.
Yeah, great. I had a similar question, and I was just wondering how far down the road does this study work? Does it go all the way down to the Forest Service gate, or all the way down to the closure gate, or to the TLAC 7, or what area is really included in this?
It's a great question. The steering committee actually wrestled over this last month, and the decision was to go all the way to the roundabout, because that traffic up Maroon Creek Road impacts everything along that corridor, and we thought it was a good idea to look at the corridor in whole, rather than just from the Forest Service gate.
Okay, so the Volpe study actually does include all the way from the roundabout to the Bells parking lot, and then beyond, I guess, into the wilderness area as well, or is it just this transportation and immediate walking areas, things like that?
Yeah, from the roundabout to the Bells parking area and beyond. It's for the whole use of that scenic area that is Maroon Bells. That's why it's such a comprehensive plan and takes a couple years to complete. there's a lot of people that are interested in how that area is being used.
Great. If I could, just a little bit, top of Pearl Pass or West Maroon Pass even, or Gothic, like how far does this go? Because there's a traffic problem all the way to Gothic.
Exactly. This is just the, I guess, the Aspen side of the Maroon Bell scenic area. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so that would be to the north side of, or east side of West Maroon Pass, perhaps. Is it even that far up the valley? Just that trail all the way to the top of West Maroon through the wetlands just gets hammered. And so I'm hoping if they are indeed studying this and human mobility and transportation or foot traffic in there, I hope the scope includes the paths that go up through the wetlands all the way toward the base of West Maroon on this side. Just wondering, because it would make sense to me, but wasn't sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Kelly, please.
Thank you. I do wonder if it makes sense to explore interest with Gunnison County about what's happening as they touch this. I mean, I had a conversation with the chair of the commissioners, Jonathan Houck over there, who said that they're watching what's happening in the Maroon Bells. They get updates about the fee proposals, et cetera. So if it doesn't make sense to expand it, but if we're just going to make recommendations that end up pushing things over there, it might make sense to bring them in at some point, because they are watching and they do have interest.
It's a great idea, and I'll bring it to the steering committee and add them to the list so they can kind of monitor what's going on. But so we can do that, Kelly. I think it's a good idea.
That's a great idea. Steve, please.
Brian, does this have anything to do with the management and operation of the raft bus system? And I'm specifically thinking of the hikers who show up without a reservation on the bus. They'll show up at Maroon Lake having hiked over from, the Crested Butte side oftentimes, or they'll come over from Snowmass Lake and end up there. So does this address the issues that are happening because of that, or is that just a raft management decision to be made there?
No, that it would be included in this planning effort. So however anyone's getting up that Maroon Valley or out from the Four Mountain Pass would be involved in this master planning effort. So RAFTA is part of the group. Dan is part of the steering committee, Dan Blankenship, and that issue you're bringing up would be part of this plan.
Okay, great. Francie, please.
Brian, so will this study then inform the bicycle decisions, or are they just completely separate? Are we going to go ahead with the bike proposal, or how are they related?
So, yeah, good question. The 26th of this month, I'll be bringing the plan for how do we handle bicycles on Maroon Creek Road this year. I think that this, our effort to take care of the bicycle problem on Maroon Creek Road this year will actually inform this comprehensive recreational master plan.
The other way around.
So that's how that would roll out, because this will be a big learning opportunity for us in 2022. And whatever data we collect, that would certainly inform the master plan moving forward.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thanks. That's a good clarification. Any other questions from the board? So this is set for second reading public hearing on the 27th. I would need a motion to move this forward.
So moved.
I got a motion?
Oh, second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further comment or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye.
Thanks, Brian. And the
Thank
next
you.
item, we have the Assistant or Deputy County Manager, Rich Engelhardt. Thank you, Rich, for being here.
You are more than
I think
welcome.
you're on the. I think you're in the next two. Yes.
Excuse me, Patty, I just wanted to throw one last thing at Brian. If anybody's tried, regarding the Maroon Bells, if anybody's tried to get a reservation for either a bus ride or a parking space up there, it was remarkable. I think they all sold out within a few hours. Maybe, it was almost impossible to get anything in the full summer season. So I'm hoping Volpe's looking at that as well, because if you wanted to go visit the Maroon Bells this summer, it's as we're all discovering, it's hard. It's hard to get a bus. It's hard to get parking. It's hard to get in there. So that'll be part of the conversation. And I apologize I didn't get to that sooner.
Well,
No, Greg, and if I can respond, yes, it has surpassed all estimations of the reservations that have been completed to date. And hopefully I can bring that data to the board on the 26th when we talk about the bike program.
that would be great, Brian, because I think we also want to look at where they bought in blocks. Remember, we had a concern, and maybe that's one of the reasons they sold out so quickly, as a lot of the concierges were planning ahead and buying blocks, and we wanted to try and avoid that. So that would be something worth looking into when that comes back. Thank you, Brian. Thanks, Greg, for bringing that up. All right, so we are moving to Rich. Please, sir.
All right, thank you. Board, I've got my coffee-stained paperwork here for you. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. I'm here to talk about conveyance of a property. So this is going to be board consideration for setting second public hearing for an ordinance approving the conveyance of 217 Overlook Ridge in Carbondale, and then authorizing the execution of the necessary documents. Taking a step back, this is a house that was purchased by one of our employees in our deed restricted program a while back. Is no longer with us. The county took the first right to go ahead and purchase that property. So on March 11th, we bought the property from the employee, and then put it out on the open market. In fact, Sally Sheetman, do you have her shown to be able to bring her over?
I didn't see her.
You don't see her on there, huh?
I'm here, but I'm just driving, so it wouldn't let me, you wouldn't let you see me, but I'm pulling over.
Okay, so Sally Sheetman, who is our broker of record, put this out on the market, did a market analysis for it. We put it out, and within 3 days, we had 4 different people offering. We took our first one. And then we had the inspection done on the unit. There was an objection to a few items on there, and after talking with legal counsel, ourselves and Sally, we rejected those and just sent it back to the current, or the first proposer to purchase this, and they since have just pulled that objection. So that's why you had a second document in your form of a backup offer, just in case things didn't work out there. So we're back on track. The original owner who is looking at purchasing this, and it's listed in your ordinance, is in place to take this forward. So this would be executing the sale of that property and setting it for a second hearing.
Any questions from the board? What confused me at first was the Carbondale address,
Yeah,
because it's actually Shadow Rock.
Shadow Rock, it's in Willits, yes.
Which is in
yeah.
Willits.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it gets so confusing, that part of the valley. If you're Basalt, are you Eagle, Pitkin, Garfield counties? And yeah, so I didn't realize that far up was still Carbondale. I thought it would be more of a Basalt, but
Basalt, yeah.
apparently it's not. Okay, thanks.
You bet.
It's technically a Carbondale address, as is Blue Lake, for example, and it's on the same side of the highway as Blue Lake.
Right.
But yes, it's much closer to Basalt and Willits than it is to Carbondale.
Right. So I had to research that a little because I was kind of confused, but thank you.
You bet.
Francie.
So just to clarify, Rich, so the proceeds from the sale will go directly into our housing program, correct?
That's right, Francie. In this way, then enables us to offer that to more employees or the community at large as part of our program. So
So it goes into the deed restricted pot of money.
it goes into the housing pot.
Right.
So
If we
it
can
could be
find
used to
any
help with
houses.
some of Phillips, where,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just part of housing. It has to be housing related.
If there's any houses for sale in
If
here.
there are, yes.
Kelly.
Well, that begs my question. I mean, $850,000 is quite a sum to make off of the sale, if my math is right. But do we not have interest in our employee base for a 3-bedroom in Willits?
No, we did put that out and surveyed it. Jody, who kind of runs our program, kind of had an idea of what was out there for us. This one just didn't meet that criteria. We did talk to a couple of employees early on. It's just out of there. I mean, it was a little bit higher than what they were willing to go. Mm-hmm. And the need for 3 bedrooms certainly we have a smaller pool for that. But The other consideration in this is a really high homeowners dues in this area here. So if we took it on and rented it, that was going to be a challenge for us as well. So
Okay, thanks, Rich.
you bet.
Okay, great. So, do I have is this a public hearing on this one?
Yes.
First
So I'm gonna open this up for a
Oh,
public
I'm sorry,
hearing.
this is,
Oh, no, yeah,
this
this
is
is a first
is a
reading,
first
set for
reading.
public hearing on
Yes.
the 27th.
yes.
Okay, we have public hearing day here before us, so keeping that open. So I need a motion to move this forward to the 27th of April.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further comment or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you,
So,
board.
Rich, you're here for the next item, but first, this is an individual consideration, and this is a public hearing, second reading. I am going to call a special meeting to convene the Board of County Commissioners as the Board of the Aspen Ambulance District.
So moved.
The item is, no, we don't have to have a motion for that. Just to adjourn, I'm gonna keep you on the hook for adjournment. This is an item, an ordinance of the Board of Commissioners approving an agreement with Aspen Valley Hospital District to buy out the ground lease and conveyance of the ambulance facility. And we've been talking about this for quite some time now.
Quite some time, yes, we have. Well, thank you, Board. Again, Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. I've got Steve Selby here
Hi.
from the hospital district. So this was presented to you 2 weeks ago. This is a second reading on an ordinance that is going to consider the agreement between the Aspen Ambulance District and Aspen Valley Hospital District to buy out the ground lease and conveyance of the Aspen, or the ambulance facility. And again, this has to do with a lease that was formed almost 50 years ago, that was set to expire in 2045. And so there were 23 years remaining on that lease. And so Aspen Valley Hospital District proposed to buy out the remaining ground lease in exchange for relinquishing the claim of that building and all the facilities and fixtures, furniture and fixtures that go with that. So in doing so, there was a rate that was established, utilizing the rate that we normally pay right now for our communication center in that building. So there's a set rate on the square footage that we pay. So that's how it was based, and that escalates every year. So it's a current rate. We had to discount it though because of some of the challenges with the building itself, which made sense. There's some roof repairs, HVAC, the back deck, and the interior certainly is worn down itself, so it was discounted. Plus, there was if you were going to turn it into a usable facility, say for the general public, there's a lack of ADA accessibility. There would have been a need for additional parking, and there are some drainage issues, I believe, with the sewer and the wastewater on there. So. And then I think I told you last time a gutter fell off, and Steve said just pull it down and we'll discount from the price and we'll fix it later. So, but with that, I believe this is a really a good relationship. We appreciate the hospital district and working through this, and I believe you could certainly ask Steve kind of what their plans are for the future for the building. But I believe the ambulance district doing a great job in making this happen. We appreciate it. So.
Great. The board have any comments, questions? Steve, please.
So I think I understand that the hospital is going to use it for housing for physicians who are coming temporarily. Currently, they are staying at other housing in locations in Aspen.
Yes.
And so then are you going to be able to use those locations for employee housing for your regular employees of the hospital?
Well, the ambulance facility will be used by all different employees. So we'll have technicians, nurses, doctors, whoever's on call and needs to be in a quick response time to the hospital will be utilizing that. And then the units that we currently use, we will probably turn into longer-term housing for our employees.
Okay, so this in effect is kind of developing new employee housing.
It is. Yes, it will increase our inventory.
In kind of a roundabout way, but then I think it's good because it puts the people there who are on call just walking across the street and they're in the hospital. They can be there really quickly when they're needed at the hospital.
Yes.
So that I think this is a win-win-win for everybody.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? This is a public hearing, I do believe. So I'm going to open this up to any members of the public wishing to speak on this item. I'm seeing nobody in the room. Do we have anybody online? And if you would like to, if anybody is online and would like to speak on this item, you need to do *6 to raise your hand. And for some reason, my thing is not pulling up. So are you seeing anybody, Michaela?
No one is raising their hand yet.
Okay, we'll give everybody a few minutes. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the board for a motion.
I make a motion to accept the ordinance, or are we moving it on, or actually?
We are, this is it. We're going to accept it.
Okay, accepting the ordinance on behalf of the Aspen Ambulance District, an agreement allowing the Aspen Valley Hospital District to buy out the ground lease of the Aspen Ambulance District.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion in a couple of seconds, so we're looking good. Any further comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
So would you please pass on our thanks to Dave Ressler, too?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn as the board of the ambulance district.
So moved.
Oh, so moved.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take the second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, we are now back convened as the Board of County Commissioners. Okay, and our next item on our agenda is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners providing supplemental appropriations to the 2022 budget and amending the 2022 budget for 2021 carryover projects. And we have Ann Driggers here from Finance to help us through this. Thank you, Ann.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ann Driggers, Finance Director, standing in for Connie Baker, Budget Director, who is deservedly on vacation right now. And I have a little imposter syndrome right here because I know she's probably done an incredible job giving you, in the first reading, a great overview and probably in quite some detail of what is a large budget supplemental. This budget supplemental is required to carry forward budget items from the 2021 budget into the 2022 budget. And there are 4 different types of items. The first is multi-year projects. Those are, for example, the courthouse improvements, for instance. State statute requires one to budget the full cost of a project in the first year, the year in which you start it, to ensure that you have sufficient funds to finish that project. So we will have budgeted the entire item in 2021, but we need to finish the project, expend it in 2022. So that's an example of a multi-year project that has to be carried forward. One-time projects are those that were budgeted in 2021, but for various reasons, the timing shifted, or they were not able to get going in the original time frame. Replacement schedule items also budgeted in the carry forward as equipment and so forth might have been deferred from 2021 to 2022. And then the final type of carry forwards are where we have dedicated revenues. So revenues that we've already received, the expenditures take place in a different year, and so we have to carry forward those items to match up the revenues and the expenditures. As you can see, there are a lot of different items, but we've been through them in quite some detail, I believe. So the end result is a recommendation from staff to carry forward an increase in the 2022 budget of $6,529,695.
Okay. So, do we have any questions from the board? Francie, please.
I just have a question about the bottom line, because we had some increases also. So are we just approving both the increases and the decreases at one time? Because it says 6,301,467 and, so,
Well, we need to, basically that's the expenditure less the revenue. Connie has provided that number just so you know what the net increase is. But we need to approve the expenditure amounts.
Okay.
Because we have to do the approval of the full appropriation.
alrighty, thanks,
Which
Ann.
is the 6.5 million
Okay.
But we did have some revenue increases
as well.
of the
Yeah.
200 and something thousand.
Right.
Okay.
Great, thanks, good question. Any other questions from the board? This is a public hearing. I'm going to open this item on our agenda for the public to comment. If there's any members of the public wishing to comment, please do *6 to raise your hand. And we've posted here the public comment phone numbers and the information about our Zoom meeting. I see no members of the public in the room wishing to comment on this item. So we'll give everybody who might be calling in or on Zoom to take a few minutes to raise their hand. And because it takes a little time for the information to get transported out to people that are not in the room. Seeing no hands jumping up at us, right, McCullough? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for comments and questions and hopefully a motion. Steve, please.
I do have one question. Are some of these items carried forward year after year after year if a project is kind of stalled, or do they usually get finished up kind of the next year?
Well, one hopes that they get finished up soon and that they don't get carried forward over and over again. However, for example, I think the very first item on the list, which is the Pitkin Iron Septic contribution, is something that has been carried forward several times, but we understand that this year it is actually they are in a place where they're actually going to be able to expend it. So hopefully that will be the last one. But for the most part, if they're one items, then they're, open space and trails have a lot, and it's very, difficult, especially in this market, to get construction and move forward with projects. So hopefully there'll be a different bunch of projects in next year's list of carry forwards.
Kind of a corollary to that, if a project just, it's realized that this project's never going to be finished or the money's not going to be spent, is there a process then where the money is put back in the original fund from where it came from?
Absolutely. So the process is Connie will actually go out and meet with each of the department heads and go through the projects. And so it's very much they're initiating what projects they want carried forward rather than being automatically carried forward without consideration of whether they're going to be implemented. So I would say this is a proactive list of things that people have identified that they are going to do in 2022.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, so did I get I don't think I got a motion.
No, would you like me to make one?
That would be terrific.
All
Thank
right,
you.
I'll make a motion to approve on second reading resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2022 budget and amending the 2022 budget for 2021 carryover projects.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and I have a second, and I believe I did close the public hearing, so I want to make sure that's done, and I'm going to bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Great, thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Ann.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ann.
Thanks, Ann.
Ann. Moving along, the next is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing acquisition of a portion of the Vaughn parcel. And I believe we have Paul Hosing here today to answer questions and present this item for Dale Will.
Yeah.
So, Paul, welcome. You're going to put up a map, I have a feeling.
I sure am. My name is Paul Holsinger. I work for Open Space and Trails, and I'll pull up a map. I'll do my best.
Paul, do you know there's a picture of you playing a ukulele in the Mountain Parent Spring
I did.
Edition?
It's a mandolin.
Oh, okay.
To be clear.
Okay,
Yes,
please.
I was sure happy to
I
see
thought we were
that.
going to show that on the screen just to,
Yeah, let me pull that up real
just to
quick.
top that off. It never hurts to have a little sense of humor at these meetings.
No,
that's
I was
for sure.
really I was
You and
excited
Dale
to
jam
see.
out?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Me and the kids. So I have the map up here. Open Space and Trails and Dale has been working with Brent and Vaughn to purchase this piece of property. It's 35 acres just north of the Rio Grande Trail. I'll navigate here. Yeah, you can see here. It's sandwiched right in between two other really important open spaces. This is labeled Beone Gulch, but it's the Beone Gulch part of Lazy Glen open space. And then on this side, we have the Wheatley open space. And just to orient you, this is the old Snowmass Conoco right there in the canyon. Like I said, Dale's been working with Brenton to acquire this piece of property. The price is $57,500. It's probably the cheapest purchase we'll make in a long time. But we were happy to work with him and get that. They just don't have a use for that hillside, and we thought it'd be great to put it together with our open space and extend that public protection all the way down to the Rio. It's essentially the same thing we did with this Beone Gulch purchase. We worked with the Johns, who live right here, to purchase everything that they weren't using up the hill. We don't have any proposed trails or infrastructure on this, and it also has this really cool flume that I know you all talked about last time. And I told Dale that I would bring the picture so everybody could see it, because I know it was
with the train backing up down the train track?
Exactly. So I'll bring that up, and then I'll take any questions you all. Got it.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, so if you have any questions, nothing has changed since last time. Dale brought this forward. It was unanimously approved by the Open Space Board, 5-0. So.
Great. Any questions from the board before I open the public? Steve, please.
I have two questions. One, our family has been puzzled by the Arciero Trailhead parking lot area. Where did that name come from? Was that the name of the people who owned the land?
Yeah, I won't go back to the map, but that whole stretch there was owned by the Arcieros.
And they're not the people who own it now who are selling it. It's the bonds now selling it to us.
Yeah, you know, the folks on the upstream side was Keith Hefner, and he bought it from Arciero. The Vaughn's bought from Arciero, sort of open space. But yeah, we bought that trail corridor before we had the Rio Grande Trail, and got that parking lot and a river access with easements along the river for recreation as well. Back in the 90s, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that solves that mystery for us. So I'll tell Molly.
Yeah.
Second question, this adjoins BLM land there, and I'm not sure what the management plan is for the BLM land there, but just a thought that our management plan for the Vaughn open space should probably take into account what the BLM management is on their piece, as well as our two adjoining other open space parcels, to make a cohesive unit of all of that land there.
Yeah, I think Open Space's thinking is that we'll treat this as kind of how we treat our backcountry parcels. You know, when it's right adjacent to a public lands, we'll manage it in the same way. I don't think we need to do anything with public access. We have what we call, I think, unimproved public access through Beone Gulch. There's also a trail on the other side at Wheatley Gulch. So this is just a hillside that's just going to be protected for. But yeah.
And it does have a significant utility easement across it for those electric lines.
It most certainly does.
So we'll have to allow access to keep those improved and to make sure we have fire mitigation underneath them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly?
Does this match up with where the Biodiversity Initiative pointed out spots for wildlife crossings?
I don't know.
Do you know? I mean, we
I don't know
haven't
the
like
answer to
got
that.
our hands on those maps yet.
Yeah, I know they were looking at Lazy Glen.
Okay.
some area over there. And I know I did talk to Curtis just a month ago, Curtis Tesh, the CPW officer in the area. He was looking upstream, but not exactly in this spot.
Okay.
I mean, obviously they come across
Yeah.
wherever they are.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions from the board? This is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up to members of the public. This item is the county open space purchase of a portion of the Vaughn parcel, which is in the Lazy Glen area, kind of across from the Snowmass Conoco as it enters into Snowmass Canyon. Take nobody in the room. Are there any members of the public online? We have posted the phone numbers and contact information. *6 to raise your hand if you wish to comment. Give everybody a few minutes. So this is our little downtime, our little. Seeing no members of the public who wish to comment, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve on second reading an ordinance of the BOCC authorizing acquisition of a portion of the Vaughn parcel.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And I wish to thank Mr. Vaughn for bringing this forward for open space purchase. This is a great acquisition because it ties in our other open spaces along that corridor and across the bike path to the Lazy Glen parcel. Steve, did you have something you?
Yeah, final comment. I really appreciate this acquisition. When people up Snowmass and Capitol Creek go to Highway 82, this is what they're looking at right across the highway when we come down Snowmass Creek Road. So I see that view all the time, and I used to see the flume up there years ago that is no longer there, but you can still see traces of where the flume was.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, I am going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let Dale know we thank him too for his efforts to get this done. Next item is individual consideration items. This is an emergency ordinance confirmatory reading and public hearing. This is regarding approval of a purchase of condominium unit 417EF5, Building F, Pitkin Park Place condominiums. And I think Phyllis is going to be presenting this. Phyllis, hello.
Hello, Phyllis Mattice, Deputy County Manager.
Yeah.
This is a property that will go into the county's housing inventory. It will be occupied by community members. It'll stay that. The lease that you approved on first reading earlier are the folks that are living in there now. So we're going through the process of getting that lease completed and having them go through the APTA process and all that. So we're excited to be able to have this property come to us. It was offered at a great rate, considering housing costs in our valley, and to have one at the ABC that's close, it's just a really good investment. And then the revenues that you get from selling other properties and goes into the housing fund will hopefully we'll find other properties to be able to purchase. And we're and it's great. The owner, the current owner, Todd Haberman, came to us with the offer. So if people have units that they're interested in maintaining as community housing, we now have a little bit more in funding.
Perfect. And I appreciate the extension of the existing lease to the current tenants, and then I think that ends the end of this year, I believe, and then we'll see if they want to stand and renegotiate. So I think that's perfect. Then they are workers in our community. We value their being able to stay in the community and live here. So, and I want to thank Todd. He's been a long time local, and for bringing this forward. I think this is huge, and we want to let other people know that we are willing to work with people who wish to do the same. So we're always open to trying to keep housing that's out there, bring it in for locals to live in, so and local employees. So are there any other questions for the board? This is a confirmatory reading public hearing. So I will open the public hearing on this item.
Had something.
What's that?
I think Greg may have had a question.
Greg, did
He
you have a
seemed like
question?
he
I
went
was
off.
just going to, if I could, I wanted to just a little bit more detail on what category, what's the, how does this fit into the mix? if you could give us a little bit more detail on that. And then also my personal thank you to Todd Haberman, who is a high school classmate. Actually, I've known him that long, but I haven't seen him probably since then. In a town this small, it's hard to imagine that, but haven't seen Todd in so many years. But it's really great that he's done this, and I want to thank him.
Sure. On the categories are calculated based on the total income of the residents that are there. So we don't establish a category for a unit. So based on the income of the two individuals there, their income then will determine what category, and that's how we rent it. So that the unit's not locked up in a category, it's available to be used, and then the rent is decided based on categories. So it's a little bit backwards of how APSHA categorizes their units. They categorize a unit, and then people have to qualify. For us, we qualify the rent based on their income.
Because we want to keep them in the unit at
Right.
this point.
So that's how the people that are there already get to stay, and it's only the rent that'll be established based on the categories.
I'm so glad you clarified that. I did not know that.
And that's what we do with all of our county-owned ones, so they're not a determined category in advance. It's based on who, we usually go through a lottery, and there's a whole process. So who needs the unit, who's been here the longest, however Jody does that magic and figures out the winner of a lottery, and then the rent's decided best on who won that lottery. So that makes more people eligible for the unit because it's not predetermined in an income category.
And do they have to work for the county?
On
just
some
in the
units,
county?
yes, but on this unit is a community unit. So we have quite a few community units that we just add into the availability. But it's calculated differently from APSHA. But APSHA does do the qualifying for us because we don't want to do all the financial pieces, which is great because we don't want to be in that business. We don't have the staff to be in that business, and they do, and they know it really well.
So, and this is to preserve our goal and further our goal of providing affordable workforce housing, which I think is laudable, and we appreciate those people that come forward and help us out.
Yep.
Okay, so public hearing. Do I see any members of the public in the room? No. Do we have any members of the public online, by phone? The numbers are posted on our screen. Again, give people a few minutes. *6 to raise your hand. Thank you, Michaela. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board, close the public hearing on this confirmatory reading. And I need a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve on confirmatory reading the emergency ordinance of the BOCC approving the purchase of condominium unit 417E F5, Building F in Picken Park Place condos.
I'll second.
I have a motion, I have a second. Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And please let
Thank
Todd
you.
know we really thank him.
I will.
Yeah. All right, moving along. It's 1:29. This is, could be rather lengthy. Does the board want to take 5?
Yes.
Do we need more than that, or 5's good? We're going to take just a 5-minute break, let the next applicant get set up. Thank you.
I'm at lunch, so I'm going to be eating.
Hi.
I got snacks.
John, could you help me open something in Adobe?
don't unmute.
As long as I have my support group. Our support system.
Yes, our support. Ooh, we're live.
Are we live? Oh, we're live. You need, from now on, Amy, you need to let me know when we go live, please. No, I was laughing at Leslie. So we are live, apparently, and I would thank you for letting me entertain everyone for a while. This is the Board of Pitkin County Commissioners' regular meeting. Today is April the 13th, 2022, and we are moving on to our land use public hearings. Our first item is the resolution approving the Highland Bavarian Ranch subdivision major amendment to detailed submission and final plat, activity envelope, and site plan review, special review, and GMQS exemption for a caretaker dwelling unit. This item was continued from March 9th. Thank you very much, because we had a short-term rental discussion that day, which we have after this. So I'm going to let Leslie Lamont, our staff person, take this over.
Okay.
All right.
So this is a two-step review. It started out at the P&Z. And Patty, as you noted, we continued the meeting to today. But it also gave the BOCC an opportunity to do a site visit and look at the story poles that were set up to locate the location of the relocated barns. So the BOCC did conduct a site visit on April 7th. The P&Z reviewed this application at their February 15th meeting, and the P&Z recommended approval to the BOCC of the proposed amendments, as well as recommending approval of the activity envelope and site plan on the ranch lot and GMQS exemption and special review for the CDU. The P&Z reso is in your packet, as well as all previous material that was presented to the P&Z is in your packet. So I know Glenn has much better graphics than I do, but I wanted to just kind of orient everybody to the property on here on the screen. So in 2019, the P&Z and BOCC looked at subdivision of this property, and it was determined at the time that Castle Creek Road did divide the property and created this parcel here. We now call it a lot, the Castle lot. And then this was kind of the fathering parcel with the existing development on it, which we are now calling the ranch lot. And then over here, the Mesa lot was created as part of that 2019 approval. And as I outlined in my memo, this subdivision created 2 additional lots. And as part of that 2019 approval, the Mesa property, an activity envelope, and site plan review was also approved for the Mesa property. As part of the 2019 approvals, a conservation easement was proposed on the Castle lot. That development right on the Castle lot, which was proposed to be sterilized by conservation easement, was transferred over to the Mesa lot. The historic Highland Bavarian Lodge, which sits on the property, as you all saw on April 7th, was to be designated, as well as the ski runs that are on the castle lot. A conservation easement was to be put on the ranch lot. And the historic designation carried several benefits that the BOCC at the time approved of. They approved of an additional free market home on the ranch lot, and then specified square footages to go with that free market home, specifically 5,750 above grade, 4,000 square feet below grade space, and a 750 square foot garage. All this was approved in 2019. Documents were prepared to perfect the subdivision, a subdivision plat, the historic designation covenant, conservation easements. In addition, a public trail was proposed on the castle lot to an overlook that would overlook the historic lodge. And those trail easements were to be recorded, as well as a trail easement along Conundrum Creek Road. The previous owners of the Coffey family were very upfront about the fact that they were going through this process and getting their property ready to sell. They sold the property before these documents were recorded. The new owners, Meredith Loring and her husband, Sammy, purchased the property and then wanted to kind of live on the property for a little while and figure out what to do with the property, understand what kind of approvals came with the property, and what they had to do to move forward. So last year, an application was submitted that was proposing a major amendment to detailed subdivision. As well, activity envelope and site plan review was required for the ranch lot. So that application included activity envelope and site plan review and special review GMQS exemption for a caretaker dwelling unit. I'm going to let Glenn dive into the details of this, but I want to just summarize for you what the changes are versus what is remaining as part of that previous approval. The applicants propose to maintain and expand the size of the conservation easements on the property. And Paul Holsinger is here today, who can help us explain the boundaries of those conservation easements, as well as Open Space and Trails recommendation. The applicants agree to provide the trail easement along Conundrum Creek Road. The applicants propose to eliminate the trail and the overlook on the castle lot. The applicants have produced a 15-minute documentary film about the Highland Bavarian Lodge and its importance within the Aspen ski history. And that film has been donated to the Aspen Historical Society. And yesterday, we emailed you the link to the film so you guys could look at the film, given your time constraint today. The applicants propose to construct and install a roadside interpretive sign about the lodge and the ski runs. The applicants have, with the oversight of our historic preservationists, started to remodel the lodge. And Meredith and Susanna Reed have worked very closely on this, and I believe Susanna Reed is listening in to today's meeting in case you have any questions for her. The applicants agree to historically designate the lodge, the bunkhouse, and the ski runs. They propose to maintain the previous activity envelope and site plan that was approved for the Mesa. And that also includes, there's a small area next to Conundrum Creek that, right here, that was proposed as part of the original activity envelope and site plan review for the Mesa, that is proposed to be left undeveloped and be like a picnic spot for the Mesa property. The applicants request to relocate the barns and add a greenhouse, a caretaker dwelling unit, and a gym in that barn complex, and have defined an activity envelope around the barn complex. This is an old map, so originally this area was to be carved out for the barn area,
And during P&Z review, the feedback that the applicants got from Open Space and Trails and neighbors, they have proposed to relocate the barns right in this area here. And I'm sure Glenn has a map to that effect. They are eliminating the ranch manager's unit, and therefore that caretaker dwelling unit in the barn will become the ranch manager's unit. They are proposing to link the bunkhouse to the historic lodge, and they would like to add a garage and then this kind of connector link to bring the bunkhouse connected to the lodge. And this was after careful deliberation with Susanna Reed and us about the location of the proposed second free market unit on the ranch lot and where that was in relation to the bunkhouse. And Susanna was concerned that the bunkhouse was going to be compromised by the new second home. And so this solution was created to move the bunkhouse closer to the lodge and link it to the lodge with the link and the garage. I think I already said the applicants are proposing to eliminate the trail and the overlook on the Castle Creek lot. And they're proposing to maintain the development right for the second unit on the ranch lot. And in order to accomplish all of that on the ranch lot, they're also requesting to transfer 784 square feet from the Mesa parcel to the ranch parcel. And in your packet, and attached to your packet, there was a chart that kind of looked at the 2019 approvals, what is proposed, and what the ultimate square footage for each of these lots is. Originally, in 2019, the applicant received a 10-year vested right, and this applicant would like to maintain that 10-year vested right. Before I turn this over to Glenn and Meredith, I want to bring your attention to several items. Open Space and Trails Board met on April 5th and provided comments. Those comments came too late for me to get in your packet, but I sent that to you last week, I think, or Monday maybe. And those comments primarily focus on a request to expand the size of the conservation easements. As you can see here, one thing that the Open Space and Trails Board is requesting is that this area down in here that's down along Castle Creek be included in the conservation easement, as well as the area on the Mesa property that is outside the previously approved activity envelope. And the Open Space and Trails Board, as you saw in your comments from them, they liked the trail, they liked the overlook, and they just felt they needed to make that comment to you. Joe Wells, who's a resident of Castle Creek, who is also kind of our connection to the Castle Creek Caucus, he also drafted a letter to you. He had, during the P&Z review, requested a trail easement to be dedicated along Castle Creek Road that could ultimately connect up with the other trail easements that you have further down Castle Creek. Open Space and Trails looked at that, and their initial reaction is that the right-of-way in this area is large enough to accommodate a bike lane without an easement. And then finally, in an effort to preserve the historic views of the lodge, Susanna Reed has created kind of a no evergreen zone. And that no evergreen zone is proposed in the area where the driveway will come off of Castle. Right now, the road comes off Castle Creek Road, the existing driveway, but they're proposing a new alignment that will come down and access the lodge, the location of the new home, and then peel off to the barns. And in an effort to preserve the views of the lodge from Castle Creek Road, Susanna has created a no evergreen zone. And currently, the landscape plan as proposed by the applicant's team still shows some evergreens in that no evergreen zone. So it's our recommendation that that no evergreen zone gets put on the activity envelope and site plan for the ranch lot, so we can make sure that the views of the lodge are preserved from Castle Creek Road to the greatest extent possible.
Anything else?
That's it.
Does the board have any
So
questions
far.
for Leslie before we move to Glenn? Greg, are you good?
Yeah, Leslie, thank you. Thanks, Patty. My question would be, really, my concern is that we're not really going to have a view of that lodge unless you might catch a glimpse of it driving by only in the summertime, which kind of defeats a lot of the purpose of the historic designations and the work that was done in advance for the first approval, which I recall putting a lot of effort into on ComDev's part and on the part of the Coffees and everyone else to establish a great working agreement. So my question is, have we just lost the view of the lodge here? I'm glad that the evergreens will go, but I'm just worried that, I feel like we threw the baby out with the bathwater here. And can you convince me that there's actually a view of the lodge worth fighting for here?
Really, one of the best views of the lodge is when you're coming down valley from Castle Creek Road. And you look at the lodge head on as you're coming down Castle Creek Road. And I think we saw that when we walked up the road and turned around and looked at the road. And there is the pullout on Castle Creek, and there still is, I think, with the interpretive sign and again, in the wintertime, I think there'll still be a good view of the lodge then. And then we do have the film that was produced before the lodge began its renovation, which is a nice look at the lodge. And certainly Glenn and Meredith can talk about that.
I did want to just say I did watch the film, and the film, if anything, underscores the value of having that high perspective out over the valley and the lodge. That view features prominently in the film, and I'm concerned that doesn't satisfy. It's not a replacement for what was originally approved. Thanks.
Any other question? Yeah, Francie.
Well, while we're on that topic, maybe it would be better after your presentation, Glenn, but I'm just wondering why, if we're talking about making sure that people driving on the road can see the house, why do we have to take away the trail easement for people to walk up and see the house if preserving a view of the house is so important? So if you want to answer that later, that's just one of my thoughts.
Yeah, and I'm going to just bring up, Glenn, for you, my concern about moving the driveway. I know there's some safety issues because the current driveway is slippery in spots. Well, my driveway in town is slippery in spots right now, but I don't have much of a driveway. But I'm just concerned about bringing the driveway down right in front of the lodge is going to impact the scenic view plane of the lodge. Rather, when it comes back around and wraps behind the lodge, the driveway is kind of not in your face in front of the lodge. So if you can just help me out with that. I think leaving it where it is would be better for the scenic value. We were so impressed with that first application. I remember the day the board passed it and how we really applauded the Coffey family for coming in and bringing us such a well-worked project, and we had actually done a site visit. So I can understand some of the changes being brought forward, but I think we need to preserve some of that history that the board was really, really passionate about during our first reading of this application in 2019. Yeah.
I share the concerns about the driveway also.
But I've kind of made a list here, Glenn, of things, and I'll make notes. So the items coming forward that I think the board will need to address as we move forward. I might have forgotten some, so please, between Leslie and Glenn and Meredith, you guys can make sure that we don't miss anything when we're moving forward. So any other questions before I allow Glenn to take the floor? Okay, Glenn, it's yours.
Thank you. So I hit share screen. What's that?
Click the PDF.
PDF.
Right there, yeah.
That one. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for getting me started. My name is Glenn Horn, and I represent Namu Ranch LLC, the owner of the Highland Ranch. Namu Ranch LLC is owned by Meredith Loring and her husband Sami Inkinen. Meredith and Sami bought this property from the Coffees in 2020. They're full-time local residents, and they have 2 little girls. They are renting a place in town, and they're very anxious to move to the lodge, which they're anticipating will happen next week. So the lodge is just about done and ready for the Loring Inkinen family to move in. I want to introduce members of our team that are here in case there are technical questions that come up. Sarah Oates, the attorney. Sarah Adams, the historic preservation planner and land use planner who worked with Hamilton Pevick in doing the documentary video. Sarah's also very familiar with the historic preservation considerations for the lodge. There's Dylan Johns, the architect, and Jen DeQualo, who's a landscape architect at DHM. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the history, but not a lot because you've seen the documentary video. I'm going to go into the 2019 land use approvals, explain the proposed changes, which Leslie's alluded to. In terms of the plan, Leslie covered a lot of it. You've got the ranch parcel here. I mean, that's the old Castle Creek parcel. It's on the east side of the road, 23 acres, separately developable. This is the ranch lot, which goes from the Castle Creek Road. It's to the west of Castle Creek Road and essentially goes to the creek. The Mesa lot here, and then this is the Conundrum parcel where there's going to be a picnic site. So what we've tried to do is preserve this historic resource of the Castle Creek Valley. This is a view that people see as you come up the narrow portion of the valley and you open up towards the ranch. You're looking at the ranch parcel. Here's a view also looking at the ranch parcel, looking up towards Ashcroft as you're traveling uphill on the road. This is a view along the road through the trees towards the lodge. These are the aspen trees. You can see in this area here, there's the driveway. We stood approximately right here on our site visit last week. This is a view looking up valley at the Castle Creek parcel on the east side of the road. This area right here is where there was a small avalanche that we saw when we were out there. And then this is a down valley view of the Castle Creek parcel. So, you know, it's really a special parcel, as you know, and it's important to people that are riding their bikes or driving by. We've tried to come up with a plan that meets the needs of the Loring Inkinen family. It's consistent with the 2003 master plan and recognizes the values of the Castle Creek residents and Pickens County residents. With that as an introduction, I want to let Meredith say a few words about why they bought the property, what her goals are for the property, and just so you can get to know her a little bit.
Great. Nice to see you again, Meredith.
Hi, nice to see everyone. Hi, I'm Meredith Loring. For those of you I haven't met, I appreciate your time today and in 2019 when you reviewed this originally, your time during the site visits, and all of the other time you've spent on this application. I moved here with my family a couple of years ago from San Francisco. As Glenn mentioned, I have 2 small girls. They go to school here full-time, and we're full-time residents. Being that we're full-time residents, our goals and needs were pretty different than the Coffey family, who we bought the parcel from in 2019. We plan to live on the property and use it full-time as our main property. Our goals for this property were first and foremost just to have a beautiful piece of property close to Aspen that was kind of a wild and undeveloped lot. We're very interested in preserving the property and in preserving the kind of scenic beauty on Castle Creek Road. And we've put more of the property in conservation easements, which is in line with our goals, and I think your goals as well, in this application. And we plan to use the property and the lodge in particular. So since we've purchased the property, we've been working really closely with Susanna Reed to preserve the lodge, and we've put a tremendous amount of money and effort into renovating that lodge and making it structurally sound and usable for our family. It was built on a rebel foundation and didn't really have any structural elements in it. We lifted the lodge up and dug underneath it to put in a regular foundation and put in all steel beams and everything you would need to make this lodge sound for the long term. And we're moving in next week, hopefully. We also want to have development rights for the Mesa lot. We don't have any plans for it currently, but we'd like to have that option. It was kind of on the table when we purchased the property, and we'd like to maintain that. And we'd also like to have the option to build a main house on the ranch property. We don't have any plans to do that at the moment, but we like the option in case our plans change in the future. And I think that's it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so moving on, what I want to do is address each one of the parcels individually so you can understand what considerations we had in going through the planning process. This is the Castle Creek parcel, and it's on the east side of the road on the west face of Aspen Mountain below Little Annie. And this is a constraint map. The area in red are slopes that are over 45%. The area that's kind of in the orange beige color are slopes over 30 to 45%. And everything else is less than 30% and theoretically could be developable based upon just slopes. But if you take a look a little closer, you can see there's a red line right here, and it won't surprise you that it demarks the severe avalanche zone, and this is right where we saw that slide. So then in blue, you've got the moderate avalanche zone, and here you see this beautiful meadow, and the only spot that you could really develop in the meadow would be right where the A is there. And keep in mind, this lot is separately developable. It's exempt from growth management. There could be a house in this location. It's a 23-acre site. There could be a second house in location B if you subdivided and went through growth management. That's not the plan. This portion of the parcel right here could be developed with an activity envelope and site plan review alone, no subdivision, no growth management. And it was the Coffey's idea, which Meredith and Sami concur with, that it would be great to conserve the Castle Creek parcel. They're proposing to put it in a conservation easement and move the development right across the road. There's a provision in the code that lets you do that when you have a constrained lot. So it would move across the road to the Mesa lot, which is on the other side of the creek and fortunately screened very well from Castle Creek Road. So this 5750 entitlement moves across to the Mesa lot. Now, when we went through the review, I'm sure you recall, when we went through the conceptual review, we were challenged with this issue of how do you get public visibility and accessibility of the lodge. And that was a recommendation of the condition of the board to come back with a proposal for that at detailed submission and final plat. And what we came up with was, the thinning of the trees and maintaining views from the road as the public accessibility plan for the lodge. And that was considered a detailed submission, and it wasn't really getting to where we wanted to be. And Steve came up with the idea of developing a trail from right here to the top of the overlook, which is where that hand is right there. That's the top of the old ski run. And so anyway, from this spot right here, there's a great view of the lodge. And I mean, this is the predicament we're in that you can see the lodge perfectly, and that's good for the public, but it presents a problem for people that are living there full time, and that there's a bird's eye view right into their backyard. And right from the get-go, that was Meredith's issue with the overlook trail. And I think that led to her reluctance to go ahead and sign all the approval documents that were approved by the county staff and ready to go when the coffees found a buyer. So anyway, we're saddled with the issue of how do we deal with this, because it's really a non-starter for Meredith and Sami to have an overlook that looks directly into their backyard. So what we came up with was the idea of this plaque, which was really an old idea, but I'm having trouble with this mouse, which seems to be squirrely. Okay.
Blame it on the mouse.
One more plus.
What's that?
One more plus. Click the plus button.
Which button?
The plus to make it bigger.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, the plus, yeah. But I'm just having this mouse is jumping around.
You've got a wild mouse.
Okay.
Do you want to try my mouse? You can also use the trackpad.
What's that?
Just use like the trackpad.
Oh, okay.
Right there. Yeah.
So anyway, this is the plaque. We worked on this plaque with Open Space and Trails, and we're proposing that we'll have the documentary video and this plaque, which will be on the road. We'll put it probably in this location, right? It would be placed right in this location in front of the gate, right about here on the side of the road. So when you come up the steep portion of the road and the valley opens up, the plaque would be there. And our thought is there'll be a QR code on the plaque so people could scan the code and go back home and watch the documentary video at their home when they get back. Or if there's ever cell service there, they could watch it right there on the road. And hopefully there will be sometime. So anyway, keeping in mind the views as you go up the road, the best views are probably on a bicycle at about 4 o'clock when you get past the driveways. You're going up the curves above Conundrum. That's really the best view of the road and it's of their lodge. And as Leslie said, when you're going down, you get a good view there, but you're usually going too fast. But if you're on your bicycle, you look over your right shoulder at about 4 o'clock is where you're going to get the best views, or you can get off your bike and take a look. So,
I just wanted to say something
Sure.
while he's turning the page. The reason that we went with the video and the placard was because, privacy is a big concern of ours, especially with 2 little girls, and having a bird's eye view to the front yard into the big window of our house, which is on there right now, and a swimming pond. And we were trying to think about how we could make this lodge and the history of it more accessible. And it felt like a video was the best way to do that, because not everyone could even hike up a trail or would want to hike up a trail that's outside of Aspen with hard parking and that's pretty steep. But we thought of video was something that kind of everyone, no matter who they are or how athletic they are, could kind of take in the history and really get an appreciation for it. And the placard is there, like Glenn said, probably for cyclists. You do get cell service right at that intersection, but it's the only spot where you get cell service up there right now. So that was the thinking behind the video and kind of doing away with the trail. I appreciate trails. I love going on trails, but I just didn't want people on an overlook looking at us as we use the front yard and the swimming pond.
Can I respond to that? Yeah, I totally understand that, Meredith. I mean, I appreciate our remoteness where I live as well. I would not like people walking across my property and looking down at my house. I just thought it was strange to cut down or not allow trees so we can see the house, but then not have a trail. But I see there's a difference in the actual view that you're talking about.
Well, our landscape plan actually does have evergreen trees, but that was the recommendation of Susanna Reed, was to make a no evergreen zone. I personally would like to say that I think there should be some evergreens interspersed in the way that they are in other parts of the Castle Creek Road. It's not mostly evergreen, it's just evergreens here and there. But I would like to maintain some portion of privacy on the parcel so that it's not just an open view plane from the road right into our living room. The new driveway, I know you don't like or may not like kind of the cut of it, but it does provide a straight view into the lodge, on the side of the lodge. So it doesn't look right into our front window, but you can see a unobscured view of the lodge with the new driveway.
With the new driveway?
With the new
Plan.
driveway.
So if you take a look at this graphic right here, once again, Castle Creek parcel on the east side of the road. Then you've got the ranch lot parcel, which is 35 acres, and it has a panhandle that goes up across the creek. You see where this panhandle is. That will be in a conservation easement. The Castle Creek parcel's in a conservation easement. The entire ranch parcel, with the exception of the activity envelopes, in the conservation easement. The Mesa parcel is about 23 acres in size, and that's the proposed subdivision. So the next slide shows the plan that was approved for the Mesa. This is an activity envelope and site plan that was approved for the Mesa in 2019. There are no changes at all. The house is located in a clear park. You can see the edge of the vegetation. The house is in that park. And we tested this site with story poles from Castle Creek Road, and it will be very difficult to see the house at all. And our landscape plan proposes additional trees in a gap right about in here, where we would add some fir trees. It's predominantly fir trees now, to reduce the visibility of a house on the Mesa when it's constructed. This is an existing ranch road that will provide access. There'll be a caretaker dwelling unit and an accessory structure, a barn, I think, but it'll be the choice of whoever ends up developing this property. This is not an agricultural use, so the barn will use residential floor area in this location. And then here is the conundrum parcel, which the county attorney has determined has merged with the property on the southeast side of Conundrum Creek Road, and we're proposing a picnic site here with a trail that goes to it. It's not in wetlands and it's not in riparian areas. The next slide shows you the activity envelope plan approved in 2019 by this board. And you'll recall back in 2019, there was no site plan for the ranch lot. It was just an activity envelope that established where things would go. And the thought was that the end user, who ends up being Meredith and Sami, will come up with an activity envelope and site plan for this area that is not encumbered by the proposed conservation easement. So if you look, this is the Highland Bavarian Lodge, and you can see there is an addition to it that the Coffey family put on that has been removed. It's sitting next to the lodge. It's 229 square feet, but it has been removed. This, where my hand is there, is the bunkhouse, and that will, in the proposal, be preserved and historically designated. The ranch manager's house is going to be eliminated and, as Leslie said, replaced by a CDU. The historic small cabin is right here. And then you've got the wood barn and the metal barn, which will, under our plan, be relocated. Here you've got the proposed larger view of the activity envelope and site plan for the ranch lot. And you can see the uses that I described. This is really a better way to look at it. And you've got the lodge. Then you have a link between the lodge and the relocated bunkhouse and a garage for the lodge. And this is where Sami and Meredith and their family intend to live in the foreseeable future. This is a new house that is one of the bonuses for the historic designation that could be constructed on the property. The existing barn right here, the metal barn, would be relocated over to this location. The wood barn, which is right here, would be relocated to here. The upstairs of the wood barn would be improved with a caretaker dwelling unit and a small gym. And then in this location is a proposed greenhouse. So there you have the activity envelope and site plan for the ranch lot. This slide shows yes.
Frank, I had other meetings in Denver when you guys did this site. So I'm sorry I couldn't miss this site visit. I did go on a prior site visit in 2019. The story poles that were erected, because I did drive by there, what did those correspond to on that layout?
Okay, I'll go
please?
back to that.
Thank you.
Okay, so the story poles were for the ridge line here of the metal barn and the corners. And they were, I believe, in orange. And then we had story poles for the greenhouse, which were right here, ridge line and corners. And then the ridge line and corners of the wood barn. They were in 3 separate colors.
Okay, thank you.
And what's the square between the greenhouse and the wood barn?
Oh, right here?
No, below that.
The white
That?
yeah.
Is that just parking or?
I think it's just a barnyard area. It could be for a garden. The
Okay.
vehicular turnaround would be in here. Meredith has 3 horses now, and they'll be on the site. Also, I should mention, we mentioned this on site, there's a great source of water for the ranch coming out of the Hope Mine, and Meredith has the rights to that water. And they've started the work of redeveloping the ditch system from the Hope Mine to the ranch. And the ranch meadows have not been irrigated for years, but it is Meredith's plan to irrigate those meadows and then allow the horses to graze in those meadows on the property. So I'm not aware of another property this high up in Castle Creek that has irrigated land. So it should make the pasture look really nice as you go by the ranch.
Just on the west side of the road?
Excuse me?
Just on the west side of the road?
Yes.
And Glenn, the gray that looks like the existing driveway that comes around, that comes all the way around the parcel?
Yeah, I'm going to do a slide
Okay.
and get in that discussion
Okay,
because I
great.
know that's
Thanks.
an issue for you.
Thanks.
Can I ask a question
Yeah,
about the
certainly.
water while we're
Yeah,
right
yeah.
here? Right
Sure.
And Greg's got a question too.
So the water, is it actually coming out of the mine? Is it have heavy metals in it? What's the quality of the water in the water right?
I don't know. Have you tested the water?
I think we have tested the water, and I don't know the exact content, but it was nothing alarming.
I think that should be part of the packet information, those water tests, because as we know, there was a remediation work done on the other side of Castle Creek Road as far as mine tailings, so
Yeah.
just to have that on record so we know.
Also, is the water right, what is the
Greg?
water right
I already said thanks.
adjudicated for? Is it for irrigation or is it for some other use?
I can't give you the specifics, but Paul Noto's looked at it for us, and we have the capability to irrigate the ranch lot with the water out of that in that water right.
And do you know the quantity of the water right?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but we have water rights both from the Hope Spring and we have from the creek. We have water rights, so we have sufficient water rights for actually all 3 lots to irrigate.
Okay, thank you.
And Greg had his hand up too.
Yeah, while you're on this page, Glenn, I see a second pond has been proposed. It looks pretty sizable. My concern is, when the Hope Mine Spring was running, if it ran freely to the river, it would be adding water to the river immediately. Now it looks like it's going to come through and irrigate, which is great. It's also going to sit in a pond, which means evaporation. I just want to make sure, has the water commissioner and has this been run by the proper permitting authorities regarding water and the use of this water? We're going into a drought. We see a lot of people putting in vanity ponds. That's honestly what this looks like. We're seeing evaporation, and I'm just wondering when we're going to come to our senses about that. And I'm really concerned about water use. As abundant as it seems right now, it may not always be that way. So I'd love to have that addressed and make sure that people in charge of permitting for things like that have been thoroughly consulted and you've got the proper paperwork in place.
Okay.
The response to that is Paul Noto, water attorney, is working with a water resource engineer on the requirements for that pond, and there'll be full application and approval from the state engineer before that pond is built. So, we're on that, and it's I know that it's a typical condition of approval that you can't pursue an earth moving permit for a pond like that without demonstrating the water rights to the building department and also submitting reports from water resource engineers. So we fully anticipate that, and it's all in the works.
So Leslie, you'll keep it, I think the board wouldn't want to be in the loop on that because the pond issues is coming to a state level as far as state legislation. So we want to be on top of that, especially we are trying to preserve the quantity of water in Castle Creek. Kelly, please.
In addition to other projects, earth moving permits did not allow aesthetic corridor.
It's a typical condition, so we're anticipating that. So this is the house in this slide, and here's an elevation of the house. As this is the elevation that's facing Castle Creek Road. This slide shows the tree removal that is going to occur on the site to develop this new house. The trees that will be removed are in red. We've inventoried those trees, and we're prepared to replant trees as necessary by the county code. You can see the tree removal right in this area for the new drive. This is the new drive. And as Meredith discussed, this is a spot where you're going to get very good views towards the lodge from the road because there's going to be a new drive where you'll get a view plane of the lodge, and these are the trees in red that will be removed. Now, with respect to tree placement, on this slide shows that there are going to be 70 aspen trees planted on the property. They're in a pattern that is shown in you can see the circle with a dot in front of it. Here, I'll try to, the circle, you see right here, a circle with a dot, those are the aspen trees. And then we've put in blue proposed fir trees. And you can see that there are not a lot of fir trees that are proposed in blue. There are none over by the lodge. We do have some fir trees proposed right in this area, but not in the view plane, this view plane through to the lodge.
Steve, please.
Question, when you say fir tree, do you mean conifer? Is it going to be fir and spruce trees both?
Yeah, they're conifers. They're going to be Douglas firs.
They're going to be Douglas fir?
Yeah.
And
so they are evergreens.
Okay.
Is that correct, Jen?
Yeah, so they're Douglas fir, and I think.
Wait, you can't speak unless you're out of mic because it doesn't get picked up.
Okay.
So if you want to.
Douglas.
Is it on? So they are Douglas fir, and then the other thing to note is that the hatch symbol in there too. We're trying to transplant as many of the aspen trees that we're removing as possible. It's good to kind of keep that same kind of species of aspen from that same location as much as we can, rather than bringing aspen trees that are from another kind of culture into this site.
Okay, and the reason I ask, I mean, I'm concerned about the, there's so many vectors that are killing trees right now, including fir trees, pine trees, spruce trees, all have things attacking them. So if you had more than one species of conifer, it would be a little bit more resilient maybe to resisting and without, I mean, I haven't looked at the landscaping plan that closely, but
Sure. So the reason we went with Douglas fir is that's sort of the natural, kind of the native tree that you would see mixed in sort of that aspen, kind of interspersed with aspen in an aspen grove area. Spruce trees aren't typically as kind of native associated with aspen trees in this area. So, we could expand that, but we were trying to sort of stick to what you would naturally see happening in this area of Castle Creek even.
okay. Well, I can tell you've thought it out, and that's good. I appreciate that.
Glenn, too, we need to touch on the surface of the driveway.
That's
So we did
next.
that. Okay, thanks.
So, this shows,
Perfect.
okay, so the area in blue is the new driveway. It's about 925 square feet of area. We think this is going to be road base and gravel. That's one of the recommendations of the staff. It's possible, and we would like the capability to do this, to have some paved surfaces right by the houses, right in the carport areas. But the proposal isn't to do that at this time, but we would like to reserve that right just to keep mud down. I've got it at my house, which is 2 miles above it, and it's nice right around the car to have a paved surface, just so you reduce the amount of mud you track into the house. In terms of this area that's shown in red, that's the driveway that's going to be removed or converted to a double track. That's about 1,200 square feet. This will change the look of this. We won't have a circuitous driveway. We're going to have this direct driveway through where we think we're going to have some views. And to show you an image, this is what we think the double track will look like in the summertime when it's redone. It's a beautiful shot. I hope it looks like that. And I think, with the grass there, it's very possible that it will.
Patty, Greg raised his hand.
Oh, sorry, Greg. Sorry, I was concentrating on grass here.
Yeah, right. So Glenn, could you go back and just describe that again? You said 925 square feet of driveway, which I think you meant 925 linear feet.
No,
you said 1,200 feet of the previous driveway. It's not square feet, it's linear feet. And then, so how wide are these driveways? So it's more than that. It's a substantial amount of new driveway.
It's 16 feet wide. What is the?
We did do linear feet.
Oh, it's in lineal feet. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's about 15,000 feet of new square footage of driveway. And then you still have the 2-track, which is going to be 1,200 times 16. Just want to make sure that's clear and people understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, but the point is, we're not trying to double the driveways. We're going to be removing a substantial amount of this driveway that's more visible than this one right now. So anyway, that's the statistics on that. And the next slide looks at, Leslie asked me to prepare this, and this is the existing residential area on the ranch lot. So you can see there's 6,695 square feet of floor area. 2,610 square feet are in the historic lodge, and you've got 1,654 in the bunkhouse, 1,854 in the ranch manager's house, which will be removed, the historic cabin at 334, a trash shed at 38, and a studio at 205. And as I pointed out earlier, this 2,610 figure for the lodge doesn't include the 229 square feet that's being removed. So that the actual size of the lodge is being reduced right now from what exists. The next slide shows a summary of what was done in 2019 in terms of the historic designation and the conservation and trail easements. The building and site features that were historically designated included the Highland Bavarian Lodge, the historic cabin, the bunkhouse, and the ski runs. Those were the 4 designations that were made. Now, specific benefits were awarded to the Coffey family at the time for that designation. There was, on the ranch lot, 1 additional free market unit that could be 57 square feet in floor area above grade, 4,000 square feet subgrade, and a 750 square foot garage. So that was in return for the historic designation of items 1, 2, and 3 above. In terms of the Mesa, there was an award of additional 7,500 square feet of floor area. The thought was 5,000 would go to the house with the remainder to a CDU and a barn. And that was a reward for the historic designation. Now, with respect to the Castle Creek conservation easement, that parcel, the Castle Creek parcel, was to be placed in a conservation easement, and the development right on the Castle Creek parcel was shifted across the street, across Castle Creek Road to the Mesa. So that's the base development right of 5750. So that's how the floor area was awarded based upon the commitments for the historic designation and the Castle Creek parcel conservation easement. There was a 10-year vested property right that was awarded to the property, and I think that was a combination for the historic designation, the conservation easement on the ranch lot and the Castle Creek parcel, the Conundrum Creek road trail easement, and the Overlook trail easement. And, you know, it's hard to say how the 10-year vested property right was awarded, but it's just a historic point. When we went through the conceptual review, the board awarded a 6-year vested property right to the project at conceptual approval. And after we went through detailed and final, I think partially in response to the Overlook trail easement, the board felt that it was appropriate to grant a 10-year vested property right. So you could view that Overlook trail easement as a reward for, as an offer on the part of the Coffey family in return for further extension of vested property rights for another 4 years. Anyway, I just point that out because that was the major difference between the conceptual approval and detailed and final. So the next slide shows you a comparison between what was approved in 2019 on the Mesa lot compared to what's being requested now. So you're looking at 13,250 square feet approved in 2019 on the Mesa lot versus our proposal now, which is to approve 12,466 square feet. 780 square feet of floor area would be eliminated on the Mesa lot but developed on the ranch lot. And if you look at how that would shake out, the house was approved at $10,750 in 2019. Under the current proposal, that house would be reduced by 784 square feet, or in the alternative, the accessory structure, which was approved at 1,500, would be reduced by 784 square feet. So that's the applicant's proposal for the Mesa lot now.
That's the extra house.
That's the one on the
The
upper-
house on the Mesa is the one that went from Castle Creek across.
No, yeah, I understand,
Okay.
but you're talking about not the Bavarian house, but the one that's back a little bit, the extra house that you're not talking about developing right
We're
away.
talking about a different lot, the
No.
lot that's behind Castle Creek.
On the other side of the creek up on the hill.
This is the Mesa, so it's across the creek up on a mesa above the creek to the west.
Okay.
So the next slide shows you what's proposed for the ranch lot. So this is all a little confusing, but in 2019, 17,000, I'll make that a little bigger for you.
It's all the same stuff that's captured in the spreadsheet.
Yes, it's just trying to make it a little more understandable. So there's a total of 17,978 square feet were approved on the ranch lot of residential floor area in 2019. And now we're proposing that there would be 18,762 square feet. And here are the differences. The historic lodge was approved for 3,393 square feet, and it's a little larger in this proposal, which would be 4,889. The differences are there's 1,465 square feet subgrade. There's a link to the bunkhouse of 418, a garage of 625, and the 229 square foot addition is going to be removed. So the thing is, the bunkhouse moves over and is linked to the historic lodge, and a garage is added. That's essentially what the change is.
So I noticed that you used the word linked, and is that like a?
It's a corridor.
Breezeway or maybe it's enclosed hallway?
Yeah, it's a hallway. And so you would walk from the lodge through a hallway, and there'd be a door into the garage, and then if you follow the hallway, you'll be in the bunkhouse.
Okay, I'm going to make a comment because it was my understanding when we did the approval in 2019, the reason that we were more comfortable with the square footage on the Mesa lot was because it wasn't going to be seen. We were very, very careful with that. Now we're taking, I know it's only 700 and something square feet, 784, and we're moving it down onto the ranch lot where it will be seen, or has a potential for being seen. And it's going to be seen around a historic building. And I'm concerned about that, we approved that significant square footage on the Mesa lot, again, because it wouldn't be impacting the scenic values. And now we're moving it down onto the ranch lot where I'm concerned about the scenic impact. And I know that Susanna Reed does a terrific job, but we have to, I think, keep in mind how that's going to impact the historic nature of the Bavarian Lodge.
Could I respond to that?
Sure.
I appreciate that. I also don't like huge mansions in the view plane. But one of our goals with the property was to kind of reduce the number of buildings on the property, because with the original plan, there's already 5 buildings there, and then you would add another house. That's a lot of buildings to have in that view plane, in my opinion. So one of our major goals was to consolidate the buildings so there weren't as many visible from the road. And so we thought it was a big win to be able to consolidate the historic buildings, and we worked really closely with Susanna Reed. But one thing that we're doing that would remove square footage from your kind of visibility on Castle Creek is we would destroy the ranch manager house, which is 2,000 square feet, right? It's almost 2,000 square feet. So in the final plan, that building would be entirely gone. So you would no longer have that extra building visible from the road because we're moving it into the barn. So you see fewer buildings in general and way less square footage in general with this plan versus the original.
Thanks for that explanation. I still am concerned about the
Yeah,
historic nature, but
Which
thank
is
you.
the, go
Now,
ahead.
what is the structure of the ranch house that you're going to be taking down?
It's not historic. Are you asking what it's made out of?
Mhm.
It's
a
made out of wood.
panel boat, isn't it?
It's made out of wood?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, what is the purpose of the wooden barn, other than maybe wanting to preserve it if it's nice looking? Is that the
We
purpose?
have animals up there. So right now I have 2 horses up there. We'll have more horses up there, but our horses live there. They've been there all winter.
Yeah.
And so we use it for the horses, for the tractor, the hay. Like, we actually use it for agricultural use.
But you have the big barn, and isn't the wooden barn small?
It is smaller, but that's where our horse stalls are. The
It is,
big
okay.
barn is more of a shed. And we use it to exercise the horses in the winter because there's so much snow up there.
Oh, you do? Okay.
And then just to house some of our tools, like snow blowing equipment and stuff like that, that would just get totally covered in
Okay.
snow.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, so getting to this second line, this is the removal of the ranch manager's house. It's a reduction from 1854 to 0. A utility shed is being added, and the space above the wood barn is there now. So from the outward appearances, there's just no loft there. There's going to be a loft in the barn with the caretaker unit and the gym. So it's like, as Meredith said, there'll be less buildings on the property.
So it's adding square footage technically, but then the footprint is still,
It's the
not
same.
increasing the footprint for
Yeah,
those.
that's correct.
Okay.
So if you look back here,
I just want to say one more thing because I understand your concern about the bunkhouse. The way the bunkhouse is situated now, I don't know if you got a chance to try to see it, but it's behind the caretaker unit. So it's actually not visible from any place on Castle Creek Road because the lodge obfuscates it from the front, and the caretaker unit, which is attached to it right now, obfuscates it from the side. So there's no visibility to the bunkhouse currently, and demolishing the caretaker unit and moving the bunkhouse forward would make it visible, especially through the driveway, for the first time really from Castle Creek Road.
The caretaker unit is the ranch managers.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the ranch manager.
so if you take a look at this, here's the lodge, and then the link is right here, link and garage to the bunkhouse. The bunkhouse is located here and is going to be relocated to here. And the ranch manager's house, which is adjacent to the bunkhouse, gets raised. This is the new house. Here's the wood barn with the caretaker unit above and the gym. And then this is the metal barn. They're located right here at this time. So that kind of gives you an overview.
Okay, I think we're good for now.
So we went through these benefits. In terms of a wrap up here, as you know, the Highlands Ranch is a special property. Our plan is considered the Castle Maroon Master Plan, avoids constrained areas. We think it complies with the scenic view protection. It's a conservation-minded conservative plan. It's not an aggressive development plan for this property. There could be a house on Castle Creek Road in a very visible spot, which we don't think would be consistent with the county's goals for the Castle Creek corridor. Potentially, there could be a subdivision with 2 or 3 houses on the ranch lot and possibly 2 on the Mesa lot. We're not pursuing that. There could potentially be, under an aggressive plan, 5 free market houses on the ranch, and that's not what we're looking at. Instead, the Loring Incan family is making the following commitments: designating the lodge, the cabin, the bunkhouse, and the ski slope to the historic register, preserving and enhancing the visual qualities of the land, preserving the Castle Creek parcel as open space, encumbering the Castle Creek parcel with a conservation easement, encumbering the ranch meadow with a conservation easement, restricting development forever to 3 free market units, prohibiting additional development, demolishing the free market ranch manager's dwelling unit and replacing it with a CDU, converting the historic cabin from a free market single-family dwelling unit to an accessory structure with bathing facilities, designing a historic interpretive sign and erecting it on Castle Creek Road with a QR code to link to the historic documentary video, and dedicating a 10-foot wide trail easement on the south side of Conundrum Creek Road. So that kind of summarizes the proposal. I know there's a lot of material there. We try to make it as concise as possible, but I can entertain questions, Meredith can, as well as Dylan, the architect, and the other members of our team.
I have a real quick question about the sign, the placard. It's my understanding it was going to be where that pullout is. It's not going to be on the road right away. If it's on the road right away, is that a county right away? Do we have permission from the county to put a placard there?
First off, the pullout you're talking about is in the county right away.
Okay.
And we're proposing it further down valley so that like when the valley first opens up and you see the ranch gate, so it's just past Conundrum.
The old gate.
We think that that's the best spot for the sign because you'll look at it, first off, most bikers stop right there because they're a little winded. Not most, but some bikers stop there. And it's a good place to take a break, have a snack. You could look at the sign, drink some water, and then proceed up the road. So that's where we're proposing the interpretive sign. And it's also right where you get the great view up.
Right, I understand that, but if people are in their cars, I'm not a bike rider, I'm
Right.
a car person. I don't want people stopping in the road to get out and look at a placard. So I understand, but I think it needs to be where the pull-out easement right away is, so people can pull out and see it, but it needs to be where people will see that it's there. I'm just concerned about public safety for bikers and for people in cars. If there's no place for them to safely get out of their car, we already have issues with bikes and cars and, conflicts on that road. So it needs to be in a place that's safe for the public. Steve?
Well, I would agree that there should be a car pull out where the placard is, wherever it's located.
Yeah.
I'm one who likes to stop at historical markers ahead. It's like, all right, put the blinker on. I want to see what happened there in 1872 or whatever. And it would be not safe, I think, if a car is sort of parked half on the driving lane, trying to read the placard or whatever. So
We need to be careful of public safety. So I would prefer, if we can ask the board as part of where we get at the end of this, but it's on my list. Steve, please, and then Francis.
I have a question about the Joe Wells' idea of the bike trail easement alongside Castle Creek Road. Now, I usually go there in the wintertime, so it looks different in the winter than in the summer. But you live up there, so you'd be the most familiar with it. If there ever is a bike trail developed all the way up there, which might or might not happen, but is there sufficient room, do you think, really, for having a nice bike lane? Or is it going to be sort of, we could tack a little bit on the pavement kind of a thing? What's your assessment, Glenn?
There are parts of Castle Creek Road where you could widen the road and maybe demarc, a lane, like similar to what the county did from the music school down, where you demarc a spot for the riders to be and widen the road a little bit. In many places, there's enough of a physical platform to do that. But in other places, it would be difficult, and you'd be looking at probably a cut on the uphill side, and on the downhill side, there's just not any surface to do it. So it's problematic, and I'm sure open space and trails could speak to it. When you get like in this section right around Castle Creek, where Highland Ranch is, there's a section where it could be done, where there's a platform, and then it gets problematic where there'd be, there's a drop-off to one side and there's a cut on the other side. And then once you get past the driveway to Highland Ranch and into the, what I call the conundrum curves, you really have a problem creating a physical platform for a bike lane, because that's where the big drop-offs are to the Hope Mine, and then the
I know
really,
about that big drop-off.
yeah, the really big ones.
I went there once.
Yeah.
Not on purpose.
I've pulled, I've found several people in the Hope Mine irrigation ditch in their cars and been the first one to get to them. And it was, one of them was Bill Koch, which led to the whole thing about guardrails up there. So anyway, it's...
Okay, if I could dig a little deeper into the trail thing, as I remember, and I mean, I was the one who came up with the idea of the trail up to the scenic place to view the historic ski run. The Coffees, there had been a proposal for a trail along Castle Creek down below the lodge, and the Coffees didn't want that. So then I came up with the idea of, well, instead of that, let's do a trail up there. So that trail was in lieu of a trail down along Castle Creek, if you recall.
I remember that, yes.
So I mean, I'm reluctant to give up a trail. That's why I'm inquiring about the bike trail as, you know, an alternative to that. If there is a platform or not, if there's not a platform that would be logical, then it makes it harder to do a separated bike trail from Castle Creek Road.
I would be fine. I would be happy to have a bike trail on Castle Creek and give the easement for that, but I think Open Space and Trail, they determined that the easement wasn't required by us because there's, the right-of-way is so wide. But I would be happy to give that.
Yeah, and I don't know how wide the county right-of-way is. That was a consideration.
It's 60 feet along the ranch.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if you want us to reserve some more easement, Meredith said she would do that.
You have a question about that, because Francie had her. I'll let Francie go.
Okay, well, that's something for us to think about anyhow.
Can Kelly tag on, Francie?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Guess it's not so bad to say, you get some reminders. I guess I'm wondering, I don't fully understand another component of Joe Wells's comments, which was, I thought, related to not just the widening of the road for road, but also a surface trail for horses, walkers. And I wasn't clear in order to connect other trail easements. So I guess I'm not totally clear on that component. Do you know what he's talking about?
I know that we're dedicating a trail along Conundrum Creek Road that will link to a dedication that was done by the Schweens, the Coffee's mom, in the 70s. So that would be along Conundrum Creek Road, and that's part of our proposal now. Another, gravel surface trail for walking and horses, I'm not sure, where that would go. Mm-hmm. And possibly Meredith would entertain it if it's along the road.
Could I ask Paul, do you know the background on that as far as?
Needs to come up to a mic.
What I read in Joe's letter was addressing also a surface trail that would be for walkers, knowing that road bikers are going to stay on the road. They're not going to use a paved trail next to the road, which we've all observed. So do you know what he's talking about with that?
I don't. We didn't discuss the addition of a trail easement along Capitol Creek Road in our staff meeting or board meeting when we deliver these comments, or feasibility of that. So we can certainly look at that.
I'm not crazy, right? I wasn't the only one that read that.
No, you're not crazy.
Okay.
We're not saying Joe's crazy either.
No, I just wasn't clear. Okay. Perhaps for further digging, I guess. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I think in the end, and if, because Meredith is willing, I'm always a believer when you have the opportunity to get an easement, even though it may not connect anything now, we are finding that easements we've gotten in the past are now connecting to easements we're getting currently and hopefully in the future. So I think reserving, because we don't have in front of us the road right away, the width, the slope, the surface area, it might be wise for us to accept the offer of some kind of trail easement along there if in the future it's needed. Doesn't mean we're going to go in and put a trail in just for this long. So it never hurts to put that on the record.
So I think we would want to just explore that a little bit, like which side of the road are we reserving and what makes most sense
Okay.
before we conclude any of this.
Greg, did you want to tag on to that? Because Francie's got her hand up patiently.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did want to tag on. There's a utility easement that runs along the west side of the road, all the way up through there. And as you may have noticed when we were there, Holy Cross had gone through and cut down a lot of trees off the side. So I know there's a fairly substantial utility easement along the edge of Castle Creek Road, which could perhaps, without much extra effort or intrusion into the privacy of the property, create something that would allow for a path next to the road, or a widened road perhaps in the future, which I think would be essential, and it would make me feel a lot better to have that as an option if we're going to lose the trail and the overlook, which I have to say, I wanted to get an idea from you on just how far that the road is from the lodge, and then how far that overlook would be in linear feet, about an equidistant from the road. It's pretty far away, and so I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about that as well. But if there's the potential of an easement through there, which would take more effort, more work, and you'd have to come back to this, I certainly would be interested in hearing about that.
Okay, great. And I know Kelly's going to tag back on.
I guess I would say so, Meredith, I had the pleasure of meeting your husband when I was mistakenly trespassing, thinking that the Overlook Trail had already been dedicated to the county and the coffee still owned it and everything after we made all of our approvals. So it came to, I think, all of our attention that sale went through before the recording of the prior agreements. And, I definitely grant Meredith, like you can see down onto their lawn, for sure. And it is a bird's eye kind of view of the house, I think, with a decent amount of distance. I mean, you'd have to have binoculars, I think, to see into the windows of their house, anything clearly. But I'm wondering, because, it really was, it was such a generous part of this whole package that I'm struggling with losing that, because I'm not seeing that we're actually gaining a ton of benefit to the county compared to the prior agreement. And I don't know if there's any opportunity to consider perhaps a relocation of the, a maintenance, keeping that trail, having the terminus of it be somewhere else, maybe more focused on the historic ski alignment, which to me, the video really promotes more than the actual lodge itself. It was a really great grade and length for kind of small kids and people who don't have a lot of, perhaps long distance capability. So I will just offer that as maybe something to contemplate, because it is, for me, something I'm still struggling with in reviewing this application. But I do think Meredith is being quite honest in her characterization that it does look down right on their lawn and right on that pond. If that's helpful, Greg, since I managed to wander up there.
If I can add to just tag on to that, I agree with Kelly. People have their different tolerance levels for privacy, but it's actually pretty far from the house. If you look at around town or houses on Red Mountain or even other rural areas, there are an awful lot of views that are closer to houses that seem to maintain their privacy. So I'm discouraged by this, but I also am encouraged that Kelly had some suggestions that I thought were pretty good. I did want to say the video, it's a really nice gesture, but that's a few $1,000s, and I just don't see that anywhere near as a trade for the value I'm still having trouble choking on the historic designation and what it brought to this. So I just don't, as nice as it is, great little video. It's a sub $10,000 video. We know that. It's not a huge expense, and it certainly isn't a trade for what we thought we were getting in the previous approval. Thanks.
Okay, now I'm going to allow Francie her turn.
Just a little addendum onto the trails thing. I would prefer to look at that conservation easement, no surprise to Paul on this, without a trail on it. So I don't have a problem with that. We have a lot of trails in the valley, and we have very little land that's not trailed, so that OST has. So I don't have a problem with that. I have to say, you guys had me at no TDRs. So I'm comfortable with this. I think you've put a lot of care and thought into it. I can see a sensitivity to the property itself, and I really appreciate that. I don't love the overall amount of square footage, and I really don't love the realignment of the driveway, but I do appreciate the effort to consolidate the buildings. I hope you never decide to develop another house on there, but I can't deny it because it's part of the deal. But I really do appreciate conservation easement without TDRs. As Glenn knows, that's a huge deal for me, and so I'm pretty comfortable with this. I would like to look at the driveway realignment a little bit more. It just seems like a lot of bulldozer work, and I don't really see a problem with the current road. I saw it in semi-winter conditions. It looked like a pretty darn good road to me. And I like the fact that it goes around the back of the buildings instead of right in front of the buildings. At my house, I'm 100 feet from the nearest access to my driveway. I walk the 100 feet to my house and to keep cars away from my house. So I really like the alignment of the original driveway. It's not a sticking point for me. So that's where I am.
Well, thank you. It might be a sticking point for me.
Yeah.
I just think it interferes with the scenic view plane to put the driveway and cars and parking at the front of that building, even though I wasn't so sure about connecting the bunkhouse, but I think I can understand that. But if you look where the parking area is, it's facing Castle Creek Road. So, and that new driveway, I think, impacts the conservation easement and the continuity of those pasture areas. I do appreciate your explanation of where that square footage is going, the consolidation of buildings, the removal of the ranch manager, the bunk as part of the bunkhouse. And I think there's been some tweaks that are improvements to the previous approval, but I still have an issue with, especially if down the road that driveway was to have a paved surface. I think it just interferes with the value of the conservation easement and the true nature of that property. I mean, I'm talking the word nature. The grass is in the trees. So that's where I stand, but we still have a list to go through when we go to where we're going to move this. But are there any other questions the board might have for Glenn, or any other information Glenn or Leslie might? And then we can get into the nitty-gritty. Okay. So I think with the first item, Glenn, and help me, and Leslie, was looking at the expansion of the conservation easement. I think I'm hearing the board is supportive of the expansion of inclusion of some more property area for the conservation easement?
Per the open space and trails recommendation.
Yeah.
So again, that expansion of the conservation easement is down into the valley, down into Castle Creek.
Right.
And then to expand the conservation easement on the Mesa property
outside of
the activity envelope.
And Meredith, the owners are okay with that?
I didn't want to encumber the Mesa parcel in conservation, just not knowing what the future is of that property. I would be amenable to expanding the conservation easement along the Castle Creek.
Great, thank you. And how does the board feel about that? I'm not sure what the topography and et cetera would be for the rest of that, whether it's developable anyway, or how big is that Mesa parcel, acreage-wise?
35.
35.
35.
30. What's the zoning up there?
10-acre zoning.
Yes.
And To be clear, we're proposing or commenting that everything outside of the activity envelope being approved here be conserved, not the entire property.
Right. So how does the board feel about that?
Everything outside of the activity envelope, so everything beyond the barns and the houses and all of that.
On the mesa, the upper bench?
Mhm. Oh, I see, so you keep that.
So it's,
activity envelope up.
it's very similar to how we're doing our conservation easements now. You know, if you recall, the Deerhammer property, and you'll see the Oxenberg in a couple weeks, it's like everything's a conservation easement, and then we carve out the activity envelopes around that. So it's really clear
what's being developed and what's being preserved.
developed. But that doesn't mean, like you saw with Barrett Door, they've come in, they've amended their activity envelopes, new owner, they amended it. We worked with Open Space and Trails and AVLT on that conservation easement amendment.
And that's what we're doing on the ranch parcel, because it came in. Remember, we were not sure where we wanted the conservation boundaries drawn, because we weren't sure where the barns and et cetera, the activity envelopes are going to be.
Right.
Now we have that a little more defined for us, so we can clarify that. So does the board want to continue with conservation easement up onto the mesa parcel?
No, just to
Patty, I'd say yes.
Okay.
You're asking flat out, yes.
I am asking, Greg, thank you.
And is that this finger going up? Is that actually on the mesa parcel, or?
Here,
That's part of
I'll
the-
get this for you on the screen.
Thanks, Glenn.
So we expanded the conservation easement from what the Coffees had to include that finger that you're talking about that goes behind the mesa
And is
parcel.
that part of the mesa parcel? Is that what
It's
we're?
not part of the parcel, it's still part of the ranch
ranch
lot.
okay.
But it's behind the
It's
mesa
kind of
parcel.
behind it, yeah.
And so we
This
expanded that.
finger, this panhandle, is part of the ranch lot. So all of this would be in the conservation easement, and everything on the north end of this meadow is in the conservation easement. And then this is where the activity envelope is.
Yeah.
And then where's the part on the mesa parcel that you're talking about, a conservation easement?
There's no proposal for a conservation easement on the mesa
Except for
parcel.
what it opens.
It's just the
space and
land
trails.
adjacent
Oh.
to the
Well,
mesa.
here's the,
lot.
this is the activity envelope is shown here. That's the activity envelope on the mesa. And then there's another activity envelope over here around the picnic site, and an activity envelope around the barn and CDU site.
So conservation would be some of that meadow area and then some of the hillside above?
Well, the conservation easement is,
That that open space and trails is proposing?
oh,
On the mesa would
On
be
the mesa.
everything else.
that would be the area that's not in the conservation, that's not in the activity envelope is what Open Space and Trails is suggesting.
Do we have any idea what the acreage is that would encumber the house and the activity envelopes for the picnic area, and that would be taken out of that 35-acre parcel? I just want to make sure we don't have any
Right.
future development up there.
Right.
You know, the zoning of, I see Sarah, the lawyer in the room over there, but she needs to come up.
I feel like Price is right here. All right, I just wanted to point out, there is a no further subdivision. There is the typical no further subdivision language in the approvals.
On
which-
all of the
On
parcels.
all of the parcels. So I think you're concerned about it coming back and being further subdivision.
Thank you for pointing that
Yeah,
out, Sarah.
okay.
So this is it.
Here.
Yeah,
This
but-
is it, except
Wait, wait,
unless
wait,
you
wait, wait.
decide to build the 5,000.
Let's hear from
square foot.
our
Yeah.
attorney here.
So, no further subdivision is a present expression of the BOCC as constituted today, that you don't want to approve any other subdivision of the property. It is not binding. It's not binding on anybody. It's not binding on future boards. It's not binding on a future property owner. It's simply a current expression of hope.
As in the Hope Bind. So, and I think what the applicant is thinking is, because it's unknown what's going to happen with development on the Mesa parcel, she's not really sure where that activity envelope may or may not be tweaked in the future.
Well, we,
Point of clarification, Patty.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify with John. So what I'm hearing is that really that if Meredith decides to sell the property tomorrow, which could happen, the next person who comes in after they've gotten all the approvals that we've just made or we're contemplating today could come back and say, well, that Mesa parcel could really accommodate 3 houses here. I thought I was hearing from John that that's possible. They could subdivide that again and we could have put 3 more houses on a 35 acre, or 2 more on a 35 acre parcel. But I also thought I heard maybe Sarah Oates saying that that was not possible. I don't know who to listen to here.
Well, got a coin?
So my consideration would be, what is the encumbrance now of the envelopes out of that 35 acres? So
The size.
the size, Glenn.
Right.
First off, just to clarify, the Mesa parcel is 21 acres.
Oh, it's
It's
21.
the ranch lot that's 35. The Mesa lot's 21. Zoning is 1 unit per 10.
Right. So by these,
So another house could be built on the Mesa, a second house could be built on the Mesa parcel is what I'm hearing.
We would need to come back.
they'd have to come back for approval of that.
Right.
Because right now with the envelopes that are being depicted for the development of the house, the caretaker unit, the shed or whatever that's gonna be, and the picnic area would therefore be removed from the 21 acres.
Well, and we're also making a representation that there's
You're
going
not
to be
gonna
no further
subdivide.
subdivision. So
Okay.
it's not like it can be undone. We can undo that without the BOC, a future BOCC's blessing.
Well,
So-
some of us may still be
I
around.
know.
Well, you can't subdivide property without the BOCC's approval
Right,
anyway.
right.
So the BOCC takes care of this expression of hope. At the same time, it approves a future plat. The property is still conforming to the underlying zone district with additional lots.
Right. Well, I would be comfortable accepting the other areas of conservation easement without the Mesa, but I need to look at the board.
I'd certainly love to have a conservation easement up there.
Okay?
On the
One
ma-
question about
And
it.
you're talking about the Mesa parcel, Greg?
Yeah, correct, the part that hasn't been conserved.
In addition to what the other expansion, the finger link parcel that you've already offered. Finger link. Okay, Francie?
I'm just wondering why you wouldn't conserve the picnic area, because if it were conserved, it wouldn't preclude your having picnic tables and stuff, right, Paul?
True, yeah. We would commemorate everything that's being presented here. If we want to include the picnic area there, into the conservation easement.
I think that's a fine idea, except that I think it would be a good spot to have a caretaker unit. If somebody wanted to have more privacy on the Mesa parcel, it's not in the riparian zone, it's flat, it's right on Conundrum Road. And so it could be a spot where someone might want to put a caretaker unit in the future. We haven't spent that much time really looking at this property and where someone might build, and that's why I don't want to encumber it. I'm all for conservation. I just don't know what the future is for this.
So what would keep a house from being built there? It looks like a perfectly developable building site for a house.
It's just not the best place to build on that property. It's not even close to the best place. But if somebody wanted extreme privacy, maybe they would put a caretaker dwelling unit down there. I just don't know.
I think when we granted that picnic area, there were concerns about the use of Conundrum Road and water and septic and the setbacks from
High water,
sources.
floodplain. If
Yeah.
The representation has never been, in this application, that would be anything but a picnic spot.
Yeah, I think if we were to move forward on a conservation easement and include that area, I think we might be able to get the board to come to some support here.
Patty, if I could just ask Leslie, so you're saying the representation in this application says this would never be anything other than a picnic spot. If the current owner were to sell this house tomorrow, or this property tomorrow, the next buyer, whomever that would be, could come in and say, hey, I want to carve this off and sell it and put a house on it. Is that possible? Or just put a house on it and keep it? I don't know. That sounds like that we're keeping that door open. So when people represent that it's not part of the current proposal, I'm really not sure what to take from that.
Was that a rhetorical question?
Yeah.
I
It
think.
may have turned into one, I'm sorry. The question is, yeah, could they come back and say, oh, whoever owns this in 5 years, could they come back and say, hey, this is a building site. Boy, look at this, perfect secluded building site.
We had issues with that as part of our previous discussion about floodplain, setbacks to water sources, use of Conundrum Road, et cetera, for increased traffic. That's why it was a great idea to put a picnic area there that had low impact. And you can build a picnic area in a floodplain. You just can't put a residence there. Steve and then Francie.
So, just for your information, our ranch, we put 100% of the land in conservation easement, including where the building envelopes are for the existing houses and several proposed houses that were approved in a land use application. So I always wonder why someone wants to exclude where the house is from a conservation easement, because it's perfectly okay to have the conservation easement cover the whole property. Because that's what I'm used to, and it's no problem for us. So that would be actually another thought. I'll throw one more idea into the mix to have it all be covered by a conservation easement with the building envelopes called out that this is what, these developments can take place in these locations, and we could call out the picnic area on the 10-acre parcel, and all of that. That's a possible solution.
Should have picked an easier one to start
And
with.
I know people are tending to come in with, they're excluding the building envelope area from the conservation easement is more typically what we seem to be seeing now for whatever reason. I'm not sure about the reason for that, but.
So right now, what I'm kind of hearing from some members of the board is they want to include the Mesa parcel as part of a conservation easement. I would like to ask for that. I mean, we're doing some trade-offs here, so. Francie?
Well, I agree with Steve. It's what we talked about on that other one, and not yours, but the other one in Woody Creek. However, I would be prepared to accept it the way it's proposed.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I like what I see for the conservation easement now, but I think we're wrestling with a couple of issues, and maybe that's a possible solution.
Okay. So right now, though, you will take it as a proposed, but if we need to have something to think about, okay.
Yeah.
Kelly?
I think I'm the same.
The same? So right now, I'm looking at 4 members of the board saying we will leave the conservation easement off of the Mesa parcel, but at this point, it could come back further in this discussion.
I'm trying to see the whole package. You got
that.
Whole,
Yeah, because we're doing some trade-offs, so it may come into the mix, so. But Greg wants to keep the Mesa parcel in it. So, the next item I have is a really fun one, too. It's the trail and the overlook. I think Kelly had some good points about, seeing that Kelly has experienced it. The issues of privacy, which I understand. I think the driveway is creating more of an issue of privacy because, if you're going to have the view plane down the driveway, you're going to be looking right into the house, even though, you're not hiking up a hill. But, so I want to see what the board feels about releasing that from the approval.
I mean, I guess I'll just say, I know for me that this was a really important component to our initial conversations at the first discussion, given the large amount of square footage that is in this whole package, of which that large amount of square footage could potentially come much more valuable depending on other conversations that are happening in parallel with our board about limiting overall size of homes, that the opportunity even now to get an approval for a 10,000 square foot home in Pickens County is, a pretty big deal. I think that would be protected under this agreement. So, because the way I'm looking at this is that we're giving some things up, but I'm not sure what we're getting in return compared to the prior approval. And maybe this isn't the way I should be looking at it. If I should be looking at it just as its own thing, then fine, but that's what I'm struggling with here, because then I'm also seeing with where, the story poles were placed with the new locations of the barns. Like, my reaction to that is like really taking up a lot of space in that meadow, which is so open and so beautiful now. And so from that kind of point of view as well, it's like, okay, so here is a fracturing of this large meadow to accommodate now newly proposed structures. So it's not, the balance here is sort of off for me compared to what we had agreed to in the past. And that's why I would continue to hope for trail access. So again, if there are ideas that we can resolve to make that workable on the castle parcel, and I'd be happy to not have a conservation easement on the Mesa parcel and all of that in exchange for something like that. But right now, the full balance of the package just isn't working for me for those two big reasons, I'd say. Well, three, in the addition with the driveways kind of splitting again and fracturing that, what is now just kind of a big open space. Okay, so.
I'd like to
those are
respond
some
to
of my
that.
concerns. Francine, then Greg.
But the barn was going to be at the other end in that big meadow, and they moved it up and concealed it more, considerably more, and opened up that whole lower meadow in exchange, and I think that's a real improvement, and that's going to be under conservation easement. So the barn is better where it's going than where it had been proposed before, in my opinion. I mean, that's just one of your items, but that, before it was just right in the middle of the field.
And you've already said you're good with no trailer overlook, so
Yeah.
we know where you stand on that one.
Yeah.
Steve? Oh, Greg had his hand
Yeah,
up, sorry,
Greg
and then
first.
Steve.
Oh, you're on mute, Greg.
Greg, keep talking, you're on mute.
Maybe you prefer it that way. I just wanted to say, I agree with most of what Kelly said, although I think she's letting too much, I'm not prepared to just let go of the conservation easement part, because I feel as if the historic value of this entire property is being compromised in a way that makes me very uncomfortable. I don't think it's a win for the community right now. I think I'm disturbed by it. I really am. And I didn't think I would have such a visceral reaction to it, but I have. And so I'm very concerned about it. And I thought Kelly was going to say she was going to continue to, I thought I would probably vote to continue this before I voted to approve it. And I'd probably vote to deny it before I voted to approve it, because I just don't think we're there yet. And I think we've got some substantial and fundamental issues here. I think what we're seeing is the privatization of what was, something that was very visible and something, a point of public pride for our community. And I just don't see that existing if this goes through. And so I'm disturbed by it. I'm disturbed by a very clever proposal. Glenn, you're a pro, and you're the pro in the room. And I'm seeing very clever answers and very clever presentation. But what I'm seeing at the end of the day is a net result of maximizing the development potential on a piece of property for some very large amounts of square footage addition and a reduction of the actual value of the historic property. I'd go back. It makes me want to question whether we should be trading historic designation for a building right for what could be tens of millions of dollars of house for a historic edifice which nobody will really ever see. Quite honestly, I just don't think anybody will notice this. Perhaps that's okay. That's how I feel. So I would put that forward, and I think I'm probably being a little bit more strident than the rest of my board, but this is the day for me to do that.
Greg, I have a question. Upon what grounds would you want to continue, so we know what you might be looking for?
I don't have a clear sense of what's possible in terms of the conservation easements. and I don't have a clear sense of what's possible yet in terms of the development potential if we don't put conservation easements on these other properties. I'm also would like to dig deeper into the driveways and into the connection between the the connector between the bunkhouse and is that it's a 400 square foot thing. I don't know what that means. Is it a narrow 6 foot wide hallway, or is it is it a new room? I'm also concerned about a greenhouse. There are parts of the community where caucuses are very concerned about the addition of greenhouses. We haven't really gone there yet, and so I don't feel prepared to really confidently move forward with this.
Great, thank you, Greg. Steve, please.
So to go to the trail, giving up the trail, and I mean, you don't know how excited I was when that trail was accepted. I'm like, all right, I have a trail that I came up with the idea.
He's taking full credit for it in case anybody didn't know.
Or something, I don't know, but I was excited that the coffees like that idea, and so I'm reluctant to give that up. I totally understand your concern about the overlook looking right down on your house. So I've been trying to think of what would be a comparable public benefit for giving up the trail. And Francie does have a point. We have too many trails in the county almost already. We could stand having more conserved land. In my estimation, the value of putting a conservation easement on the entire property, including the Mesa parcel, would be, I could totally give up the overlook trail in exchange for that. I think that would be equal public benefit, just preserving that. So I didn't come into this meeting even thinking along that line, but hearing Greg's concerns and thinking about it, I think that could be a that to me would be an equal public benefit, because it would help preserve the view. Looking at the driveway, change of the driveway, the way it's proposed, the driveway is really cutting right through the middle of the property and the visible part from Castle Creek Road. And I would feel more comfortable having the driveway stay where it is and go around behind the buildings, come up to the proposed residence, come up to the barn building location. The driveway then wouldn't be obtrusive at all from Castle Creek Road. It would be kind of tucked behind and not really visible. And I think that would improve the looks of the whole project to the public. So I would like to have the applicant explore that idea. I'd feel more comfortable with that. In terms of moving the barn location to where it's proposed, that to me looks like a good proposal. I like that, taking it away from where it was way down at the end of the property. I think that was a good decision to enhance the whole thing. Also, your concept of eliminating, it's sort of like eliminating, you're moving the bunkhouse over, attaching it to the lodge. That eliminates really one separate building sitting out there by itself. Then eliminating the ranch manager's house is eliminating a second building, which makes the property, I think, look more attractive. On ranch land around, you see all sorts of things, lots of outbuildings, or the New England look is having everything all hooked together in one bigger building. So I guess it's sort of what a person's preference is, but I think I kind of like the way you have proposed that. So I guess the driveway and the trail versus the more conservation easement land is sort of my 2 points that I've not quite settled on yet.
Okay, great, thanks. Francie, you ready to?
Yeah, I agree with Steve that I'd love to see you reconsider the driveway. I really don't have much more to add. I think I've said my piece. I'm okay with it, but I'm also happy to move it, to ask for some changes before we move it along.
Okay.
Can we talk about the driveway for a second?
I was thinking that might be a good thing too. I definitely have some points to bring up.
Well, we need to be on mic, so you can't.
Here, I'll switch.
Is it possible for us to talk about the driveway for
Sure,
a second?
sure.
So I think, like, you guys are seeing a really large driveway. A lot of that is going to the barn. And, in our original proposal where the barns were on the down valley side of the property, you didn't have most of the driveway there. And that was our intention is, there was like a separate entrance to the barns, but we got a lot of feedback that the barns were too visible and interrupted this really beautiful field, which I can see the point. And so by moving the barns back, we took in the feedback from everyone about the placement of the barns, but now we need to access the barns. And the road, the existing driveway, the downside of using it is, one, it goes right in front of our house. So we will see all of the traffic and the tractor going back and forth in front of our house. And also it's really very long. And it's difficult to maintain in the winter. I liked the idea of having a direct driveway into the lodge where we're moving now, because it's just so much easier to maintain in the winter than the old 2-track that goes all the way around the edge of the property. But maybe, Jen, you have additional points?
So we looked at this really closely, sort of in all of the iterations that we put together. And so, like Meredith said, when the barns moved back over here, this added a huge amount of driveway that was not in our initial proposal. So that was accessed further down Castle Creek in the initial application. So that's an addition. I think the other thing I just wanted to note is that you can't see this on here, but if we had the topo overlaid here, this drops off very steeply down to Castle Creek. And then there's also a pretty good pinch point. And so really the the gravel driveway right now doesn't meet Pickens County standards in terms of width. And I think it would actually be a challenge to try to do that just because of the slope on one side and then the location of the lodge on the other side. And so we were also running into issues because of all the various structures. How do we accommodate a fire truck turnaround? And all of a sudden, we're up against that 150-foot distance in a lot of places. And so really what we were trying to do here was consolidate access to all of these buildings with a single road and accommodate fire truck access to all those roads within this design. And this is sort of where we landed as the best way we could find to consolidate things. So.
Okay, great, thanks for the extra information. I don't think it swayed me, but thank you. Kelly?
I just have some additional questions now that this is back up. Like, what's going to happen to when the metal barn and wood barn are taken down? What's
We're moving
envisioned?
them. We're just moving them.
Okay.
We're not demolishing them.
Okay.
Or
And
that's
then
our
what will you
intent.
do on that?
What will we use them for?
What will we use the land there for?
The land where you're moving them from.
Oh, it's going to be replanted, I think. That's in the plan.
Okay. And then will you end up, are you envisioning 2 ponds? Or
We already have
the
one
existing and
pond
then
that's
a-
in front
and
of the
proposed?
lodge, and the second pond, I think it was meant for irrigation.
Okay. Well, it kind of looks like an aspen leaf on here.
It does.
Looks like a what?
Aspen leaf, that second pond.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right
that's-
now, our ditch goes right there, and so it would just go where the existing ditch is, basically.
Okay. I think Leslie has a question.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Who has a-
Leslie.
Oh, Leslie, Leslie. You waving at me? Yeah, Les. Nice to see you.
My computer died, so I
Oh.
assume I'm on camera, but I just want to clarify, when the barns were originally proposed next to the intersection of Conundrum Creek and Castle Creek, Meredith had her team design a kind of recladding of the metal barn. And it's my understanding that with the moving the barns back away from Castle Creek Road, that that she does not plan to reclad the barn as was proposed. And we got some feedback from Castle Creek residents that they would still like to see it reclad, the metal barn, because it will be visible from Castle Creek Road. And that is in my resolution as a condition of approval. I just want you guys to.
So that
to know
picture in here of the barn, that's a reclad picture.
The red?
Yeah.
With the red, yeah.
And
Yes.
so that's what
Yes.
originally you were doing, and that, where does that stand now? I'm unclear.
It's in the resolution.
It's in the resolution. It's staff's recommendation that we stick with that rendering, because it's just a big metal Butler
Yeah.
barn.
I can't imagine you wouldn't prefer that either.
I wouldn't prefer the metal barn, but honestly, it's a cost issue. It's just so expensive to do anything, and that was going to be a huge expense. But I understood because it was literally right on the road,
Right.
in the previous location. But there's a lot of trees between the road and the barn right now, and it's literally just a cost consideration. If I had unlimited funds, I would 100% clad the barn in wood. It would be much nicer to look at. It would match the other barn, but it's just hugely expensive to do anything right now.
But I just wanted that to be clear,
Yeah.
that it's in the reso.
I just added that to my list.
Okay.
Steve?
In terms of the siding on the barn, or on the one with the metal, thinking of fire protection, I would rather have a metal-sided barn in a wooded area than have one that has wood cladding on it. Something that's fireproof, to me, would be important. Now, they do make fake wood that looks like wood for siding, but then that just adds to the cost, so.
That's very expensive.
I'm not totally sold on the idea of requiring you to do a wood-clad kind of a thing for fire protection. But maybe changing it to a rust-colored kind of, that antique look of new metal that actually looks like old metal that's rust-colored would be an attractive option.
I'd be happy to paint it if it's something that
Or somehow
blends
paint it.
in.
I don't know how paint
I don't
would
think we
stick
want
to
to taking
the-
the metal out, then there's no
Yeah.
issue in moving the barn, because if we're gonna have her destroy it and put up a new barn with new metal, but let's see if there's a way we can just mitigate the impact of a metal barn in that beautiful setting, so whether it be recladding it or painting it.
Or screening,
why are
I'd
you
be
moving
open up
it?
to screening.
Why do you want to move it? Move both
Oh,
barns?
well, we actually use the barns for animals. And with the new house, if we decide to move a house there, it would be right next to where we have live animals. Like we have chickens, we have ducks, we have horses. We'll have more animals. It's just not sanitary to have them like right in your living environment and in your front yard. And so that was the main reason. Like we really want to keep the barns and use them for the animals, but we don't want them in our front yard.
Okay, so Kelly, do you have any more input, or I'm gonna go through our list again, because I think we have some
I was
questions.
just gonna add, like, for the questions about the water rights related to the ponds, and then more information about the surface trail that.
On the Castle Creek Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have those as issues that we're gonna need to have more information regarding the Castle Creek Road trail easement. We need to vet that a little more. We want to make sure we add in the water quality issue for the Hope Mine water testing. We don't want them, taking possibly contaminated water from a mine and spreading it around your property. I don't think we want to encourage that. The issue we need to look at too is the pond. The approval of a pond with what's going on not only at the county discussion level, but at the state level. Let's see, the linkage of the bunkhouse. I was concerned about the historic impact, but now I think I understand Greg's concerned about what the link is going to be. What does that mean? Is it a glass hallway? Is it, so we need, I think Greg was looking at some more information about that.
Can we show you that?
Sure, because if we get that one off our list, but it looks like we're gonna have to continue this for more questions that the board has that we might not have availability of information. But the architect wants to come up. Please introduce yourself for the public record.
Hello, everyone. Dylan Johns with Zone 4, and let me find the... So we did work pretty closely with Susanna about this, and the idea here was to create essentially a glass link with a garage set in front of it between the two houses, between the two structures, and then also trying to make this a very subservient element towards both the lodge and the relocated bunkhouse, with the elevation of the lodge and the positioning of the bunkhouse towards the road. And from the, and that's just another view. This is the lodge structure here, and this is the bunkhouse here.
With the driveway in front, we noticed.
And the driveway coming up to it, yep. And then this is the backside of that. So Castle Creek Road would be off in the horizon there, and then this is just the backside looking at Five Fingers.
Just to be totally honest, that looks like what the city of Aspen would recommend for historic preservation, and I don't like that because I think it doesn't to enhance the historic nature. Not that I'm against a link between the two buildings. I just think a glass facade just doesn't do anything for me to maintain and enhance the historic. That lodge is so incredibly historic, and I mean, that was just what really persuaded this board, I think, to give all this, like Kelly was saying, the additional square footage. This is something I think we can work with, but I thank you, Greg, for asking for that further, because Greg, I'm going to just turn it to Greg real quick to see. Greg, that was a concern you raised?
Yeah, it was, because I was just thinking it's a significant amount of square footage, and it's interesting to see what they have planned there. It looks beautiful, and yes, Patty, I understand the modern concept of historic preservation is to make new development look so different and shockingly different from the old stuff that you would never make be confused by what was historic and what wasn't. And I think they take it too far. So I think I had the same reaction you did. Looking at this rendering right here in particular, I'm just wondering what's the actual historic value of the lodge at this point. You know, it's like,
This isn't the
don't want
main
to be
view.
a buzzkill or anything.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that the main view is from the bend in the road on Castle Creek as you go down Valley. And it's a view of the front of the lodge. The lodge is facing Castle Creek Road. This is a perspective from the side of the lodge, which is not the view that you would really see as you go down Castle Creek Road.
Right. I think that's a good explanation, but we still have to look at the preservation of the historic structure as a whole, not just viewplane, but the whole continuity of the structure. But
So what it might help the board is if we got some renderings or optics of that view from as you're coming down Castle Creek Road with the link, the garage, and the bunkhouse, and starting to see all of this put together. We've seen the lodge, and we know what's happening to the lodge, but now to see it, Dylan, like you're now presenting it,
yeah,
from
and
Castle Creek Road.
And I
would be
think that's a
helpful.
great point, Leslie. The purposes of these was really to show more specifically what the link was doing between these two things, not looking at the whole in context, and understand the challenges with the preservation of making something look very different than what it is, what's being preserved from it. We did look at some other solutions which were less modern, and the result of those was less favorable to Susanna. And really the glass box effect is not something that's visible to the public. That's more from Meredith's family's use of the property. So this is, and obviously we'll illustrate this from the bigger picture views, but this is really the side that you see, and we were trying to make this as minimal and
basically go away as much as possible because we didn't want to call
Well,
attention
glass
to it.
boxes are also known to glow at night too, so. And I think we need to also take into perspective the fact, I'm not seeing a lot of push from the board for the relocation of the driveway to come in on this angle, but to come in from the back, so. Yes, Steve?
They're on McKay Branch. I think the owner is Robert Clark, had taken 5 barns, historic buildings from back in Missouri or somewhere, and brought them here and put them all out there, and then he connected all of them with some sort of connection like we're talking about here. It's like connecting 2 historic buildings. I don't recall exactly what they look like, but I think it would be worth, maybe Glenn could go take some pictures of it. You could see it from Elk Creek Road when you're driving up towards John McBride's and the McKay Branch.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get us focused.
So
here
it's just
because-
a architectural kind of, to see what they did there. I hardly ever drive by there. I can't really recall what it looks like, but.
I saw Glenn making notes, but we need to try and focus this because we have to keep in mind we have a lot of people waiting for our next item. Our next item is going to be extremely lengthy, we're assuming. So not to rush this, but the board needs to try and stay focused here as to if we're going to continue this, what items we want brought back to us for discussion.
It's a public hearing, too.
And it's a public hearing, so that's right. So I think what I'll do now is open the public hearing and see if there's any members of the public wishing to speak on, thank you, Kelly, on this item on our agenda. If you want to hit *6 to raise your hand. Are there any members sitting in the room who would like to speak on this item? Okay. We don't see anyone who's phoning in or zooming in, or so I'm going to not close this public hearing in case the board does decide to continue this item. And if we continue, we need to have some specific direction to staff and the applicant as to what more information we want to bring forward. Steve, please.
So I would like to see a detailed look, like a topographic look of where the existing driveway is behind the lodge, between there and the drop off to Castle Creek, just to see like how many feet is that? Is it engineering wise? Could that be done? I mean, you made a good point that maybe there's not enough room to actually have a 16-foot driveway there.
And how much further you'd have to go to the barns. You know, that would be something to consider.
And maybe the total length of that driveway proposal versus the one you're proposing would be just a comparison. There's also the possibility that if the fire truck could connect clear through to Conundrum Creek Road, come out, follow the ranch road all the way to the end, the other end, then they don't need to have the big turnaround. That's one of the options available. It would greatly extend the length of the runway, driveway. And it's probably not desirable, but that is an option too that
I'm not cold, I'm getting
hasn't
hot.
been mentioned. It would be a possibility.
I'm going to be here forever.
You mean to have the driveway go all the way around the property?
You could do
I
the
think-
end of the driveway for emergency ingress,
Just for
egress
the
only.
fire truck use.
The fire department went up there
Yeah.
and they said that they couldn't get their fire truck on the backside road all the way through.
Do we have a letter stating that from the fire department?
We'll check in with them again.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Make sure that.
My gut feeling is that's not a good idea, but I think we should look at it. It's a possible
Well,
partial solution to the driveway thing.
And I agree, because I think Greg's point about the value of this property and the agreements based on historic preservation have been significant. And I still feel that putting the driveway in front, especially if in the future it's to be paved, will have a huge impact on that whole scenic view plane. So I think we need to discuss that further to see if we can come up with something that works for both sides. But, so we have the water, the pond issue, the driveway issue, the linkage, more information regarding the Castle Creek Road Trail, possibility of an easement along there, whether or not that's beneficial. We didn't really talk about the evergreen zone, if we're comfortable with the mixed vegetation through there. I think it makes sense to have a little mix in there, even though I know the evergreens tend to grow, so you plant nice little ones and you can see through them, but the reason people plant evergreens is a lot of reasons for privacy year-round. So is the board, how does the board feel about an evergreen mix in that zone?
I would defer to DHL, is that what it's called?
DHM.
Yeah, DHL, on that.
And she's saying a mix.
No, she's saying fir and aspen.
Well, but I'm saying a mix of Susanna Reed is saying a no evergreen zone, which means
Oh, I
no
thought you were
evergreen.
talking about Steve's recommendation,
No.
mix of evergreens.
I'm leaving the trees to her. But I'm leaving the zone, that's up to the board. Do we want to uphold what Susanna Reed said about no evergreens? Or are we okay with a mix of evergreen, be them fir or not?
I would like to revisit that in a continued hearing, because I don't feel like we actually looked very
Okay,
clearly on
so
what that slice
do you have
is.
specific, just what the mix would be, or where they would be planted, and how it would impact the view plane?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so driveway we've already done, the easement, the linkage of the bunkhouse, introducing and putting into the record the water quality issue. So we have some report on that. More information about the new pond, what that process is going to be. Investing will come in at the end of all this when we've determined what the benefits are for both sides.
And when you said
And the expansion of the
easement-
conservation easement.
Yeah, the conservation. And you said easement, I didn't know if you were referring to
I'm talking about the road easement for the trail that
the trail alongside Castle Creek Road.
we don't
And then
know.
the conservation easement would be
Is
the other.
different.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
So, Glenn, what am I forgetting, or what have I added that you didn't know?
I need clarification, we need some clarification. Kelly talked about perhaps a trail that does not include an overlook, a trail that maybe highlighted the ski runs. Now, Kelly talked about that,
If there's any opportunity for that, we'd probably have to have some, maybe open space also look at that.
or do you want the applicant to even spend
Well,
time
they'd
thinking
have-
about that?
I think they could work, and if something comes up, it'd be great, and we'll just need more information, and something might not work.
Yeah.
Steve?
So we're all used to Picken County land use procedures. I don't want you to get discouraged. Glenn's used to this procedure where we continue something. And it's the opportunity for you and Glenn to talk about, or your whole team, consider the things we have talked about, and sometimes the real creative solutions come out of that process. And Glenn's done this a lot, so.
Okay, Glenn, but before I get, if you want to direct a seat, but I would want to make sure Leslie's done with any further clarification. Okay, Glenn, you've got it.
Yeah, our concern is just the timing involved in that this item was continued from a month ago till now. And I understand it was because of the large caseload, the large item that you have on after us. So we're disappointed that there can't be a decision today, but we've taken notes on what your concerns are. And we hope we can get back on an agenda as soon as possible. Meredith's, her concern is she just wants to move on and get this work done so she can move into that house. She's going to be living in a very small place with a family of 4. So it's a timing consideration. So whatever you can do to move this along, we would appreciate it. We're disappointed there can't be a decision today, but we have notes on what your concerns are, and we can come back with a proposal that tries to address the concerns that you've raised.
And just one suggestion would be, for the concerns that you had that were more technical, like the water quality and the water rights for the pond, I don't know if there's such a way to write it in that, it would be contingent on those things checking out, but
We can look at that and determine what information we have that we can present to the board and what further information the board might want. And Glenn, as far as timing, since Francie and I kind of are doing agendas, and we will keep that in mind as we move forward. But I want to make sure that you and staff have time to fully vet these issues, because we don't want you to get on an agenda and then come back and have to continue it again. And one of the benefits of continuation, I know it's timely, but is right now I don't think you get an approval, and I don't think you want to go in that direction either. So bear with us. We will try and get these issues resolved to the best ability between both you and the board.
All right.
All right, so that being said, and I'm continuing the public hearing as part of a continuance, which I'm looking to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion to continue the resolution and public hearing regarding the Highland Bavarian Ranch subdivision major amendment to detailed submission and final plat activity envelope and site plan review, special review, and GMQS exemption for a caretaker dwelling unit. Do we have a date certain?
Do we need a date certain, Mr. Ely? Yes? So, calendars.
You guys,
I mean, unfortunately, I would have to have your memo done by Friday for April 27th.
I don't think the April 27th will be, so it'll have to be,
Meeting after that is May 11th.
May 11th.
let's set it
We'll
for
all be
May
here
11th.
again.
What?
We'll all be here again.
We'll all be here again. Well, maybe we'll all be here again.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, really.
Okay?
that's my motion to May 11th.
May 11th. Do I have a second for Kelly's motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further conversation, questions from the board? Meredith, thank you for bearing with us.
Patty?
Yes, Greg?
I do have a quick question. Just, I've got to say, when I look at the driveway plan, it doesn't look like it was designed by anybody with really interest in agriculture or maintaining the fields or the open meadows in mind. This more looks like a development approval for a really nice scenic driveway, but it doesn't really focus on the meadows or value for agriculture. And I just find that to be something ironic about that. Just wanted to make that point. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, I have a motion and I have a second. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion
Aye.
passes 5-0. We will see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break because the board needs a break before we start this next item on our agenda. Thank you, Grassroots. Welcome back. Today is Wednesday, April the 13th, 2022. This is the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting, and we have now finally gotten to the last item on our agenda until we do open discussion.
Until we get to the next item.
Until we get to the next item. And this is an individual consideration item. It's a continuance of a public hearing on second readings. It's an ordinance of the Board of Commissioners amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code to adopt laws pertaining to the licensing and regulation of short-term rental of lodging units and residential properties. And I'm going to turn this over right now to John Ely.
Thanks, Patty.
Thank you, John.
Yes, this is a continued second reading. I was putting this together and realized that we began this discussion almost a year ago. It was on May of 2021 with a series of work sessions which ran into November, I believe it was. And we had a first reading on an ordinance which included a proposed code amendment to the county code that Patty just referred to. And that was accepted by the board on December 15th of last year. So we had a second reading, the first second reading of that ordinance on January 26th, but the board broadened the discussion at that time, which is not any type of critique on my part. Actually, I find that the longer you discuss a piece of legislation, the better it gets. But at any rate, after that meeting, we continued the second reading till March, beginning of March, and now here we are in the beginning or middle of April. Up to now, we haven't had a subsequent vote after the acceptance back in December on the language, although the board has had quite a bit of in-depth discussion on the content of the potential code amendment. I do have to mention, though, that at this point in time, we do not have the ability to adopt this with any kind of finality today. Pursuant to the Home Rule Charter, if we move forward, we're going to have to put this over for a third reading. The third reading being distinguished from the second reading is that I am hoping, my ambition for the evening, or the afternoon, feels like evening when the shade's down, doesn't it? So my ambition for the afternoon is to have the board vote on the proposed changes to the version of the ordinance and the attached code amendment that is acceptable to the board, and then have a new document that we can continue for a third reading. And at the third reading, we're also required by the Home Rule Charter to continue the public hearing. And at that time, after additional public hearing is offered and accepted by the board can discuss the matter further, the ordinance and the code amendment, and continue to tweak it, continue to improve on it. But today I would really appreciate moving something forward, because it's getting quite cumbersome to have all of this dialogue memorialized in red line. It's difficult to read, and I think it's difficult for the public to hold. If we are successful in getting a vote on a second reading today, my intention would be to republish the full ordinance, just so that it's more cohesively and understandably available to the public before we get into the next reading, the third reading, and continued public discussion. So that's where we are. I think that what I'd like to do, if it's all right with the board, is go through the changes that have been discussed up to this point in my efforts to encapsulate those into red line additions or amendments to the accepted language from December. At any point, just invite the board to please interrupt me so that I can respond to questions if you have any, if there are any questions about why something is worded one way or the other. And when we get through that, then open it up for public comment. And then back to the board for potentially
So are
an
you going to
action.
go through the issues as per the red line?
Yeah, to tell you the truth, I think the easiest way to do it would go through the red line in what's nominated attachment 2. It's attachment 2 to the memo, the AIS, as that's called, that I wrote for the items consideration today. That attachment 2 is actually the addendum to the ordinance, which has the the code amendment language contained in it.
So
So
skip
if we-
attachment one, just don't.
Attachment 1 is the ordinance itself. And I want to go through that also, but I think that it's a little bit more logical, strangely enough, to take it in reverse order, to deal with potential code changes and then work our way back to changes in the ordinance language.
Okay.
If that's okay.
So if the board has questions during John's presentation, just signal me so I can keep track so we're not speaking over each other. And then when John gets done, we'll turn this over to public hearing. And we have set up, I'm just going to introduce that, John, real quick. Do you mind? In public hearing, we do have a timer, which works really well. Michaela and I will be timing. We will be giving 3 minutes for public comment, and I'll be alternating between people who are live here in the audience, which we really appreciate your taking the time to be here. And then we will alternate between people who've called in or Zoomed in to our meeting. And again, I want people who have submitted a lot of public comment in writing through our new Laserfish site or attach letters and email them to the board, that the board does read these letters. We do look at the comments that are submitted. I like to print a lot of it out so I can highlight it, and we try and get back to people who have specific questions, but I want the public to know we do appreciate all of the time that you take to let us know your comments and concerns. And especially for the people who are here in the room today who've taken the time to join us and sit through all our entertainment earlier this afternoon.
I thought
Yes.
you said we were going to have commissioner comments before the public.
We will. We'll let John
Okay.
do his thing. John will do his presentation. The board will ask questions to clarify or comments, and then we'll turn it over to the public. It'll come back to the board for further comments, clarification, information from John Ely, the county attorney, and then we will hopefully look at moving something forward with some, we'll just have to see how it goes at that point. So,
you
John, I'm going to give you the floor now again.
Okay?
Thank you.
So, looking at attachment 2, what we're going to do is go through the red lines. However, the red lines are my attempt to do to reflect the board's previous discussions, as I mentioned, but I do have a couple of things that are not necessarily red line, and as it would turn out, the very first thing is one of those changes. So I'm screen sharing this particular item for the benefit of the public, obviously, and the board, because this is not included in your packet, although this has been included in my notes for quite a while, and just haven't had a chance to get it to the BOCC. So what is proposed in the very first section of the proposed code amendment, which is the purpose and intent section, section 650.010, is an inclusion of this language as a third unnumbered paragraph. It has to do essentially with backcountry huts. So we have 2 hut systems within the county, the Braun and the 10th Mountain. Although I have not had a chance to bring this to the board, my anticipation has always been that we are not going to be seeking a licensing regime for the backcountry huts that are managed by those 2 organizations. So the proposed language is, any dwelling unit or lodging unit that is operated and rented as a short-term rental, and pursuant to the definitions in this code amendment, that's exactly what the huts are. Operated as a short-term rental pursuant to a federal permit or on property of the United States, or used in a coordinated system of short-term rentals that meet this qualification are exempt from the code. That language will clearly exempt the hut systems. Okay. So, get back to the code itself. And that amendment would be interlineated right here where this cursor is bobbing around. So the next amendment is in the section on defined terms, 650.020. The definition of an applicant has been changed in response to concerns by the board that a tenancy or a leasehold would equate to an ownership interest that could possibly lead to a license, which it could under the original language of the code amendment. So under the definition of an applicant, this code defines an applicant. In other words, you cannot be an applicant unless you meet these criteria. You have to be a natural person. That means not a legal entity. You have to be a living, breathing human being who is the owner or in an ownership position of the property proposed to a short-term rental license. And the interlineation is a tenancy or leasehold does not constitute an ownership interest in property under this code. The reason for that enhanced specificity is that the quality of ownership interest was not specified intentionally to leave that open for potential applications to be entertained. The idea of a leasehold constituting an ownership position, the way this originally was written, is broad enough to include that type of an ownership interest. A leasehold, of course, is not a term of years or anything close to a fee, but it does come with rights. A certain number of the bundle of sticks, so to speak, go with a leasehold interest, but we're making it clear here that that is not enough to get you to a point of being able to license a property. Moving down to the definition for lodging unit. So a lodging unit is all or part of a dwelling unit, which is defined just above, or structure, facility or shelter, any part thereof that might be used for habitation or is, and then continuing with the original language, accessory to a dwelling unit rented as a lodging accommodation. This was interlineated in response to concern by the board that there could be structures, anything really, and we've all have anecdotal experiences that we've come across with people renting out any number of things on properties. This would include anything, any type of, this is written broadly enough to include essentially anything that could be used for habitation, whether it might be intended for habitation or not, so that would come under the umbrella of this regulation. Moving down in the red line to the next section concerning the effective date on unlawful acts. The meat of the regulation specifying what is essentially being required is in the second paragraph, but that's section 650.030. Upon the effective date, it should be unlawful for a property owner or the owner's agent to rent or advertise for rent, offer, lease, provision, or exchange a dwelling unit, and then this is broadened for the same concern as the above language, or any other structure, facility, or shelter, or any part thereof that might be used for habitation of any type for a term of less than 30 days, unless the owner has a license from Pickens County to conduct that activity. Not getting any stops, so I'm going to just keep plowing through.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, if I'm seeing anything from the board, I'm
Want
gonna,
us to do thumbs up or just
I'm just, well,
bring
no,
up if we have a question or?
yeah, just let me know, and if I hear nothing, then I'm gonna put this down as an okay. So, but that doesn't mean you can't come back and change your mind, because I would not be surprised.
It doesn't mean we're passing it.
No.
Just
No,
we
this is not a vote.
understand.
If
Just
you have any
means
questions.
we understand.
That's right. The next section where the interlineation is
We have to vote to
051,
pass it.
having to do with licenses. So the amendment here was done in response to discussions the board was having concerning notices that should be sent out in conjunction with the license application. So the code would read, notice of an application shall be mailed to all adjoining property owners for comment 13 days prior to a determination of an application. So this is not a requirement for anything but that. It's not for any type of publication or posting on the property, which are other forms of notices that we use in for other types of activities. It also doesn't require notification to anybody who is not an adjoining property owner, which means caucuses or homeowners associations or anything like that. Mail notifications are not required for renewal applications unless during the previous license term there have been violations of any county code, the terms of a previous license, or unresolved complaints concerning the rental activities.
Steve has a question.
So if there is someone who has a license, the neighbors complain about it before the next year,
Thanks, Francie.
that would mean that notice would have to be sent out to the neighbors, all the adjoining property owners,
Not necessarily.
or what?
This is not if there is a complaint, but it's simply an unresolved complaint. There might be a complaint that, quite frankly, is unsubstantiated or is frivolous, and it could be determined so by either the county attorney's office or the licensing authority. And if so, then that complaint has been resolved. If the property owner responds to the complaint about whatever it might be, prior to the term expiring, the license term expiring, then the complaint has been resolved as well. So this would only concern unresolved complaints, something that is not being dealt with for whatever reason, in that circumstance would require notification.
I have a question about the 13 days. How did 13 days come?
Yeah, I was thinking 10 days and 3 days for the mailing.
Do we think that the mail gets delivered in 3 days?
Yeah, it depends where you are and whose route you're on.
So should we extend that time frame a little bit?
You can do whatever you would
I
like.
want to make sure that the adjoining neighbors are adequately notified. So I would like to extend it to 15 days.
Okay.
If the board is supportive of that?
I don't care.
Well, we can, I'm going to note down the change to 15 days, and at the end of this discussion and any comment that the public has to offer, when it comes back to the board,
Okay. I'll
then
highlight that too.
that would be dealt with particularity, with particularity, just like any other change. There are nuances in here that can be manipulated 6 ways to Sunday.
I just
know,
wondered
I
where
just picked
13 days
13
came
days.
from. All right, thank you.
Okay. Application procedure, in the next section, 052, there is an interlineation in the very first paragraph, and that reflects the same purpose as the preceding definitional clause that was amended, and this is basically goes to the tenancy in a leasehold, not creating a ownership interest sufficient to create or to demonstrate status as an applicant. And scrolling down in that section, there is another amendment that I just did just as a cleanup in subparagraph 10 of that section to change to read applicant/owner instead of just owner, as a requirement there for an affirmation concerning smoke and carbon monoxide detectors and fire extinguishers. The next section is evaluation criteria, section 053, and numbered paragraph 5. That interlineation was created after comments from environmental health. So it currently, well, without going into what it currently reads, but as it would be amended to read, appropriate limitation of number of renters is a criteria for evaluation of an application. Renters or guests for the size of the residence and number of bedrooms and bathrooms. The number of renters and guests must not exceed 2 per bedroom. It used to be twice the number of bedrooms plus 2 individuals, so 2 per bedroom plus 2. But this amendment would change it down to not exceed 2 per bedroom or such lower number as appropriate for the condition of the property. The recommendation from environmental health is that applications be evaluated based upon the permitted capacity of the septic system, if this is a septic, an individual septic system served property, as opposed to a property that's on a sewer collection system. If the septic system was permitted in size for something less than 2 people per bedroom, then a reduction would be made, and that would be an appropriate condition of the property to be considered. Or an evaluation of what is and what is not a bedroom in the house. Is a family room, or is it a bedroom? That type of a thing. Mm-hmm. But at any rate, typically speaking, the concern of environmental health is that septic systems are not sized for anything greater than 2 individuals more, for each bedroom. There's no surge capacity built into septic systems or anything like that to accommodate additional folks or additional demands on the system. Paragraph number 7, let's see, what was that? This was a comment, I forget who brought it up during one of the meetings, but a request that there be a statement from the applicant affirming how much time during a license year that they would be on the property. That could have been worded a little bit more specifically, but it encapsulates exactly what was being required or considered by the board during the discussion. In other words, if you have an applicant who is using the property as a residence, how much time will they be there? What's their intention going into the application? And will they be there for 2 months, 3 months, 9 months, whatever it might be? Or under an exception for the principal residence requirement, if the property owner is just there frequently but not staying on the property for any given period of time.
John, can I ask, what do we do with that affirmation, and what good does it do us?
It does a couple of things. It manifests an intent of how the property is going to be managed. It's an expression of how much time it'll be used by a principal resident as opposed to be offered for rental during the course of a license year. And that can be evaluated on a renewal application as to how that had been complied with or not, and how that affected the availability of the property for rental.
And how would we know if it's been complied with or not?
The county finds out a great deal of things on a great deal of properties without having to send employees out into the field.
So if there was a neighbor who said they're going to be here 6 months and they're barely here at all, then we would have something to question and follow up on.
That would be an example of it, sure.
But it's not a requirement that they be there the amount of time they say they expect to be there.
No, it's not.
But if their mother is sick or something?
That's true. It's not a requirement.
It's just for information.
So why do we have to enforce it then? We don't.
Well, we're not.
Well,
Unless
except
it's-
Patty was asking, how would we know?
Well,
So
if the licensing authority, in issuing a license, may feel it's appropriate based on the condition of the property to limit the amount of time it's available for rental, even though it's not a strict requirement in the code. It's the licensing authority has that discretion. And so if there's a limitation that reflects that, based upon prior use of the property or the condition of the property or where the property is located, whatever it might be, then that would be reflected. And that could be a condition of an application. But it does not have to be, and we are not upfront requiring that. And in fact, by requiring a property to be used as a principal residence of somebody does not require any particular time of occupancy by that person who uses it as a principal residence or who has an ownership interest in the property.
Okay.
It helps with our information gathering too. So.
Yeah.
Steve, please.
So if it is their residence and they're doing an Airbnb thing where people are using part of the house, shared part of the house for the Airbnb thing, which a lot of people do that, that would be reflected in this question that the licensing authority would be asking on the questionnaire or the application.
Right. And if the response is that the person is going to be there 12 months of the year or all year long and only renting out a couple of bedrooms, then chances are they'll get bounced out of this and say, guess what, you're a bed and breakfast, you don't need a license, and we can't require one. As long as you continue occupying the property, you're a bed and breakfast, then you will come under a different regulation.
Okay.
The distinction between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental, one of them, is that the owner continues to occupy the bed and breakfast as rooms are let. And a short-term rental does not do that.
necessarily.
So does a bed and breakfast collect the sales tax and submit it?
We don't have any indication that B&Bs are not doing that. They are required under state law to do that. The reason that county powers were expanded upon an initial lobbying request from Summit County was that they we're not collecting sales tax from short-term rentals, which was due and owing as a function of existing state law. This regulatory licensing ability was to afford counties a better position and a better ability to ensure collection of sales tax.
So in the county code, to have a bed and breakfast, isn't that a use by special review, that they have to apply to the county to do that?
It depends on the zone district. Either an allowed use, prohibited use, or a special review use. But it is a bed and breakfast is a excuse me, a defined use under the land use code. An STR is not.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we ready to move on?
Where are we?
We are now to no license number 12.
Paragraph 12. So, this is the kicker for the principal residency requirement, which includes the Clapper compromise, or at least how that's going to be referred to until April 22nd for some reason. So, the requirement will be that a license, no license shall issue for a property which is not the applicant's principal residence, and that is consistent with prior language in the code amendment. The principal residency requirement is waived for properties that have been held in the same ownership for at least, and the number here is 30 years, and I put in 30 because that was the high side of what was being discussed, but there were a variety of numbers being discussed at that time without a firm decision. So that is something for the board to discuss and to consider as to whether 30 is something that you feel comfortable with, if you want something greater than that, if you are trying to address, say, a legacy property, something that's been in family ownership for generations, or something less than that, something that's been owned for some smaller period of time. Now, same ownership, excuse me, same ownership means the same individual or a successor who is a member of the previous owner's family. Family is then defined, and the definition of family can be tweaked all day long. I lifted that out of the Home Rule Charter as part of our conflict of interest policy. If a commissioner has a family member, as that is defined there, with a financial interest in an application, the commissioner automatically recuses themselves. So I thought that was a good enough spot to begin a discussion of what a family member is. And it's very broad and definitely includes things you might not ordinarily capture, like grandparents or
son-in-laws
or in-law relations. Someone in that part of the original owners, or, and I'm looking down where this cursor is bobbing, the original owner or their successor's immediate household. So in addition to those familial relationships, the person it can be simply a member of the household and not a member of a family by marriage or procreation. If it's an individual is a member of the owner's household, that individual can be a successor. Or the successor's immediate household is then followed up by, and then I would point out the fact that if you have a grandparent and the property passes to a child, and then the child grows older, and then that property then passes to the grandchild of the original owner, that type of succession is acceptable for this exclusion or this waiver because the familial relationship relates back to the owner in possession at the time. So it can, the property can transact through an owner's family, and it can bop around a little bit from a direct line of family by the inclusion of in-law relations. So it's a broad classification of a familial descent or devise. If the property is not titled to a natural person, then the legal entity the property is titled to must be controlled or held in the majority by the owner or one of their family members. So I've never wanted to discriminate as to the quality of ownership or the quality of the owner in drafting this language. But in trying to honor the board's intent, I left it as a non-natural entity, a legal entity, like an LLC or a partnership or a family trust. Family trusts and LLCs you see quite a bit of in our county. Don't see quite so many S or C corps or joint ventures, or you see partnerships. You see everything, but for the most part, I would say the dominant alternative form of ownership, other than a natural person, is an LLC or a family trust. Having it owned or controlled or held in the majority by that natural individual or family member simply means that we're not dealing with a property that's being held by someone diffuse from the principal resident, so to speak. So in other words, the condition that the board referenced several times was a corporate ownership of a house, and then an employee being put on the title in a nominal or very low percentage way, in holding as in an undivided interest type of a situation, and that person being free to establish an STR. So that would be not something that you would see under this proposed language. And alternatively, to this familial ownership quality, the principal residency requirement is also waived if the property has been used for short-term rentals for at least, and then again, this is another number of years that was mentioned during the reading on the high side, but the board, obviously you can reduce those, and you can tweak this any number of ways, but this is trying to keep with the context of the previous discussions. So the property's been used for short-term rentals for at least 10 years without any injury to guests or other people or property, with compliance with all county codes, with payment of the required sales tax, and the absence of any significant complaint concerning the rental activity. So there are those caveats in addition to the fact that it has been used as a rental property. The board can consider if you want to add to that or eliminate that, but this would be at least indicative of a property that was being operated on a way that is sensitive to its surroundings, to the concerns of neighbors, and complying with the law. The next section that has some interlineation is paragraph 13. I'd like to skip that for now and get to that into a larger discussion of the rural and remote zone district in a minute. Paragraph 14 is an addition as a result of discussion of the board concerning more than one license on a particular property. There are properties in the county that have more than one principal residence or principal dwelling unit, as that is defined in the land use code. The property has not been partitioned or subdivided or otherwise isolated in ownership around a principal residence, and is simply inclusive. And so this deals with the concern expressed by the board that no more than one short-term rental license shall issue for any single property or parcel. And so that would end that particular scenario.
So I have a question. Wonder if it's a condominium and there's 3 people that own condos there that each want to short-term rental.
There's no prohibition against that.
Okay. So this is if it's all under one ownership, the property or parcel.
Right.
Not so, okay, because I had somebody call me about that, and they're concerned that, who got their license first would be the winner.
Right.
I said no.
And that is a real possibility. We don't see it too much in this county. I'm not quite sure why, but you can do what's referred to as a land condominium. It's essentially a way of holding property that is recognized under Kiowa, the state law that deals with common ownership interest in property. It's created in the same way you'd think of as a condominium being created in a multi-unit building. But in this case, the ownership is not so much to a space within walls, but a space within an overall parcel. And so that condominiumized unit can be reflected with a map and not a plat. And if this was done on a property, then the individual units on such of a map could be short-term.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right. So the next interlineation is in section 055, license requirements. In the first paragraph, it simply says these specific requirements may be augmented by the licensing authority at any time. So these requirements are continuing requirements for any property that holds or is being used for short-term rentals. And they are, in the main, established for health safety issues on the part of guests or renters on the property, but there are other issues embedded in this section dealing with surrounding properties and such as that. But this gives the licensing authority the flexibility to augment this list if something develops, rather than coming back to the board continually for a code amendment. So I think that flexibility will go a long way in trying to keep the program running without any stutters.
But it doesn't stop the licensing authority from coming back to us if they have questions or
That's
concerns.
true.
Steve?
So this is in reference to number 1, which isn't redlined, but it's about the display of a copy of the license. I keep thinking about if someone is cheating, an owner's cheating and allowing more people stay in the unit than is allowed, does the license that would be displayed give the number of people allowed to be in that dwelling?
It will.
So then if a guest is there, they have 15 people and they're on the license, it says they're allowed
Right.
something less, then that they wouldn't be able to determine that and start asking questions.
Right, and we also require that the lease document or other rental document that is being used by the owner also reference that as well. Not sure if the guest or renter would be too concerned, but at least it's certainly out there that
Okay.
that they will be aware.
It's like
of.
the occupancy of this room is
Such and such.
150 people based on the fire
Fire
fire code. Okay.
Right, exactly. And the reason that's not redlined is simply because that language is part of the original ordinance and code language that was accepted by the board.
Okay, so moving on to,
Down to paragraph 19. And this, I hope, reflects the discussion that was recently had by the board. So this is an additional requirement on licensees that they will maintain records of rental activity to be shared with the licensing authority, consistent with the requirements of the licensing authority and comprised of, at a minimum, the number and dates of nights rented, the number of guests for each rental day or night, the frequency of maid or concierge services, the number of service people retained to maintain the rental residence and their vehicle trips to the residence, payment of sales tax and rental rates, and other general records needed for the licensing authority to determine the intensity of rental activity and impacts associated with the rental activity. So there was a desire on the part of the, I think the majority of the board, that data be obtained and that it be in a form that can be utilized by the county and immediately by the licensing authority to try to assist us in evaluating this short-term rental activity, which is what the original desire was back 11 months ago, to try to get a handle on what the activity is, where it is, what are the impacts, what exactly are we dealing with, and so that we can move on and go forward from there.
can I just stop, because I want to make sure Kelly comments on this at some point, because this was her idea to bring forward, which I think was a great idea. Okay, so we'll come back.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't see anything to add.
Okay.
Let's see, the next section, 060, the terms and renewals and fees. The second paragraph has an interlineation regarding renewals. So renewal applications we process administratively in the same manner as original license. They are administratively processed simply because the licensing authority is handling it. Provided there have been no violations of the terms of the previous license, any county codes or regulations, or the license issued under this code, and there have been no unresolved complaints concerning rental activities. And again, that same language of unresolved complaints to try to discriminate against or away from frivolous things that might be raised against a rental activity or something that has been dealt with by the owner once they've been made aware of it and it's been resolved, and everything is copacetic.
Is that a legal term,
Yeah,
copacetic?
I think it is.
It is
So I'm
today.
sure it's in black, let's see.
That should be the
And
final.
that is essentially it.
Good.
So.
John, can I just go back quickly under 6.50.050 under licenses? We talked about the 15 days versus the 13 days.
Let me get it back up again.
Okay.
For you, just because.
This is just real quick because I
closed
just
it
need a
down.
little point of clarification. Where do, if people are notified, will the notice tell them how they submit comments or concerns and to whom? I don't want to just notify people and say you've been notified. I want to say,
No.
and this is what you need to
It's
do.
It'd be similar to any public notice we give. Property address such and such has applied for a short-term license, short-term rental license. The license will be reviewed by the Pickton County Licensing Authority by such and such a date. If there are any comments or concerns, please submit them to the licensing authority, either email or whatever.
And then what does the licensing authority do with those comments? Do they then, like if you have it's something and it brings it to the Board of Commissioners. In other words, some things that staff can just move forward, but when there's a concern or a complaint that's filed, it pops that approval back to the BOCC, or?
Well, this is in advance of a license issuance, so chances are it's not going to be a complaint based on activity unless it's a renewal type of
Right.
situation. But the licensing authority has the ability to handle it.
Okay.
If the licensing authority cannot, then it's bounced over to the county attorney's office. If the county attorney's office thinks that there's reason to believe that there's a violation, then the whole thing will go to a hearing officer. If the hearing officer determines that, yes, there is a violation, then the resulting consequence of that violation will go to the BOCC for determination.
Okay.
And any appeal that the property owner might want to make from the hearing officer's violation will be handled at the same time. But if there is a comment that just comes in on the property, we don't like it. It's too close to us. Somebody did it here a while ago and it was annoying as hell, or something like that. It's for the licensing authority to consider in context of the overall application and everything else that is involved in the application. It's not an automatic rejection of it. It's simply it's a means for a member of the public who may very well be affected by the issuance of the license, an adjoining property owner, to inform the licensing authority of something to consider.
Okay.
The licensing authority, depending on what it is, might use it to deny the application. Or the licensing authority might say, there's been a concern raised about such and such. When you're doing your short-term rental, I want to condition your license that such and such doesn't happen, or that you're aware of it, or something like that.
I just wanted it to be clear to the public who's going to be receiving these notices and to staff so they knew how to handle it. So thank you, John.
Okay. And the 13 days is, wasn't completely arbitrary, but it certainly could be replaced with 15 or even something longer. To be honest with you, I was trying to think of it in context of how this program is going to be administered. So I'm anticipating a surge of applications coming in relatively soon after the board adopts something, if we get to that point. We want to be able to
When, not if.
We want to be able to entertain those that initial surge, so to speak, of applications, and be able to turn them around relatively quickly and issue licenses so that there is not an interruption in somebody's business of doing short-term rentals. And so I was thinking that if we did it for 13 days, that's long enough for somebody to get the notice, but not so long that we're delaying the issuance of a license.
Okay, well, that'll come back for,
I think that when something is adopted, well, we'll get to that in a second.
okay.
But, all right.
So you are done with this. Did you want to do anything else before I bring it back to the board?
Yes,
or
I
can
would
we
like
open-
to go over something else, which is the ordinance itself, like we were talking earlier.
Attachment 1.
Yes, attachment 1. So I've screen shared that as well.
Notice you changed the date of the ordinance.
Yes, we bounced that date. Not looking to change it again, Patty. But the interlineation is by and large an attempt to capture the board's concerns and discussions that have gone on for all of the reviews of this material. The paragraph 8 really just reflects an overall concern with the type of activity and why this regulation is being entertained at all. Paragraphs 9, 10, and 11 deal with a principal residence issue. In other words, why it's being considered, what is hoped to be gained by it, and why the board feels that there should be a waiver of that requirement in certain circumstances. The waiver itself is reflected in findings in paragraphs 12 and 13. Paragraph 14 and 15, and this gets to the discussion for the rural and remote zone district. So the parameters and the qualities of the rural and remote zone district are referred to here by reference to the land use code. And the land use code, when it establishes a zone district, will define what the intent of that district is, the qualities of properties to be included in that district, and so forth. The rural and remote zone districts is a little bit unique in that those qualities are spelled out in more detail and drawn out a little bit more than any other zone district in the county. So paragraphs 14 and 15 get to that. And it's really just a reiteration of what is identified in the land use code, and using what the land use code identifies as something that is available for zoning rural and remote would ordinarily exhibit. Getting to paragraphs 16 and 17, what I would like to do is to suggest to the board that those two paragraphs be deleted, and that the board consider.
Where did they go?
I just got rid of them. Deletions
Well, I guess you deleted them.
Deletions happen just
They're
that
gone.
quick, right? Make sure I pull up the right thing here. So, for the board's consideration, contained within the ordinance is a new paragraph 16 and 17 here. And this wasn't in the packet because of the the strictures on packet preparation and so forth. But
So 16 and
is-
17 are new
are new.
opportunities for the board to discuss.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said you just recommended they should be stricken.
The existing 16 and 17.
Oh, okay.
These
This
are
is
new.
what I would propose as a
Okay.
new 16 and 17. So there's a statement of finding that the board would make, that the board recognizes that all properties located in the R&R zone district, that should be capitalized, are defined by similar characteristics which are requisites to zoning properties rural and remote. The board also recognizes that all properties are not exactly the same, and there may be circumstances which should allow an application to proceed for properties within the rural and remote zone district. This is the context of this. Paragraph 17 reads, the board finds that rural and remote applications may proceed directly to this board. So the way this is set up is that rather than the licensing authority reviewing applications associated with the R&R district, applications in the rural and remote district would proceed to the BOCC for determination.
Directly.
Right. However, there is a preliminary step. And so the applications may proceed directly to this board for final determination if the licensing authority first recommends that adequate emergency services are available to the property, adequate provisions can be made for the safety of the renters and guests considering the remote quality of the property,
and that the rental activity and the activities associated with servicing the property will not be injurious to other properties or owners, public and private, because in the remote zone district, the majority of land is public land, or to the qualities inherent to areas in the rural and remote zone district in the area of the rental property. So this is a path forward for consideration of applications for short-term rental licenses for properties concerning the rural and remote zone district. And Kelly has her hand up.
Kelly, hi.
Hi, thank you. So, John, I don't want anyone to set any, wilderness adjacent lands on fire during high wildfire season or anything like that, but would something like this allow for, say, a property that is like adjacent to AR10 and maybe isn't zoned AR10 but could be argued that it's very similar in characteristic as AR10 to then apply for a license? Is that
It will allow
what this achieves?
It changes the prohibition against applications to allowing any property or owner of a property that is zoned rural and remote to come in with an application and for the application to be considered.
But they have to sort of demonstrate.
But there's an initial demonstration to the licensing authority to address, and these three things have been the three things that the board has iterated and reiterated over the course of these meetings, and so they're highlighted there. If the licensing authority can find, like for example in your scenario, that the rural remote zoned property is adjacent to an AR10 property or some other zoned property, or is it near the boundary of the rural remote zone district anywhere, then the circumstances of that property may be such that, yes, these things can be provided. Or the property might be wholly within the rural remote zone district, but because of its parameters, because of its topographic and geographic situation, because of any number of considerations associated with the particular uniqueness of the property, these things can be, these concerns can be ameliorated. So the licensing authority would review it, and if that demonstration can be made, the licensing authority would then recommend that these concerns have been satisfied to the BOCC, and then the BOCC reviews the actual application.
You good?
Yeah.
Francine, then
Hey,
I have.
John.
Oh, Greg, Francie's
Sorry.
first, and then you.
I was wondering where you were, Greg. You just kind of freaked me out.
Francie had her hand up first.
So in order for somebody who has property on rural and remote to submit an application, would they first have to qualify for the exemption, assuming we go that way with the primary residence thing? Would
Yeah,
they-
the primary residence thing would apply anyway, so
Okay.
so
it's not like any rural and remote property can apply?
it would be any property, the same consistent with any property in the county. So
Okay.
there is a qualification with this whole principal residence requirement thing. And there are two ways out of it. Either some period of time of ownership within a family or lineage, or some period of time of previous short-term rental activity.
Okay, Greg?
Yeah, John, just on number 17, the last line, I just want to understand what does the property will not be injurious to the qualities inherent to areas in the R&R zone. Injurious to qualities inherent, I just want to drill down on that so I understand that it doesn't, what does that actually mean? There's an aesthetic to rural and remote, and to rural and remote travel, say like the hut systems have, with self-sufficient, self-contained, self-propelled travel sort of things. Is that a quality that's inherent to the area? I'm just trying to figure out what would be included in that so I can get a feel for what this means.
The qualities inherent to the R&R zone district are those qualities that were spelled out in the preceding two recital paragraphs by referring to the zone district description itself. The zone district is described within the land use code as having certain qualities and characteristics. And in fact, if you don't have those, the zone district is not available to that property, or the property should not be zoned rural and remote. So those are the type of inherent qualities observed or recognized within the rural and remote zone district. So the
For an example of, say, an injurious activity might be the short-term rental coupled with a special event type of a scenario that may not need a special event a permit from the county, but would raise a ruckus. And that ruckus being raised in the backcountry is injurious to other people's enjoyment of areas zoned rural and remote, which by and large are owned by the United States and managed through the Forest Service. Something like that. So you're looking at it from the point of view of not defeating the purpose of the zone district, and something that would conform to the goal or intent of the zone district through the scope of activity associated with the short-term rental.
You good, Greg?
Yeah, for now, yep.
I have a question about appeal. So if the licensing authority was to find and did not recommend adequate emergency service, et cetera, and was not going to allow the license of rural remote to go forward, could they then appeal?
Yep, so looking down beyond those two paragraphs in the screenshot is an addition to the code. So this would be put into that section 053 parens 13. And originally, it was a preclusion against acceptance of applications from properties in the rural zone district, and it would be replaced with this license application. It basically repeats the sum and substance of paragraph 17 of the actual ordinance. So the code language would read, license applications for properties in the rural and remote zone district will be determined by the board, and the board is defined as the BOCC, of course, after the licensing authority has recommended, and this is a recommendation, so it's not like it's a binding determination on the board. If the licensing authority recommends that the property has sufficient availability to emergency services or something like that, the board can disagree. The BOCC can disagree.
Okay.
So after the licensing authority has recommended that the property has adequate emergency services, adequate provisions can be made for the safety of renters and guests considering the qualities of the property, and that the rental activity and activities associated with servicing the property will not be injurious to other property owners, public or private, and the qualities of the zone district. And then beneath that, a second addition would be made to say decisions made by the licensing authority in regard to the rural remote applications. So that would be the determination on those three things may be appealed to the board by either the applicant or any member of the county staff. So it's not available to any concerned party or any neighbor, but if the staff, feels that the licensing authority got off on a wild hair, they could call it up in front of the board, or if the property owner feels that, listen, this was way too harsh of a evaluation, then the property owner can take it to the board and have it evaluated there.
So my question gave you a great segue. Did you have something about this, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I could, in this approval that comes to the board, could the board put additional conditions on a license if they're not?
As long as the
out in
conditions
here?
relate to a concern or an aspect of the regulation
Like I
itself.
would think, like if we're in a stage 3 fire ban or something, or fire restriction or something like that,
Yes.
that we wouldn't want to allow activity at
You
that time. or
can
something.
do that. In fact, you could do that to any property anywhere in the county. You can condition the issuance of a license on its suspension of rental activity if there is something.
Yeah.
If there is a stage 3, I thought we only had.
Emergent, like a red, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
emergent.
But at any
Stage
rate, some other condition like that. You can put that on any license anywhere in the county.
So, in adding to that, Kelly, thank you for the segue. So if somebody was to come in and they had issues with over-the-snow access, this is just an example, over-the-snow access for emergency, just because of the limitations of over-the-snow, they could come in and say, well, we're just going to use our short-term rental licensing for activity during the time frame when there is access that wasn't over the snow, when the road is open for.
Yes, it can be.
They could add that to their application as far as to justify their.
And the board could inquire of the applicant as well.
To limit it to.
Given the situation, it seems to make more sense that the rental activity is limited to essentially the summer or whenever
So there's
the
other
road is open.
opportunities and
But,
possibilities.
but that, to be honest, the way I was envisioning this is that it still gives the applicant the freedom to demonstrate that there's an ability to get there or get from there here, or a hospital or something like that, to provide for the health and safety of guests.
Okay.
And the idea that the board discussed also in the past where somebody logging onto a website and reserving a cabin that might be located in rural and remote might not quite have the appreciation of what rural and remote is, or just how far back can be, or what's available and what's not. And so if that type of concern can be met, some sort of understanding or advisement or waiver or something done by the property owner vis-a-vis their relationship with the renter and the guests.
So it gives some flexibility on both sides.
I mean, for example, huts themselves they're not available to emergency services, at least not in the traditional context. But somebody who's going on a hut trip knows that going in, and so
They also don't get caterers, I don't think, do they?
no. So the service level is different. There's a different expectation, and as a consequence, there is a safety factor that can be maintained.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
Let's see. Hang on.
Okay, I'm not going anywhere yet. Just want to try and
Not
get to the
quite
public here.
done. I wish I could toggle back and forth from one document to another, but that is just not possible.
So we're going back to the ordinance?
So I'm going back to the ordinance, and so this existing 16 and 17 would come out. Now, paragraph 18 has to do with effective dates, and in the past there have been dialogues about trying to coordinate the effective date of this regulation to assist renters and the lessors or property owners in not being too disruptive to reservations that might be out there. So will it be effective in the middle of April or the middle of May, or will it be effective in the middle of October or the middle of November, or something along those lines? But to tell you the truth, I mean, the reality is people make reservations pretty far out, and there are some sites that you can just look at and see that reservations are being made for the winter season already of 22, 23. So I think the more logical way of looking at this is not a date particular, specific date in the future, but a number of days after adoption of the ordinance. 60 days is included here in this paragraph 18 because that was the estimate of the folks who are working on administering and enforcing this regulation once it's adopted. I think 60 is kind of overly optimistic personally, but the idea is to allow enough time for the regulation to be published, for somebody to read it and assimilate it who hasn't been following all of this discussion, to get online or to come in to the office and to find a live body on staff to ask questions of, to then do an application, to file it, hopefully online. This will be available to be done online anyway, so hopefully it can be done in the largest extent online. To let that application then be noticed and then reviewed by the licensing authority, and if there's something particularly interesting for the licensing authority, then to refer it out. I want to double check this with environmental health on the septic. I need to check that. I heard that there was a fire in this place. I want to check this with building, or something along those lines, to get that kind of response back and then turn around and be able to issue a license so that there's no interruption of previously taken reservations. And if a property owner can do those steps and can reasonably expect the license to issue, there shouldn't be any disruption, because once the effective date comes on, they will have a license in hand already. So personally, I think I'd feel more comfortable with something out to 90 days, but staff was, they were ambitious, so they were
But what
thinking
you're
60.
saying is, if and when we finally approve something, the people can come in and start applying, but the effective date is set out 60 or 90 days.
Right.
So it doesn't mean you have to wait 60 or 90 days to apply. It means you by that 60 or 90 days, you have to have been in a process, or I mean, you can still apply afterwards, but
Right.
you wouldn't be able to actually do short-term rentals after that 60 or 90 days, because that's when this would be effective.
Unless you have a license.
Unless you what?
Unless you have a license.
Yeah, right.
And
Unless you've gone through the application process.
yeah, that would be like the
And have a
next cycle.
license.
The next cycle. All licenses are good for a year. You know, we don't know what might finally be adopted by the board either. So staff needs to get a handle on what is adopted with finality, and then gear application forms and processes to meet those
Whatever
the
we put in the
contents of the
ordinance.
code, and then integrate that into something that can be, you know, readily available, filled out online, processed, and turned around.
Great. Steve, you had your hand up?
I can see a bottleneck forming if everybody's applying for licenses that are, the program is effective whenever, July 1st, say. Everybody's going to have a license with an expiration date of July 1st, 2023. And the staff is going to be overwhelmed 1 year and 2 years and 3 years
Until they
from
start
that
to stagger
date.
out. Yeah.
Is there any way we can stagger the renewals, like the initial time, make it, they could do it anywhere from 11 months to 13 months out instead of a set one exact year, just to spread out the applications,
Or
the reapplications.
You could
easier.
increase the effective date or period, you know, longer. Instead of 2 months or 3 months, put it out to 4 months, with an anticipation that people naturally will just come in at different times. There'll be some people who'll be eager and ready to go right out of the chute, and other people that won't get around to it, and other people who will be chapped at having to do it at all and will wait till the end. And there will be a natural staggering. Or you can have it effective in different parts of the county at different times. That way you have at least not the depth of the surge that is kind of anticipated, where everybody comes in at one
Yeah,
time.
but every
it's-
section of the county will want to be first.
So
Yeah,
if someone, we put this out there, someone comes in the first week and applies for it, can they have their license dated, you know, May 15th or something instead of July 1st kind
Oh,
of a date?
it will be dated whenever the license issues, so that, you know, they
Even
can
though
have it.
even though the legislation isn't effective for 60 days after.
Even though they wouldn't need it. On the other hand, you don't want to shortchange somebody who's, you know, ahead of the game and then penalize them you know, that way. To say that, well, you know, you've got your license, it's good for a year, but 2 months of that year, you didn't even need it. So, yeah, you're right. I think that the reality of it is that there will be a surge that will repeat itself every year. But that is a consequence of trying to bring in an unknown number of applicants and to have a new regulation effective that requires the issuance of a license, and recognizing going into it that more times than not, the licenses are going to be issued. There won't be justification for denying one, that they will be issued for no other reason than a lack of knowledge of what the impact might be in a given neighborhood until there's a track record, say, until
Okay.
there's a history.
So another way to do it would be to make the effective date sooner, but have a grace period afterwards, a 90-day grace period that they can come in and apply up to 90 days after the effective date.
There is a 30-day grace period built in already for renewals, but I don't know if that's going to make a difference.
So what I suggest is, we have Cindy Hubin here who has her hand raised, but I suggest we have staff come back and present us with some thoughts on how to do this rather than try and fix this now, because we really need to be look at the licensing authority, which is staff, to see what is manageable, what isn't, what suggestions they have. So Cindy, you have your hand up, please.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say, to be conservative, we ought to say at least the 90 days. And then if this ordinance goes forward and we reduce it, that's okay. But if we increase it, John, I would assume we would have to have another hearing, correct?
Well, the reason we have another hearing is a charter requirement that is triggered if there is, if the original accepted language on a first reading or, the first consideration of the board is amended significantly or significantly in substance. So it's not a bright line necessarily, but I mean, clearly you can see by all the red in here that I don't see any way to look at this as anything other than significantly in substance. And so that's why I am saying it needs a third reading. If we are back on a third reading and the only change is to tweak this from 60 to 90 or 9 to 120 or something like that, then that, in my estimation, is not significant or in substance enough to go to a fourth reading, that can be done by the board at the time of adoption.
So we could do that, but we just need staff input as to, I would like that for our next reading, so staff can tell us what works, what doesn't work, what ideas they might have about staggering licensing and timeframes.
We did get a recommendation for 90 from Cindy.
Yeah, but I want the whole package to come through. Okay. John,
I think that's it.
really?
I think so.
So would the board like to do comments now, or can we open the public hearing?
I'd rather hear the public first.
Okay, so we are going to open the public hearing. So bear with us, we do have the timer, and we appreciate again everyone being here. So I'm going to start with the front row. On this side, you need to come forward. Michaela, you would like them here at this?
Yeah, just make sure you're speaking into the mic, please, around 6 inches.
And the first thing you need to do is give your name for the public record. All of this will be in the public record. It's also, of course, it's being broadcast live on Grassroots, and the public is viewing from all over the place. And Michaela will have, you want to show me that, and then I will give them. So she will show me the timer, and I hate to interrupt you during your 3 minutes, but I'll tell you when you have 1 minute left. I'll just say you have 1 minute. I'll do it really quickly. And then hopefully you can do your closing remarks. So please, thank you for being here.
I only added a slight minute, so I know it's 2.5 minutes. But so it could be 2:45, right?
And you can't move your credit on to the next
Well,
person.
it's already
Sorry.
started, so you know.
I'll be nice.
Thank you very much for seeing us. I'm Philip Long. I appreciate your time this afternoon. Well, all day, actually. We've been Picken County property owners for the past 5 years and local residents for 8 years. We purchased property in Redstone because we love the historic charm, natural beauty, and outdoor opportunities. Our profession prohibits us from being in Redstone all the time, but we want to change that in the future. We own 2 properties on Redstone Boulevard, neither of which has been, in the past 10 plus years, have existed as primary residence, long-term rentals, or local worker housing. We have successfully hosted short-term guests as one of our properties since 2017. Since that time, we have held an active Colorado sales tax license and have remitted state, county, and RAFTA taxes accordingly. Our guests are primarily families who have come back to Redstone year after year to dine, shop, and enjoy Redstone's historic charm and wilderness opportunities. At present, if the proposed regulations were to pass, we would not be able to apply for this license and meet the, 30-year ownership requirement. This ownership requirement is overly onerous and is a significant outlier when you look at other STR regulations other places. We are in favor of STR regulations for Redstone that promote the larger Redstone community goals and provide mixed lodging for families, support the local tourism economy, and enable responsible tax-paying property owners such as ourselves to continue hosting tourists in Redstone. We do not believe that the current proposed STR regulations meet these aims, and we urge you to take steps towards these regular, practical, regulatory policies that include STR owners, Redstone business owners, and the Community Association of Redstone. Regulation should be well informed and balanced to benefit the entire community of Redstone. We believe the regulation as proposed, is one-sided and will create significant immediate negative consequences for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
How did I
much.
do
You
on
did,
the
you
time?
did well. Thank you, appreciate it.
I made it.
Okay, next, since there's nobody else in that front row, now we're going to the front row. Front row. Did you wish to speak, please? We will get to you, I promise.
So, hello everybody. I am Jeremias. I'm from Argentina, and I'm father of 2 girls. My wife Florencia and I, we've been living here in the Valley for almost 7 years, and we are owners of VIS Home Services. We provide housekeeping, carpet cleaning, maintenance, and other services for short-term rentals. There are 8 families from the Latin community, including mine, that can afford to live in the Valley thanks to this business. This proposed ordinance not only affects homeowners, but also affects individuals and families working in the service business because it will,
It's okay.
affects individuals and families working in the service business because it will basically decrease work and it will cause financial hardship. On the other hand, in Pickens County, the most customers of every business are tourists, and taking away the short-term rentals will decrease the numbers of visitors because they won't find accommodations. In this case, more than only affecting service business, it will affect the economy of the entire valley.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next. And then, so the people who are zooming in, I will start with the list there. So people should have them start raising their hands. So you want to start raising your hands, you can do it by hitting *6. And then *9 will help to unmute.
*9 is to raise your hand.
Oh, *9 is to raise your hand, *6? I've been saying *6 all day.
Star 6 to raise your hand, star 9 to unmute.
Other way around.
Other way around.
Thank you. You've
Try
been
both.
letting me get away with that all day. You got to start over. We're going to give her 3 minutes. So *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And I've been lying to you all day.
Okay.
Okay, go.
Okay.
Please.
My name's Brittany. I'm a resident of Carbondale, as well as the owner of a vacation rental management company that manages homes in Pickens County. I'm one of the founders of Carbondale Forward, a group responsible for helping usher in fair short-term rental regulations in the town of Carbondale, as well as a board member of the Aspen-Pickens County Short-Term Rental Alliance. I have dedicated a great amount of time to helping find a middle ground for local regulations to both preserve our communities as well as the tourism we rely on. The reason why short-term rentals are so popular is because people want to be involved in the community they're staying in, along with the amenities a home provides that brings ease when traveling with children and pets. I recently traveled to San Diego and rented a small house near the beach for my family. The house had a yard, a sandbox, kids' amenities, and a washer and dryer. It provided the perfect environment for my toddler and baby to enjoy time away from the mountains. While I was there, I walked by hotels near the beach and saw wedding parties, young adults blasting music outside, and people hanging out on small patios. And I thought to myself, this would literally be a nightmare with my children. Staying in a hotel or B&B caters towards a different type of group of travelers, and one that I used to be. With the focus on short-term rentals in our area and the concern communities have raised around the growth of them, the board has an opportunity to create a solution that balances the needs of small businesses to depend on tourism and residents. I can see both sides of this issue, and a solution I have been introducing to other Roaring Fork Valley communities is the creation of caps. We can then control the amount of residents, the amount of rentals on places such as the historic boulevard, and not have to worry about favoring one type of rental. With the primary residence ordinance, we will see larger spaces that can host families be removed, and the proliferation of ADUs being used as short-term rentals, which are the perfect affordable long-term housing units and direct hotel and B&B competition. Primary homes only allow for occasional rentals when the owner is away, this isn't something that will benefit a growing community of family-oriented and pet-oriented tourists.
Sorry.
Okay, approximately 34 of the top 100 largest cities in the U.S. use the primary residence ordinance. This is an ordinance that really has only been seen in large cities, not small communities. Colorado mountain towns are enforcing caps rather than the primary residence ordinance, such as Crested Butte, Palisade, Glenwood Springs with the 250-foot buffer rule, Ridgeway, Salida, and Pagosa Springs. Why are we not looking at these communities as an example for Pitkin County and historic Redstone? If most mountain towns are approaching this issue with caps, why is Pitkin County and Redstone mirroring ordinances in the largest U.S. cities rather than our comparable communities in our own backyard? This approach will have negative impacts on our businesses and tourism, and the ordinance is not being approached in a way to collect any data or involving businesses, as we are going to show tonight. Let's cap the number of short-term rentals in small communities and focus on responsible management and homeowner accountability rather than only allowing one type of short-term rental. I bet every person in this room has stayed in a short-term rental and will again. Let's keep our communities inclusive to families, and this new popular way to vacation is very great. Okay, thank you.
And
Can I
you
ask her a
could leave
question?
that with us, and it would be written comment, which might be a
If you would like to, we
good
could,
way,
if
you
it's signed
want
with your
to.
name,
Absolutely.
print your name on the
That way
bottom.
we'd have your written version, and
Yeah, Kelly has a quick question, I'm gonna allow
Hi.
it.
So I've not been able to find an answer to this, but I'm curious about the Aspen Picken Short-Term Rental Alliance and why it is incorporated in Texas rather than somewhere locally.
It comes out of Texas if you pull up the website.
So one of the founders is actually from Texas, but it's actually a Denver organization. I think the founder of the thing moved to Texas, but it's starting up all across the United States. So they're creating basically boards in communities.
I see. Okay.
Well,
So
I'm
it's
glad they're
not
using
someone
the
who's
Aspen
here
Short-Term
locally.
Rental Alliance and not Pitkin County Short-Term Rental Alliance.
Well, Aspen, Pitkin County. It's
yeah.
like this crazy acronym that.
Yeah, it
Okay,
kind of
great.
tracks back to like a P.O. box in
Can I make
Fort
a
Worth.
quick
which
comment
I
about
thought
the
was a little
30-year
strange.
thing?
No.
No.
Sorry.
Okay.
We've got
Thank you.
got
I'm
masses of people waiting. So
It's
you are the
not.
last here in person, and then we'll go to like 4 people in the Zoom, and then we'll come back to the second row, starting with.
submitted to the
I
right
do
person.
have your
Thank you.
Before we start the timer, I want to make sure that everybody received the letters that were submitted by the key businesses.
Yes, we saw them. We have them in our packet,
And
but you're on the
hard
clock.
copies,
You have to be on the clock to.
Okay.
Yeah. So now you have some slides that you wanted to
Yes,
present.
Michaela is going to be forwarding them
Good.
for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for working with IT to do this. I appreciate it.
Hi, thank you. My name is Elisa Cranis, and I own a home on Redstone Boulevard, across the street from Crystal Dreams, Bed and Breakfast, and Propaganda Pie. My partner Matthew and I purchased the house in summer 2020, and we started short-term rentals in summer 2021. I am a city planner, and I work with municipal governments on the issues of sustainable and equitable development. So I would like to offer some comments as a community planning and public service professional. Next slide, please. I've pulled together a couple of useful data points to give the board a factual, data-based perspective on the current demand for STRs in Redstone. 42% of our guests are families with small children. 50% of our guests come with pets, and 5% are people of color. We are open all year round, and our low season occupancy is averaging 60%. I want to really highlight this because our neighbors with bed and breakfast and lodges are closed all of winter, spring, and half of the fall. Next slide, please. So Crystal Dreams Bed and Breakfast is a good example. Crystal Dreams is closed during winter. They're closed in spring and half of fall. They don't allow small children, they don't allow dogs, and they also don't take credit cards. And needless to say, that's what most people prefer to pay for their accommodations. So I want to address a comment made by Lisa Wagner several times now about us hindering her business and STRs hindering her business. We clearly demonstrate that the tourist that comes to STRs wants things that lodges cannot offer. There is no hindering or competition here, and I think it is very clear. We cater to a very different tourist, families. Next slide, please. We're shocked that key stakeholders from businesses have not been consulted or engaged in this process. We have reached out to several key businesses, and they're unanimously against STR restrictions because their livelihoods depend on STRs. Letters of appeal have now been submitted by all the businesses you see listed on the slide to the Board of Commissioners, and there are several more on the way. I hope the board has had time to carefully read and consider them. Next slide, please. We also published a petition on change.org so that all of Redstone's homeowners and folks from the valley who rely on tourism in Redstone, as well as regular visitors to Redstone, can also be heard. We have received over 140 signatures, and they keep coming in. 28 of these signatures are from Redstone. Full list of signatures and comments has been submitted to the Board of Commissioners. The link to the petition is up on the slide. It is a living document, so feel free to pop in and check it out. Next slide, please. And as I wrap up, I want to make a few
You have less
comments
than 1
with my
minute.
planning hat on. The process of dealing with the perceived STR issue in Redstone is fundamentally flawed. You started by looking at inaccurate data with no objective baseline because your baseline is that STRs are bad. There has been no impact assessment to local economy or jobs associated with STRs. And by the way, that's a major item to omit. You just heard from Jeremias, who explained how important STRs are to livelihoods of many families. As I already mentioned, key businesses have not been engaged in any way. There has been no outreach to a wider demographic of Redstone homeowners. From a planning perspective, this process is a textbook example of what not to do. And as much as, John, you said you didn't intend for this process to be discriminatory, it most certainly is. I appeal to the Board of Commissioners to stop developing this ordinance, open a dialogue with key stakeholders, conduct proper impact
you need to
assessment,
wrap.
and learn about success stories in comparable mountain communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And if you could print that out and mail it into the commissioners or submit it as a
Absolutely, and my
comment?
slide deck is on file as well. I will provide the talking points as well.
Okay, because that way we could get your full
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah, and she and I have been talking to try and figure out how
Absolutely.
to
And
do
we
that.
could,
Okay.
I mean, you have a lot of information, so
Okay,
it'd give
Steve.
us a chance to
Happy to.
digest
Slides are
it.
available there.
We're going to move on to the
Thank
people
you,
who are
Alyssa.
online.
Patty, there are, yes, thank you, 2 people online. Tom, I believe, had his hand raised first. I will allow him to talk.
Okay, let me see where we are here. Tom Lowry, would you please give your name for the public record, even though I already did? And you have 3 minutes, and I will give you your 1-minute warning.
Well, hey, Patty, I thank you, and I appreciate you guys doing this on Zoom because I could tune in. I'm a property owner in Redstone, and I would say what everybody has said before, but my question kind of might be to John in that the purpose of this permit. So I bought property. We've been property owners for a few years. What is the purpose for this permit? John, why is it that...
Tom, you need to direct your comments directly to the Board of Commissioners, not staff, and we don't do question and answer. Thank you.
I apologize.
It's okay, it's okay.
So in that case, I would just like to say I just totally object to, laws that restrict our privacy rights. And I believe the numbers, I think it's a disservice to the rest of the community because we've had wonderful people stay in the community. It's a great thing to share. It's a asset to you. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, but I don't need the whole 3 minutes.
Great, thank you so much, Tom. We appreciate it. Next is Gabe. Would you please give your name for the public record, and I will give you the 1-minute warning also.
My name is Gabe Molnar. Not surprisingly, I'm another property owner on the Boulevard in Redstone. I have 3 points to make. The first one is that myself and the many others you're hearing from tonight and previously have not been in opposition to SDR regulations. What we're in opposition to is that this regulation, as currently drafted, and specifically the owner occupancy requirement. In fact, we encourage and welcome reasonable regulations which would recoup the perceived imbalance in property taxation. This sentiment is shared even by some reasonable lodging owners, such as Bruce, who spoke previously and noted the village commercial zoning in Redstone. The regulation as currently drafted is not only protectionist by granting certain rights arbitrarily to those that have been here longer than others, but also, while I'm sure it is unintentional, regulations as currently drafted are frankly xenophobic. Ask yourself, why do some of these people vehemently not want STRs? Many, if not the majority of visitors to our and mine and other STRs are middle-class families with children that may not look like many of the 30-year residents in the valley. I urge you to consider these thoughts and who you may be voting against and in favor for with these regulations. It may not be who you think. As I and others have stressed before, Redstone is unbelievably quiet. Dogs and kids walk down the boulevard at all hours of the day, all year round. There is no traffic, no on-street parking issues. The few number of businesses that already struggle to survive in Redstone desperately need the small handful of frequent visitors that STRs host. If there are concerns about a few summer weeks, then require a minimum stay period during those times. During the shoulder season and winter, the town is on life support as it is. Finally, point 3, as you know, Redstone is not an incorporated community, but does have a specific commissioner that represents it, which is Francie. Francie has previously made it clear, and she'll have time to speak tonight, and I'm not speaking for her, but previously she's made it clear that she does not support this ordinance as currently drafted. Please listen to her, as she is rightly listening to the majority of her constituents in Redstone. I urge you to recognize the unique qualities of Redstone and the need for a different plan specific to that community and its zoning, at the very least.
Okay, you have
A
about
living
20
document-
20 seconds, 20 minutes.
A living document, quote unquote, which kills the community vitality is not a good document. Please do not pass this as currently written. I urge you at least for a separate session to discuss this further and draft a reasonable regulation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, do we have anybody else online who has a hand risen, a hand raised, or would like to speak and would like to raise their hand by pressing *9? Okay, if anybody changes their mind, it will come up on our screen, so I'm going to go back into the people in the room. So second row, please, would you like to come forward? And we just need your name for the public for the public record.
Hi there. I'm Allison Long, and I just wanted to, first of all, I've been
Could you
here.
talk a little louder?
Oh, yeah. So I've been here all afternoon, and I very much appreciate all the time that you all are spending on these issues. It doesn't seem like an easy process. Like my husband said, you know, we have owned a property on Redstone Boulevard now since 2017, and we are not investors. We are. I grew up on the Western Slope. I went to high school here, and I've come back to raise my kids. We currently live in Glenwood Springs, and I have an occupation where it's prohibitive to live in Redstone because I take call and I need to be closer. And so we have a dream of one day hopefully retiring in Redstone. We love the property that we have there on the river, and it just isn't the right place for us to live primarily right now with our kids in school and my work. So, being able to rent it short term has allowed us to kind of hold on to it in our family and hopefully someday be there in a more permanent setting. And so I'm hopeful that with this process today, we're hearing a lot of good comments, but I'm afraid previously that maybe a lot of the comments about short-term rentals maybe were negative, but I do feel like I did submit a letter with several positives that short-term rentals I think bring to Redstone in the community, and so I'm really hopeful that we can move forward with a process whereby the community as a whole can, instead of this kind of dividing people, that we can come together to come up with some sensible regulation for this, because we feel like it should be regulated too. I mean, Redstone is a very special place, and I think it is for tourists, but it's also for the people that live there permanently, and so I think there needs to be a balance, and I think we can achieve that if there's more time to sort of get input and work together. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you very
time.
much. Okay, finally, I'm so sorry. Come forward, please.
I'm trying to still be awake.
I know.
You have chocolate-covered espresso beans.
Okay. I'm Brenda Holland. I have for 5 years been a second homeowner in Redstone, and I watched all your meetings on video, so I know that you have really studied, you know what you're talking about, you know how to do these details. But I'm here to ask you if you can take this solid knowledge that you have and now involve about 100 property owners in Redstone and many dedicated visitors in Redstone who really want you to now turn your attention to them and what they want and what they know is needed. Redstone is really not like anywhere else. People come to Redstone, they feel free, they feel grounded, they feel welcome, They feel part of it. It's a special place, and it needs your special attention, I do believe. So, for instance, do Redstone people think there aren't enough visitors? Or do Redstone people think there's way too many visitors, it's just getting ruined, too many visitors? Or do they think Goldilocks, it's just about right, this is how we want it? You need to know what Redstone wants and what direction Redstone wants to go in. And I think there needs to be a fuller process of listening before anything is set. Now, this could be the moment you expected, and I'm going to quote your meeting record. It says, given the potential breadth of coming discussion, the first decision point for the board is whether to continue the ordinance or return to work sessions and start the process fresh with a clear articulation of goals. Somebody wrote that in your notes. So that's what I'm asking you to think about today. I think the ordinance almost eliminates short-term rentals because permanent residents aren't renting much. It eliminates them. So I think the ordinance is way off, and I think we should start afresh. People are really interested. We want regulation, but we want it sensible. We want it to support the community, all of us. So I'm just asking you to please put the brakes on. Let's get people involved. Let's get an ordinance that we can all support and be proud of, because Redstone is a wonderful place, and it would be terrible to damage it or ruin it with an ordinance that isn't well thought through. So I really appreciate your attention. I'm glad I can still talk because I haven't had anything to eat all day. So anyway, thank you for listening, and I really think you're doing a fine job. I just think you need to start listening to those of us who are there and care very much for Redstone.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, please come forward. And I'm going to remind people who are online, please raise your hand by *9. Oh, you've got it up there. If you would like to speak.
Hi there, guys. My name is Lauren Kaufman. I'm going to speak a little off the cuff here, but a property owner in Redstone, Colorado, also another homeowner here in the Roaring Fork Valley, purchased a property in El Jebel. Our home in Redstone was purchased for a family home. So it was a family home, just like I think a lot of other homes here were purchased. And with family not being here 24/7, I'm Georgia born, Georgia native, they come in and they visit, and the plan is for them to make this their permanent home. But with it not being, habitated, I guess, 24/7, we saw this short-term rental option. It has been great for us. It is not what we've fundamentally based the home off of. That's not what we do. What we've also done in the tiny town of Redstone is we've given it to people that work there. So some people that work across the street, family comes in, I graciously let them stay there. We had first responders get married there during COVID that I gave to them for their weddings. So we're trying to integrate ourselves into the community because we absolutely love the community, and we don't want to tarnish the community by any means. But I'm agreeing that if you place this strict regulation on short-term rentals, it's going to kill Redstone business. We love the business. We push people to the business. They talk about the businesses, Propaganda Pie, Redstone Inn, the general store. All of these things are just so amazing for all these other people to see. So if anything, we feel that we're trying to help and better the community. And I'm also in agreement with everybody of regulation is totally understandable, but at this stage, if this passes the way it is, you wouldn't be talking to any of us because we wouldn't be here. So it just seems like you're limiting us to try to do something what we feel is good for the community. Again, love it. Yep. Planning on making it, like I said, a family home, and we just hope that we can work together as a community, as people from the town of Redstone, and those of us that have joined in, I hope, that they can hear what we have to say. But we look at this as a benefit for the community and just hoping that we can talk through this and not have these regulations pass as is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to be turning back to who's ever on our Zoom or calling in. We have someone with the phone number of, I just lost it, 4066. Please hit *6, right?
4600.
Oh, 4600. Thank you. I'm dyslexic. Have another one of those, me. It's going to help me. Okay, please, would you please give your name for the public record?
Jonathan Rooks.
Okay, and you can begin
Hear me?
speaking.
Thank you, Jonathan Rooks, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Sorry for the background noise. I'm at the Denver airport on my way to Aspen. The property I own is at 21.
Jonathan, it's really hard to hear you.
Let me try again.
That's better.
Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. The property I own is at 21 McLean.
Now we've lost you.
9 point something years. I was looking at my records. And if this ordinance passes, I just want to.
Jonathan, we cannot, sir, excuse me. Jonathan, we can't hear you. It's really, you can't hear us.
Hi, Jonathan. Can you hear us right now? Hello? Okay, I don't think he has any service right now.
Jonathan, you're going to need to call us back when you have better service. We can't. Give him his 3 minutes.
Can you put in a chat or something? Oh, he's on the phone.
On his phone.
Yeah.
Jonathan, we don't know if you can hear us right now, but we cannot hear you. So if you could please give us a call back. If you are at DIA, we do suggest that you try to get on some Wi-Fi and potentially use the Zoom app because your cell reception might just not be working well in DIA. So again, try to log on to some Wi-Fi, use the Zoom app, give us a call back. We'll be here probably.
Okay, Jonathan.
Call back right now.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna move to the next. So, our next person is Chad Waldorf. Jonathan, I think you've commented before, so we can continue that conversation. So, Chad, please. You need to, there you go.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, sir. It is nice to hear from you again.
All right, great. Yes. Thank you for allowing me to call in a third time. You heard from my wife recently as well. She moved to Pitkin County 28 years ago, taught at the Lorette Schoolhouse. I had been there a couple of years earlier, working at the ski company. We were not in a position to buy anything in Pitkin County at the time, but 23 years ago, we were fortunate to sort of make a stretch and buy a cabin in Woody Creek. That we've been renting out some ever since then to help defray the cost of owning it. 7 years ago, we did a more extensive renovation, furnished largely by the Habitat Restore, and did so on the belief that we would be able to continue renting our home. And so based on sort of our situation, we really appreciate and I'll use air quotes, the Clapper Compromise and the willingness to work with folks like ourselves who have been a part of the Pitkin County community for a long time and hope to remain so and hope to eventually retire to Woody Creek when our kids have gone on to school. My ask would be to tweak 2 parts of that, and I was glad to hear John say that he, in picking the dates, took the sort of more onerous dates that had been discussed. 30 years is an awfully long time. That's probably just a generational home. We're not folks whose families have had a house in the Pitkin County area for generations. So something like 15 or 20 would be a lot more inclusive to folks like us and would be greatly appreciated. And then on the issue of sales taxes, I've just done some research, and my wife did some research since we saw the 10-year number. I believe we had largely heard.
Chad, 1 minute.
Sure. Okay. I believe we had largely heard y'all discussing 5 years. Apparently, until 5 years ago, the rental websites weren't required to collect sales taxes in Colorado and didn't. And so for us to have gotten sales tax from people, they would have booked through a VRBO or Airbnb. We would have then had to contact them outside the service they would have had to mail us a check separately rather than electronically, and we would have had to know to remit it to the state. I don't know that we did that. It's been a while ago. Our accountant's busy. But my guess is a lot of people didn't do it, and that's why the state required those websites to start collecting sales taxes. We declared it as income tax. We were not trying to do anything deceitful or dishonest if we didn't collect it. But so I would ask that you all also look at a 5-year window on the sales tax.
Okay, you've got your 3 minutes.
And just, all right, great. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Ted. Nice
for
to hear
your
from you
thoughtful
again.
Deliberation.
Thank you.
All right, we are now moving back to, let's try Jonathan again. We're gonna try you one more time here. Jonathan, please hit star 9, no, star 6 to unmute.
Or 69, maybe.
This is at 4600, your phone number. There you go, Jonathan, let's try it
Yep.
again.
Okay, can you hear me better this time? I think I have better reception.
We can hear you better. Please, you're on the clock.
Okay, well, I'll get right to the point. I've written a letter in the past about my viewpoints, but I'll skip those because you already have those. My question now is just a point of clarification on the 10-year past history rule of renting. I started 9-point-some years ago. I don't know what it was exactly. Maybe it's 9.25 years doing my rentals. And I just want to know that if that was true and you passed the ordinance, then would I have to wait 6 months till I could resume short-term rentals again, or would I never be able to do short-term rentals? Just a point of clarification.
Jonathan, we don't do question and answer as part of public comment, but you can continue listening because we're still going to be discussing that 10-year parameter, and we can pass that on.
Right.
If you want to send a comment directly to our community or to the board, we can have it answered that way, but not during public comment at a meeting.
Well, can I make the comment now that I think it should be that it begins when you hit the point of 10 years since you first started renting your home for short-term rentals? I think that's the intent of the comment. And my question was for clarification, but ignore the question and just understand that my perspective is you're trying to limit the number of people that buy houses for investment purposes, and you've successfully made the ordinance do that, and it will prevent people from buying houses for investment and buying them for rental purposes. My intent is to retire there someday like the gentleman before me, but in the meantime, I'd like to be able to continue to rent. And the only way I can do that is if the 9.5 years that I've been renting it ultimately entitles me to rent it again after it's 10 years from the point that I started renting it. That's my hope that
Okay, you have 1 minute.
sentence can be clarified.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
I hit my limit, and I thank you for listening.
You're close, but if you want to submit that question in writing to the county website or directly to the Board of County Commissioners emails, we'll see if we can't get an answer for you on that one. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for the background noise at the
That's
airport.
not a problem. Glad you could figure it out. Okay, now I'm going to come back into the room. So people who are online zooming in, please start gearing up and hit star 9 if you would like to raise your hand. I'm going to go to our public meeting room to the back corner. No, sir? You sure? I'll come back if you want. Hi, please give your name for the public record.
Andrea Garr, resident of Redstone, business owner and permanent full-time resident. I am so glad I stayed for this entire meeting. These people here prove my point, the point of, and I speak for the residents of Redstone because we presented a petition, it must be almost a year ago, I forget how many signatures are even on there, that we collected from permanent residents of Redstone who, I think 97% of the people, there were only 2 people who didn't sign the petition supporting the 30-day minimum motion that was passed by the Crystal River Caucus. With all due respect to these lovely people I've never met, I've never seen them, they prove my point. They are not part of the community. They have no idea about the pulse of the community. There's one person here actually who stayed at my lodge who I did meet once. These people are not hanging lights out. They're not baking pies. They're not they can't talk about issues or not issues. There are issues. That's why we're here. That's why we feel so strongly about this matter, because there are issues with short-term rentals. Redstone has always been a community. It's always been about neighbors. I don't know these people. They can talk about how much they love Redstone, but we don't know them. And I have a business there. I allow pets, I allow kids, I take credit cards. I don't know what people are talking about. It's a great place to live, it's a great place to have a business, but it is primarily a residential community. It should be treated differently. These people may not be aware that there is village zoning. It was part of the master plan. The reason it was implemented, it required, is because it's so unique. It was to preserve the character and the uniqueness of the boulevard. And for that reason, I think Redstone needs to be considered in a different light, maybe along with the revised paragraph 17 with remote properties, that applications should be submitted on a case-by-case basis. So I urge you to pass this ordinance. There's going to be a lot of tweaking down the line. I'm quite certain about that. I think, you've been very generous with the legacy owners and all of that. I don't get all of that. To me, a second home is a second home. If you have a second home, it's a luxury. There are many people in this valley who don't have housing, can't find rentals, can't afford to buy a property. I think you need to put the interests of the permanent residents ahead of the investors who are passing through, who may or may not come here to retire. But the people who live here, whether it's in Redstone or elsewhere in the county, those are the interests that you need to be preserving and protecting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Okay, next, sir, please come forward and give your already famous name to our public record. And thank you for hanging in there with us, all of you.
I'm Bill Yocums. I live in Redstone. What's been happening in Redstone is that of the recent sales of property in probably the last 3 or 4 years, the vast majority of them are investments, and they are not people buying for that quaint reason to make it their home. And so there is a resultant loss of character of our community, and that's what you're up against. Are you going to come down on the side of non-resident investors making the maximum from their property? They can still rent for longer term, but no, they want the very maximum, and that has such a destructive effect on the character of our community. So I've asked this before, and I thought it was settled until I heard all this argument here this evening that against the principal residence limit. But I really think that's necessary for the preservation of Redstone. By your own records, 25% of the houses in Redstone are now short-term rentals. If you don't stop that, it's going to be half, and because those folks can always pay more than someone who simply wants to make a house their home. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, moving to the other side of the room. And again, for people who are online, please do *9 if you would like to make public comment, and we will be getting to you in 2 more comments here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, thank you for your time. You're obviously working hard on this issue. Make no mistake.
We need your name for the public
Oh, I'm
record.
sorry. Bruce Garr, Andrea's other half. Make no mistake about it, regulation is needed. Obviously, what's the regulation going to say? And I think first it has to say, and this may be a function of the land use code rather than this particular ordinance, but there has to be a recognition that a short-term rental is a commercial enterprise. And as a commercial enterprise, first, before you do anything else by way of licensing, maybe it's part of the licensing process, but people will have to be able to represent that they're in a commercial zone to engage in this activity. If they're not in a commercial zone, it should be a non-starter. If they want to apply for whatever variance or special permit, I'm not sure what the terminology is under the land use code, take care of that first and know that duck is in its row before you start talking about getting a license, because you'll be waiting forever and then find out you're not zoned properly. So I think that has to be first and foremost. The other thing is, we talk about residential requirement. It's really a function of on-site property management. And, my preference would be that people have to live there, because they'll be there and they'll take care of it. It's theirs. They hire a property manager. That person's probably not in Redstone. They might be in Carbondale, they might be in Aspen, they might be in Glenwood. But they're not going to get right up there if somebody has a complaint. When the loud parties start, or the garbage is left in the street, or whatever else is going on, you need somebody there to be able to address the issue. And that's what the residence requirement is, as I understand it.
You have 1 minute.
I'm gonna stop.
going.
No,
Oh,
no.
sure.
I appreciate the consideration you're giving the issue. It's a significant one, because with that depleting percentage of homes that are owned by people who live there that Bill just talked about, Bill Yocums, there aren't going to be the people that make sure that the Easter egg hunt on Saturday and the grand illumination the night after Thanksgiving and the 4th of July parade, that's all local, funded locally and worked on locally. And the more you reduce that housing percentage of residents, the less we're going to be able to have those things that attract people to Redstone, that make it the unbelievably great place it is to live. Thank you.
So the Easter egg hunt is this Saturday.
This Saturday.
We're going.
10
You wanna
o'clock.
meet us there?
Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks, Bruce. All right, sir,
see you
in the
Saturday.
far corner.
That is not 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm not going to read that. This is your red line. I just take notes on it.
All right, please give your name for the
Talk real
public
fast.
record.
My name is Chris Bryan. I'm a local attorney. I've been retained by the Smith family to come here and talk to you, as I have in previous meetings, regarding the proposed rural and remote zone provision. I did send a public comment that I believe you all got. I sent that on Monday. Thank you for responding to that, those of you who did. I've also been in touch with the county attorney throughout this process, and we had, my clients and I had a very productive, I think, cordial meeting with Cindy Hubin a week or two ago. So I think this process is going well. We were heartened to see the proposed amendments that the county attorney introduced in his introductory remarks earlier tonight. And we do think that could be a step in the right direction and might be very close to something that we could support. I'm not in a position right now to say that we fully endorse that. We need to study the provisions, and Mr. Ely has been kind enough to send me that so that I can talk to my clients about it and that we could take that back up at the next meeting. I do think that since we're the only property that is affected by the previously proposed ban on R&R, I think this could be a very good development, and I think this makes allowances for this property that's been held by this family for 75 years and has been exclusively in the family. They have sterilized all the surrounding areas to preserve it from development, and that's something that they take seriously. There's never been any issues there. Last year, they only rented it out for 25 nights. So we are heartened by the direction that this board and the county attorney have taken, and we encourage you to include that proposal in the amended provision that we will see hopefully at the next reading. One thing I would point out, and I can talk to Mr. Ely about this offline, if there is going to be a recommendation provision from the licensing authority before we can come and apply formally to the BOCC for an R&R property STR license, I would just ask that be accounted for. I know that the way that the ordinance is written right now allows for an application and says what has to be in an application to the licensing authority, but obviously with this new provision that just came to my attention today, you would probably need a form or some sort of process for getting a recommendation for the licensing authority as a prerequisite to come to you. And that's a housekeeping issue, but I just wanted to flag it. And I appreciate all the diligence that this board has given this very apparently divisive issue. I don't envy you for the job you have, but I do appreciate all the work that you're doing and all the serious thought that you're giving it. And you're considering a lot of different points of view, and I think that's important for a deliberative piece of legislation like this. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, going back to our
Sorry, I doubted you.
online. I did not see anybody to the best of my knowledge. I'm going to give it one more round here. If there's anybody who is online or trying to call in and you would like to speak, it's *9. And just so that everyone knows, we will be continuing this after some further discussion by the Board of Commissioners, and we will set another date, and we will also be continuing with that public comment. So for those of you who so enjoyed your day today with us, you're more than welcome to come back. And we will continue to take written comments also, so any further information, if people would like to submit it, we would be very grateful. And we do read them.
Yeah.
Okay. Still not seeing anybody, McKellar?
Nope.
Okay. So for the time being, for this meeting, I'm going to bring it back to the Board of Commissioners and see where the board would like to go. And who wants to lead off?
I'm ready.
Francie has been ready the whole day here.
Yes, she has.
Okay, Francie, please.
Okay. I cannot support the short-term rental ordinance as it currently stands, and I'd like to explain this position. When we first began our discussion on how to license and regulate short-term rentals as allowed by a recent decision in the state legislature, we discussed two aspects of how to proceed. One, collect data on the many types of STRs we actually had in the valley, and two, devise a system wherein we could license them, collect licensing fees, collect sales tax, and thereafter assess where we stood. I expected an ordinance that would reflect that. However, when the ordinance came to us, it had a provision which allowed only those homeowners who declared the place of rental as their primary residence to be granted a license. I think this was back in December. At that time, I expressed my surprise at that provision and voiced my objection to it. The commissioners could not at that time agree on exact wording for the ordinance, so we voted to move it on to second reading. I voted in favor of that in order to further discussion and not in any way to express approval for that provision within the ordinance. I have been clear since then that I will not vote to approve an ordinance that discriminates against those who, for a variety of reasons, cannot or do not live full-time in the county. Part of the impetus for this direction was a concern among all of us that many houses were being bought by corporations with no intention of anyone actually residing permanently in those houses, but rather using them as full-time SDRs, which provide a very lucrative stream of money. Since then, Patty suggested one compromise might be to provide an exemption for those who had been renting their properties out as SDRs for a long time and had been in the valley for a longer time. She suggested 30 years of residency and 10 years of SDR rental history. To my mind, this type of wording is highly discriminatory. I cannot support an ordinance that allows exemptions for one group of people at the exclusion of others. I am not at all in favor of corporations entering neighborhoods and paying high prices for residences and then turning them into businesses. However, I know that there are legitimate reasons why someone might buy a place here in Pitkin County as a future residence or as a place to spend part of the year when they need to work somewhere else. We have heard testimony and received letters from many, many people in this situation. I am concerned for these people, many working families who are not among the mega wealthy, but who love Pitkin County, love their time here, and consider themselves part of the community. I cannot support an ordinance which discriminates against these constituents in favor of old Aspen families. Of course, I am concerned for those people who feel STRs are destroying their neighborhoods, especially in Woody Creek and Redstone. I have talked one-on-one with over 50 of our constituents trying to parse out what would be the best approach. The Redstone community is split on this issue. There is concern that the STRs are decreasing the number of people who will stay at the bed and breakfast or the motel. They are concerned that permanent neighbors disappear and are replaced with renters coming and going. These are not the same tourists, however, who used to come to Redstone. People who rent STRs are not going to rent a motel room. They want a place where they can stay with their family, cook some meals, have privacy, yet access to the amenities of Redstone or Aspen or Carbondale or Basalt. Travel vacations are changing. Travelers are changing. We need to recognize this and incorporate the new choices and styles for vacationing into our plans throughout the valley. For years, residents of Redstone have asked Pitkin County to help them to develop a robust tourist economy and to help them attract visitors to Redstone. The STRs do that. They bring people who love Redstone and who shop in the stores, eat in the restaurants, and help keep Redstone vital. They are good tourists for the most part. There may be some changes we have to make to help these tourists conform to expectations for each community, but banning them from the Redstone community will drastically affect the number of visitors. I believe we can do this responsibly. I think we need time to develop some other ways of regulating STRs that do not discriminate against groups of people. I know we need more data. I believe we should not rush into developing an ordinance that I strongly believe will hurt more people than it will help. I am in favor of accepting applications for licensing from all who are interested, but placing stronger limits on numbers of days for STRs for each property. Restrict the number of people allowed in the houses, restrict events such as weddings or large parties, and track complaints from neighborhoods which are affected. In these types of ways, we can license STRs as we initially set out to do and provide and enforce certain regulations in order to control negative impacts. I want us to find solutions that do not discriminate. Until we do, I cannot support this ordinance, although I want to support almost all provisions within it, except the one that requires primary residency. The rest of the ordinance is fair and sound.
Thank you, Francie. And I just have to comment, I'm not trying to discriminate against anyone. I was trying to be fair to people who had long-term investments in our community, and I think are valuable members of our community, not the tourists, and people who have second homes here are not valuable, but I was just trying to find a way that we can reach a compromise and move this forward. In no way, I want to make it very clear, was I attempting to discriminate against anyone, and I'm offended that you would say that I was trying to discriminate.
Not sure you were trying to, but I think it is discriminatory.
Well, I want to disagree with you, and I appreciate the fact you had your written comments all done. It was very efficient, but I prefer to have my comments after I hear from the public. So who else would like to speak on this on the board? So we can go through. John, would you like us to go through board comments first and then come back to the specific points in the red line?
That's totally up to you.
What would the board like to do?
I think Steve's ready to comment.
Steve, you ready?
Well,
Then we're going to then we will go to the red line.
Yeah, and I do have a hard stop when I'm going to have to leave
Well-
fairly soon. So one thing I wanted to ask John was the hut exemption. Is that going into the ordinance and into the land use code, which in your amendments it wasn't, in the red lines it wasn't included, but I presume it's a red line item that would be in there.
Yes.
And I just wanted to make sure.
It's not a land use code item. It is it's part of this regulation, and it would go, dang, it takes forever to get this up.
Somewhere in the ordinance item 18 or something.
Well, let me show you. So that right here. So the ordinance begins with just a definitional section for the title and the number where it fits into the code. The first section, 010, purpose and intent. There's a statement in the language already that states that the regulations do not apply or pertain to hotels, motels, lodges, resort cabins, guest ranches, country inns, or B&Bs, as those establishments are defined in the land use code, because that's just happens to be where they're defined in a county code. So the hut language would go in right where that thing is bouncing.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay.
Because we are not amending the land use code at this time. That's a whole different process. So, Steve, anything else? And I'm sorry that you have to leave us for a hard stop.
Actually,
but-
some of my sentiments are very similar to Francie's. I have thought of, all the different public comments, and I think that a restriction on the length of time the short-term rental can operate during the year would be the solution to a lot of the issues we're dealing with. Number one, if someone is a permanent resident in a home, if they're going to be renting it out, it would only be for a few weeks of a year, most likely, when they want to leave at Christmas and go somewhere and rent their home during a high season, or in the middle of the summer, you know, the really popular times when somebody might take a vacation and go elsewhere and then rent it out short term. That's what people have been doing in Aspen for decades, to help pay for their vacation or pay for their property tax or whatever. So if we did just a restriction, and I'm going to propose that we would do a 90-day limit on the amount a person could rent a short-term rental during a course of a year. That would accommodate all the people who've owned their homes forever, would accommodate permanent residents who maybe they are only here 6 months of the year and they go somewhere else 6 months of the year. Half of that time they're gone would be 90 days. They could rent it for half the time that they aren't here. It would accommodate the people who are recently have bought a home. Now, granted, if they're open all year long right now as a short-term rental, they would only be able to do it for 1/4 of the time that they're open now. But it would allow all the people who have bought a home, like our first speaker tonight, they want to move there eventually, they just can't do that now. It gives them a source of income, not a full-time, it's not a full-time income, it's not a full-time job, it's not a full-time short-term rental, but it would be for 1/4 of the year would be the maximum someone would be allowed under my proposal. Now, different members of the public have suggested various lengths of time. 2 weeks was suggested because that was the federal tax thing, where you don't have to pay income tax on if you only rent it for 2 weeks out of the year. Other people suggested 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. To start this thing off, I would be more lenient and just say, make it a 90-day thing. So it wouldn't matter if someone's a permanent resident. We wouldn't have to have a licensing authority trying to determine by documents and everything whether someone is a permanent resident or not, because that wouldn't be one of the criteria. The criteria would be that they're the owner of the property. They would have to document every year what day, you know, how many days they rented the property. And if they just can't go over the 90 days, if they went over the 90 days, they're not going to get renewed the next year. That would be a limiting factor. Some people might cheat. I'm sure some people would cheat on that in various fashions, but so I think that would be the most fair way to do this, that doesn't totally shut anybody out. Everybody has the possibility of doing short-term rental. It would keep the corporations from buying a house and running it as a little mini hotel 365 days a year, which is really one of our huge concerns. I think it accomplishes the purpose of give somebody who owns a property the possibility to they can make some income off of it, and that helps offset their expenses for maintenance, property taxes. Then they can still come and stay in their home part of the year on their vacations and whatnot. So that's the direction I think we should be going. And like Francie, a lot of our proposed ordinance, I agree with major parts of it, but I do have to differ on that one. You know, pretty major variation on the theme from where we've been going. So I'll pass it on
Okay,
back to
so,
Patty.
Kelly, please, and then Greg, you'll be following Kelly.
Sure. Steve, I'll just reply to your suggestion, and as always, I appreciate your spirit of compromise and trying to get our whole board to a consensus. I think that I'm just concerned that what you're raising is an auditing nightmare, and we won't actually be able to ever to know truthfully what is happening out there, rendering all of our data void. And I think not being able to respond accurately to abusive situations with that. And I feel like you'll hear from people, we'll hear from another 40 or 50 people who will say, well, I actually need to do it 200 days of the year in order for it to be meaningful for me to keep this property, or, whatever the time is. So I'm not sure it does much to get us to resolving what I think are your underlying concerns, from my opinion. And I'll just, I continue to think that we've been on the right track because we, are addressing real and known impacts in a way that's fair to our communities and our residents, while still offering the opportunity for short-term rentals to host visitors, and while not precluding income-generating opportunities for everybody else. So that's where I'm continue to strike a balance here.
So one thought I had, and something you said spurred the thought in my head, that there would be property managers would have a new enterprise in that they could actually coordinate with people who can only do short-term rental for 90 days of the year. And property management companies could actually coordinate when people are renting their properties. So for a community like Redstone, there could always be something available for rent in Redstone. And it could be kind of catered to how many families want to come to Redstone. I don't know when they tend to come more. I would think they would tend to come more in the summer, but I don't know. Some probably want to come in the winter time, but the people in Redstone know that better than we do. A property management company could kind of help organize that. It'd be part of their business of timing when different properties would actually be rented. And property management companies could be part of our tracking system for keeping track, keeping people honest, making sure that they're not renting more than the 90 days a year. That might be the mechanism we do the tracking, is through private companies.
Kelly, did you have any more comments?
No.
Okay, Greg, please.
Right, thank you. Yeah, this has been really, really interesting, and I'm really grateful to be able to hear all the comments that have been made today. I have to say, my heart goes out to everybody who has invested in our county, in our communities of Redstone in particular, thinking that they had figured out how they were going to, have an investment there and maybe dip into the community and spend time there as well. But I also have to say, what I'm hearing from the long-term, full-time residents is in such contrast to that it gives me pause. Sorry, I've got to put my headphones on here. Let's see if that worked.
Thank you, Greg.
Can you hear me?
No,
I thought you were doing dishes.
We're still
Now
hearing
you can
dinner. We're
hopefully hear me
hearing
better.
dinner being cooked, and we're all getting hungry.
Yeah, hearing pots and pans banging. Thank you. So that's why I did that. I see. I don't see a consensus here on the board. To cut it short, I'm trying to empathize with everybody who's spoken. I'm energized and inspired by all the new faces and enthusiastic people I see who are becoming part of the community. And Redstone probably could use an infusion of of new residents, but they have to be committed to the community, and I'm not convinced of that. I think everybody always says that it's going to be their forever home. How many times have we heard that from developers who they're here to stay, and then we approve it and they flip it and they're gone? So anybody who claims that they're going to retire here, I hope they can and I hope they do, but we all know plans change, so we can't hang our hats on that. My feeling at this point is I would like to move something forward tonight. It may not be as comprehensive as what's in front of us, and we need to do some work on that because I'm worried about the practicality of the enforcement as Steve has outlined it. Although, yes, certainly local management companies, Airbnb, all have ways of monitoring and measuring and collecting data. We have data metrics companies that can track these things. Enforcement, though, might still be pretty tough. I want to preserve the community, and I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical, that we're not going to be able to. We can't prevent change. I know we're not going to prevent change. The STR market, the technology has created a fundamental change all the way down to our very communities, and so we're going to need to learn how to adapt to some extent. And I think the only way that I can see to move forward with this, I'm hoping that there would be a consensus, would be to let's enact this licensing and this ability to collect taxes first, and then take baby steps on the rest of it. That's as far as I can go on that. And I have to realize part of the reason we're doing this is because, one, we want to put the brakes on the exploding demand for services we see in our community. If every house turns into a hotel, the service community has to grow dramatically, and we are trying to curtail that. So I have to ask everybody who owns an STR at Redstone, who's doing the sheets? Who's cleaning the floors? My guess is you don't go up there and do it yourselves. My guess is you hire someone. And so that's creating businesses as people pointed out, it's great for business, but we're not really trying to grow the population and the community larger. That's not our intent here, which is maybe makes us unique compared to other communities, maybe every other community in the country. I don't think that's our ambition, is to grow bigger. At least certainly it isn't mine, and the constituents who elected me, I think, share that. So with that said, I don't have the boilerplate in front of me to share with you right now, but I do want to ask that we try to reach a conclusion tonight to create this licensing system, and maybe I'm going to say I liked what I had seen for the most part, and I know there are things that will need to be changed. So I think I want to move it forward, but I also know we're going to need to make some serious changes, because I have been listening to both sides tonight. That's all I've got for you right now.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to John as far as going through the red line. And I know Steve has to leave. I'm sorry you have to leave, Steve. I thought we all knew that we were going to be here for quite some time today, but we will miss your input, because who knows what'll happen after you leave. But Kelly, please.
Yeah, I just have a question. If we move this to third reading and then we debate some of the points in the red line, would that still meet the criteria for the third reading process? What I hear is what they're talking about is completely different, and so we might need additional public hearings and readings if that language changes fundamentally. But if we're just focused on what's in front of us right now and we debate like the 30-year, 10-year criteria, is that a small enough change to qualify it for a continued discussion at third reading?
Looking at an isolated amendment to reduce the 30 and 10, for example, as that relates to the principal residency, I'm not seeing that as necessarily requiring another reading. You could do that at the time of adoption. But if we get into something more programmatic, it becomes more substantial, like eliminating principal residency.
And
you know,
enacting a 90-day timeframe or some.
or a
timeframe.
90-day limitation, something like that.
Would it be helpful if we put in like a board review timeline? You know, like if, I'm looking at Stephen Francie, like if we added language that said the BOCC will revisit this ordinance and, you know, in a year's time or a year from enactment of the licensing period, so that we have like a fixed, like we're gonna come back and look at this and not just sort of let it
You wanna answer
perpetuate
first
into
since you
the
have to leave,
future.
Steve?
But we can't hear you. You need to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying that Steve should answer first since he has to
Okay.
leave.
Well,
As a-
one thought I had is, I mean, I'm perfectly willing to.
Steve, your mic, I think you turned your mic off.
I turned it off so the paper rustling wouldn't affect it. But,
Go ahead.
I'd be perfectly willing to pass all our red line version that we have tonight to, you know, the third reading. If it ends up being passed as it is, maybe we have a 3-2 vote or something to approve it the way the red line thing is now. If we're following that tactic of the permanent resident, then what we have written, the red line version we have is good, I think. But if we're going to limit the time or eliminate the residence requirement, that I think then would be a major change, which we could do on whenever may, you know.
Right.
But that may move
The
it to
next
a
meeting
fourth
we
reading.
look at this.
Maybe. You can continue to amend and revise and consider things as long as you need, as long as the majority needs, that's for sure.
And Steve, I'm going to add to that because, so the public knows, and so Francie, it's like having work sessions, except this way we can do it with allowing public comment. We can allow it to be on the public record. So it doesn't mean that we're not still digesting this.
Continuing it.
Yeah,
Does that.
it allows us to have this conversation, which I think the board is in total support of. Because it's made some of us, we've made all of us think, and we've made some changes based on what we've been hearing. And that doesn't mean we're going to stop listening, because we have been listening and making changes as we move forward. Kelly?
Can I
So then
respond to
maybe,
you?
Yeah.
Are you going to change the subject, or are you adding to
I was
it?
gonna move to approve on second reading and set for third reading and public hearing while Steve is still here.
Before you do that, can I answer what you asked? My concern with doing it that way, and I think John had something to say about that too, was that I think that I would rather go the other way, where we start with a less prohibitive law, and we collect data and actually see how many applications we get and how much of a problem we have to deal with, you know? And then as we see the problem sort of manifest itself, then we respond to that with either primary residence or 120 days or 90 days or, I mean.
Yeah. No, I fully get that you
Okay.
would propose that. I'm looking at it a little bit differently.
Well,
We have
I
a
really
problem
appreciate
to
you reaching
solve,
out, but-
and this is almost like a sunset review or something of the problem that we're solving. Like, does it continue to be a problem that we're solving? 'Cause-
And I'm going to just add to that
so-
quickly. My concern is to lead people to believe that they can get licensed, and then in 6 months or a year from now, cut them off, rather than start out a little stricter and a year from now say, we're going to open this up. I'd rather go the opposite direction, to not mislead people into believing that they're going to get a license, they're going to get it forever, and then in a year say, sorry, we're pulling it back. I think that might be harder for people, because how many people are going to come and invest now, buy a property, so they can short-term rental it because we're allowing them to, and then in 6 months, I think
Right,
we
we've been
need to be
explicit.
clear on the public level, is my position. I also want to just say one more thing. I appreciate Kelly having Steve here, so I'll be really quick, is that people need to remember you can still rent your property, has to be for greater than 30 days. Right, John?
30 or more.
31 days.
30 or more.
30 or one. Yeah. So people, we're not taking away people's opportunity to bring some income into their property. So if you're only going to be here for 6 months, it would be great if you offered your place for 6 months, or, you know, or month by month to people, some of our seasonal workers, some of our music students, some of, you know, that would really be a benefit to the community and a benefit to all communities within Pickens County. So People need to remember that. And anything we do as the Board of County Commissioners will only affect unincorporated Pickens County. We've had people calling us from Snowmass, from the city of Aspen, from, and asking why we have no control over those municipalities. So, that being said, Kelly has a point here she wishes to make. A motion.
Yeah, I'm gonna move to approve on second reading and set for third reading and public hearing an ordinance of the BOCC amending Title VI of the Pickens County Code to adopt laws pertaining to licensing and regulation of short-term rental of lodging units and residential properties. I don't know if we need to have a date certain.
You need to have a date certain, and you also need to specify how you're moving it. In other words, moving it with all of the amendments that I discussed today, or only some of them, or whatever. however you
I'm
wanna
gonna
go.
move with all of the amendments we discussed today, and recognizing I'm sure we are going to discuss some of those in a little more detail
Okay.
in the future.
So I have a motion.
And just so that I'm clear, I'm going to jack the time frame on the notice to 15 days from 13, and have 90 days effective after passage.
Thank you for the 15 days. But do I have a second for that?
Second.
Thank you. And I just want to also add the 30-year, when I proposed it, I didn't say 30 or 10. I threw out some opportunities for discussion. It could be anywhere from 10 to 20 to 30. It just got booked in at the higher numbers, 30 and 10. We did discuss
10 and 5.
10 and 5, so I want the public to know that that was up for discussion. I did not specify it had to be 30 and 10. That was just, can we talk about this? So whoever thought I
I
would.
certainly didn't mean to imply that you were discriminating. I just think that if we do that, it is discriminatory.
Okay, well then, what you read, I'll read it again, because it implied that you were saying that.
I did not agree with your full
Patty?
characterization, but I honor and respect you, Francie.
Greg has his hand up. Please, Greg.
I would love to, I was going to second this, but I wanted to amend it to the 10 and the 5 right now, because that's the direction that I would be more comfortable with in the short term.
Is the board willing to do it to 10 and 5, just to move this forward?
It's the maker of the motion, if you
Would
want.
you
Oh,
amend
I'm willing. That's a friendly amendment.
Okay, so
And
we have.
second.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg.
All right.
Point of
You gonna call?
clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I vote
Date
to move
certain.
this forward, that in no way means that I'm approving it the way it is, correct? John?
Correct.
You can change your mind at
Just
the
does
third
not
reading or the
adopt it
10th
with-
reading. God only knows how long we'll be going on this.
That's true.
But my takeaway is Francie is not going to pass this. That's my takeaway. So I appreciate if you move it forward, but that's my operational
Not like it is right now,
understanding.
but
Yeah.
there's a lot in it I want to pass.
So, John, date certain.
May 11th. Or, well, whenever you want, but I can't do it before May 11th.
May 11th, we're going to be doing Highland Pavilion Inn again, aren't we?
I know, that's why I said we'll all be together
Let's bring the same
again.
people back in the room. We're all getting to be such close
May
friends.
25th?
Works for me.
May 25th?
Hopefully I'll be
May
here.
11th.
May 11th, we could do both of them together, maybe we could change
My
the
mother's
order.
service.
Yeah.
Oh, the end of May. But I should be back by then. My mother's memorial service is that weekend, and hopefully I'll be back, but one never knows.
The weekend on.
We can do the 11th if we want.
You can?
I know I'm going to be here.
Okay.
Okay. So we're moving it to a date certain. I have a motion. I have a second.
I don't have a card though.
I don't have board members paying attention. I have a motion. I have a second. Any further comment? Thank you, Greg. I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. And again,
Aye.
thank you to the public. We are taking this baby steps in a different process than work sessions. We're taking it at regular meetings. So thank you all.
So I vote in favor of.
And please be careful driving
I'm
home,
not going
anybody,
to,
wherever
guys.
you're going.
We're ended.
We're
We
not
have
done.
open discussion and we have to adjourn.
No, we have open discussion. Can you bring us back?
Okay. I'm gonna.
All right, we still have open discussion here, folks, so we need,
Oh, I know, we have that whole thing.
we have this whole thing.
Thank
And
you,
by the way,
everyone.
guys, there's a traffic alert. Oh, but it's Brush Creek, so unless you're heading to Brush Creek, you
It's
should be
clear.
okay.
Well, Steve should know that.
I think it's
Steve,
cleared. I got
it
an update.
just got cleared.
Yeah.
All right. So, open discussion, is Mr. Peacock, thank
We need
you,
our
Bruce, nice to
computers
see
for
you.
collective bargaining.
So, well, he
Just
needs,
taking up space, huh?
go, because it'll take us a while to get organized, thank you.
You're texting him? Or do you want me to text him? I'll
All right,
text
we
him.
still on? We're waiting
Please
for John Peacock to join
rejoin
us because we're having an open discussion about a state legislative issue regarding, what's it called?
Collective bargaining.
Collective bargaining. Okay, we're Kelly and I and Greg, is Greg
See
still
you
here?
Saturday. I'm gonna come with my kids for the Easter egg hunt.
Okay, Greg's back. Is John there? And I had all this, I don't know where it went. So.
Are we going out to dinner?
Yes. I don't know if we're gonna eat. Okay.
So I'm on espresso beans.
Oh, yeah. So I had the matrix pulled out, and of course I got lost in my shuffle here, so I didn't understand most of it anyway, so.
Let's see. Did you reach out to John? I did, yeah.
But he doesn't usually
Let's see,
get things.
it's back.
Hi, John. Sorry, we didn't mean to kick you off, but.
Michaela's got a hot date.
Kind of did. We were just taking it back, that's all.
All right, John, we are gonna briefly discuss collective bargaining here and the position we might want to take at a state level. Thank you for sending on that information. It totally confused me, so you know.
Yeah, and I believe that was the information from CCAT.
That's correct.
And Kelly, it's my understanding that CCAT is working on taking a position right now. CCI has taken a position in opposition to the bill as it currently sits. I think CCAT is in the process of staying at the table and working through amendments that would make the bill acceptable. And those were the sections that were forwarded to the board in the email yesterday for discussion today. The basic change, there's a lot of detail as was laid out in the CCAT document. I know it's been a long day. I don't think it's our intent to necessarily go through each of those unless the board wishes to. The real major, big picture change right now is that in order for our employees or local government employees to be able to enter a collective bargaining arrangement, it needs to be approved by the voters. The proposed legislation would remove that requirement and would allow, I guess, a more traditional path for employees to organize into collective bargaining units. And that's what a lot of the reference to is in the document is, are there multiple collective bargaining units, single collective bargaining units, and then what status do they have in terms of being able to conduct both collective bargaining, but also then the remedies like work slowdowns or strikes, and what conditions those can be conducted and those that they can't. I think CCI took the position that there is already an avenue, though a difficult avenue, for employees to be able to organize into collective bargaining units by going through a vote. Frankly, that is a rare occurrence, and I think they've been rarely been successful, although there are instances where they have. And so I think, CCI's position has relied on that and concerns over increased costs, basically. CCAT is working through specific elements of the bill as was forwarded to you, and I think is looking for each county to take a position. And as Kelly explained yesterday, there's really a supermajority process, Kelly, I think is the way to describe it, in order for CCAT to take a position, which makes any opposed positions have a higher weight, if you will, in the legislation. So if you weren't confused enough by the document, hopefully that wasn't more confusing. But really, the goal was to provide some guidance to Kelly for the CCAT conversation, I believe. So Kelly, did I confuse that more than help, or
No,
okay?
that was
All
helpful,
right.
John. I think Kelly made a really good point yesterday about our ability to stay at the table. And I don't know if that means which table, the state level table, which we can always participate in as an individual jurisdiction, or the CCAT table, but depends on where they go. My gut feeling is, and John, the reason why the document, one of the matrices that I was looking at is that some of the acronyms I had no clue what they meant, and it referred to the previous documents that I have not seen. So I don't have a problem staying involved in this. To be totally honest, I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it's too late in the session. I can't get into this meeting, I'm turning it off, for this to move, especially with the opposition from CCI. I think it might come back, which is okay, because then we'll have more time to digest the information.
What did you think when you last heard the discussion about it? I thought it was moving fast.
Well, it has been heavily discussed, despite the fact that nothing has been introduced. And that typically tends to happen with these late bills, They either make it to late bill status as a product of the conversations, or they don't. And it's expected that this is going to be introduced. So if it wasn't ready to go, then they wouldn't get approval from leadership at the assembly for a late bill to move. Again, if it never becomes a bill, then having a position, it becomes a moot point. But the anticipation is that this is going to have approval, this is going to move, and we need to sort of know what Pickens going to tell our advocacy group, and if we want to do our own separate advocacy around it, what that will be.
Don't you think it's just the kind of thing that Polis's Democrats would just love to pass, though?
Yes, I mean,
They
the
would love
state
it.
government.
It's
This
just-
is modeled off of the state employees that have this collective bargaining opportunity, and so it's modeled off of the state program. And the justification is that counties are an arm of state government, higher ed is an arm of state government somehow, and that's why it should be extended. Those rights should be extended to those employees. This sheet, this spreadsheet I sent out to everybody was kind of the product, those are the points of deliberation of like where it aligns with the statewide program and where it departs from the statewide program and why. So I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to talk about all of it, but if you guys, let me know what you want to talk about or no.
It's my understanding that they have the right to unionize or to collective bargain already, though.
And that's what John was saying, that it would have to go to approval of the voters.
The voters?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Really?
this changes that to more of a traditional union, like private employer union style negotiation, or.
You mean the employees or all the voters? I'm sorry.
All the voters. It becomes a ballot issue. We've seen it in a few jurisdictions. I think most recently maybe in Grand Junction with firefighters, and I believe similarly El Paso County. And my understanding is both of those questions failed. I don't have a good list of where the questions have been successful.
I think
know there have
Adams
been a
County
few.
has that.
Adams.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Did you guys
So
make a decision while I was gone?
So again, this is a right for our employees to collectively organize and then enter as a collective bargaining unit. What this says is that different departments might be able to enter into different collective bargaining units, so they could choose a different union to represent them. But the county could require that issues that apply across departments would have to be bargained under one agreement. So we wouldn't have a benefits conversation, with ComDev that would be different from Road and Bridge, because they're of universal applicability. And that the unions would have to figure out how to sort of get on the same page for something like that. I don't see this as a real threat in Pickens County, but I don't know if that's a fair risk assessment here. And then there's things like some of the amendments that are being discussed are whether a no strike provision is just included outright in the bill, or whether it would defer to counties to be able to require no strike provisions in those agreements with the unions, so that we're not having striking departments when they need to deliver essential services.
It seems like it's just not really appropriate for Pickens County. But I don't know whether we would want to make, we'd just be speaking for Pickens County if we go out,
I think this is a tough issue for all counties. I don't, I want to, CCAT's direction from the membership was to stay at the table and continue having a meaningful part in these conversations. And I think that they have made huge progress from where the draft and where the conversation started to let the bill sponsors and the unions understand how this would affect counties. So they've been very effective so far, being at the table. If we direct CCAT to oppose, then the lobbyist activity changes. If we continue to direct CCAT to amend, we need to know what amendments will get us to support, and that's
what if
part
we
of
just
what this
monitor?
Does CCAT do
we
that?
could do. Yeah, they could take no position. So.
Well,
I think there is some energy from our progressive colleagues that wants to try and get this to yes, just based on political philosophies around supporting the ability to unionize, which I support.
well,
It's tough.
I generally support unionization, except for the fact when I get the budget information, again, how it impacts public entities versus private entities. And I think it would be very difficult for some public entities to continue to maintain public services, in some cases at any level, let alone at the level we're currently doing or the level that needs to be done. Because of budgetary crisis, because we'd have to be funding not that we wouldn't love to be paying our employees more and giving them more benefits, but we don't have the luxury of, the profit margins that some of the private entities have. So that's kind of my position, and I don't know if that gets me where Kelly wants us to go. Greg, because I saw your hand, or did you already?
Yeah, thanks. No, I was just going to say my concern also is if there's a mechanism already, which sounds like there is, that would have to go before the voters. The voters are going to be looking at the financial hit from this, and I think that's fine. I think that. My current feeling is that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There is a mechanism for which people can organize and reach out to the community and try to build momentum to create a collective bargaining agreement. And if that requires a vote of the public, I think that's a perfect mechanism. I've got to say, I'm looking at the cost, as Patty says, it's such an expensive thing to do to a government. My concern is that the first thing would be, well, okay, if we're going to do this, we're going to up our the cost of operations and reduce the efficiency by a certain amount, as we're told happens. That basically points to having to decrease staff in order to meet our budgets. So this could have the unintended consequence of cutting our staff by X% in order to be able to make a budget. These are important issues, and I think this is the sort of thing that I would want to put on a ballot. So I'm happy to tell them we can either monitor it, happy to monitor it and see if I can be convinced otherwise when I learn more. But right now, I certainly would not support it or would not direct Kelly to support it.
Okay. Nancy?
Some of the expenses obviously are not just raises for employees. It must be the implementation, and for some reason, just seemed so expensive when Ann brought us the figures.
Yeah, I didn't fully agree with that presentation of information, because it was not based on a context of ongoing negotiations that would alleviate, I think, some of that pressure on the finances. But, from what I'm understanding, there will be additional costs for legal services, to deal with arbitration and enter into these negotiations for agreements.
But hers was like an annual cost.
There were
There's
some other
dues,
fees
there's-
that we'd
yeah.
be paying. Yeah. Yeah. So, the question is, how do we continue to monitor and allow CCAT to have the seat at the table if CCAT doesn't get their majority vote and move it forward? They have to bail.
Yeah, yeah. Again, if we tell them to amend, you need to amend in good faith,
Yeah.
right? You can't just
Can't
say
amend.
amend as a position. You're trying to amend to get to yes, right? So,
Well, I don't
You
even know
know.
what the amendments are because I don't have the information, so I really cannot make an informed decision again because, this document that I have refers me back to amendments that were already made when I don't have those.
well, not
the
really.
originals.
It says what the Colorado the statewide program does, what the language is in the draft bill, and then how that draft language would be amended to resolve.
But some of it says, oh, this was already amended in the last draft from
know.
March, and I didn't, so I'm not quite sure. But, so I'm really not sure.
So if CCAT supports and CCI opposes, what do the legislators do with that?
They're probably gonna listen to CCI.
No, I don't think so, actually. I think CCI has managed to neutralize itself as an organization. Again, because it's not trying to be helpful. And it is trying to be helpful. They're at the table, but they're not advocating a get to yes in this, which legislators and sponsors are looking to figure out how to do. So, I think that they listen to CCAT. I think they recognize that counties have crossover membership, so if one is taking a different position than the other, then that really means that this is a passionate position by CCAT's counties. Because we don't tend to, as a county, we're going to be consistent in our positions at both organizations. So that's how they deal with that, I think.
Well, plus that tends to be, this is obviously a
The
Democratic
governor
proposal.
looks to pit us against each other, but.
It's obviously proposed by Democrats, and so
Yeah.
they're obviously going to be more easily swayed by CCAT than CCI.
I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that CCI is opposed on this.
Yeah.
No, and I don't think it's any surprise that CCAT wants to support it. So here I am.
But I don't know.
Stuck in the middle.
Again, I think CCAT's membership is really wrestling with this, honestly.
So, is there any way you cannot jump into the CCAT discussion till you see where it's going?
The other tactical option is just to abstain, and then it doesn't count as part of that consensus -2.
I would rather.
You know what I mean? We can, if we're saying oppose and the consensus is trying to get to yes, and, there's 3 absolute no's, then the organization can't move forward on that position. If there's 2 no's and everybody else is yes, and Pickens County just says we aren't taking a position, they won't count us as a no.
I would rather not take a position that, as I said, it would be very uninformed on my part. And I would say very uninformed and confused on my part. I think this is too important, and the impacts could be too important in both directions, a positive or a negative. And I would like to better understand, and I really haven't had the opportunity to do so.
do you want to do?
I'd like us to support this, but I understand all the reasons not to also.
So abstain, we can always come back in with some more time and pull our abstention and go.
I mean, if there's time, this could move really.
I
If it isn't introduced today, wasn't introduced today, which it might have been.
Well, but it's just been amended, it's gonna be further amended, and then it's gotta, and then it has to go out to different committees.
Yeah,
and-
they're have a month. They're done May 11th, I think.
I think I would prefer to abstain.
I'm gonna support that.
Certainly philosophically, I'm aligned with
Yeah.
it, but I guess that's what everybody says who tries to get out of their unions, their employees unionizing. So I don't want to sound like a hypocrite like all those guys.
Yeah, but sometimes abstention is just a chicken way out, and
That's
kind of
what I
right now, I
mean.
feel like a chicken, and thank God I don't have that. I was gonna say swine flu, but it's
Asian flu.
avian.
Avian flu.
So,
What do you think, Greg?
What do you think,
You're a no, you're okay, you want us to abstain and just watch
I
it?
don't feel as if it's a chicken way out to say no. I think there's a mechanism in place that if we have a problem and there's a real need to do this, there's a way forward. And it's never going to be difficult, but I think these are big enough issues that I'd want the voters to be involved in it.
so
I'm
you
gonna
wanna say no or
opposed.
abstain for now?
Oh.
Abstaining means we can come back in a week and change our mind.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
less harm than.
I would just soon say no.
Kelly,
Sorry, Kelly. I'm not convinced it's worth our time.
That's fine.
so Kelly,
I mean, I would like us to support it. I do think this is just like a human rights issue type of thing, but again, I fully get why you guys would prefer we stay out of it.
well, for now, I didn't tell you that, I mean, maybe I'll skip the Easter egg hunt and study collective bargaining. 'Cause those eggs
And
up
if
in the
anyone's
crystal are
interested, there
dangerous.
is a meeting. I think you all should have been invited to the CCAT's policy meeting tomorrow afternoon, where we will discuss CCAT's position on this. If you care to listen in.
We have what time is it?
3:30.
We have our.
Kelly, I'm going to stay
our
with my
agenda meeting
no,
at
but
4.
I'm eager to hear more. If you come
At-
back with a report, I'll
Stubby's.
listen gladly.
Okay.
It'll just be you, Rich.
I don't think we're the only divided board here in the state, so don't worry about that.
Who's calling me?
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the time.
All right.
Is there do we have other open
We've given
discussion?
Kelly our really, really clear direction here. It's kind of like the fuzz that's kept being cast over us. So.
Sometimes things happen to us, sometimes we make things happen, right?
Yeah, so Mr. Peacock,
And sometimes we don't do anything.
I'm hoping the answer to this is no, but do we have any other open discussions, John?
Yeah, I would not do that to you today. No more open discussion for me.
Does anybody else have an open discussion item?
Just move to adjourn.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yes.
I have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question with no comment. Anybody who signifies by saying yes, say aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, McKellar.
Thank you.
So much.
Good job getting us through that, Patty.
Oh, thanks, Greg.
Feel better, Greg.
I'm going to go gather my stuff. Do you need to go?
I feel like I had a 2-month cold. It took forever to get over it.
It's just lingering and it's